Good morning once again, and welcome to the 2023 U.S. Rowing Youth National Rowing Championships. This is day 4 of racing here in sunny South Florida at Nathan Benderson Park. I am Lindsay Shoup, and I am here with two wonderful, fabulous people.
Mari Scott.
And Grace Latz.
And we have been bringing you all of the action for the last couple of days to keep you updated and as accurate as we possibly can be. You know, we don't always have to be right, but we're having fun up there. We're going to do our best, though, to be as accurate as we can for you so that if you are at home watching, A, it's entertaining, and B, you have an idea of what's going on, because it's not always easy to know what's happening out on the race course through every single one of the races that are going to happen today. Today being day 4, it is A finals day. There will be some B finals during the second half of the day. Racing will get underway at about 7:30 this morning, and we will begin with the A finals, followed by the remaining B finals. Over the last couple of days, this regatta started on Thursday with the time trials. After time trials, basically every boat went staggered lanes down the course to figure out kind of, to sort the crap, I guess, to see who was going to move on to the A-B semifinals, which were held on Friday, or the B, C, and D finals, which were held starting yesterday, and then again wrapping up with the remaining B finals, along with those A finals today. So some athletes went from time trial to semifinal and will race in A or B finals. Some athletes went from time trial straight to C or D finals. We've had some other fabulous things happening as well throughout the weekend. On Saturday, that was yesterday, of course, we had Pride Day. We had a stretch class for the spectators. We've had meet and greets with athletes, with U.S. Rowing representatives who are here to answer your questions. I know I've been getting emails from people to give us information because we get to tell some pretty fabulous stories about what's happening on the water. So the reason I say that is because if you have a question and you see someone wearing some U.S. Rowing gear and a name tag, stop them and say, hey, can I ask you a quick question? Or send an email to the U.S. Rowing website and ask your question. Someone will field that or send it to someone else who can answer that question for you. So a lot of really cool service and connectivity happening here on site. What would you say this weekend that you all have maybe experienced that you haven't experienced at races in the past? Some of the things that you're noticing that have changed, that are updated.
I mean, honestly, this regatta is
Not
so
to put
large.
you on the spot here.
No, I know. I feel like it's, we keep saying that rowing is growing, but I mean 4,010 athletes, the largest ever youth national championships. And on top of that, even though it's bigger, the sense of community just feels tighter.
That's a really good point. I love that. Love that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just love the energy, love the regatta vibes that's just surrounding Nathan Benderson right now, and the hypeness that these teams and the heat that these teams are bringing to Sarasota.
So some fast racing, some close racing. Shoot, on Friday we saw 5 photo finishes. I know last year there were photo finishes left and right. You know, we can't tell necessarily. You have to go to herenow.com for all of the official results, because some of these races are just too close to call with the naked eye, which with A finals upcoming, I am certain we are going to see more of that. I mean, I guess maybe I shouldn't, put a stamp on it, but it's going to be an exciting day here to wrap up the 2023 U.S. Rowing Youth National Rowing Championships. I also have to say, U.S. Rowing is really working to bring more people and expose rowing, expose more people to rowing. We even had coastal rowing demos where you could get out during the lunch break and hop in a boat. I know you did that yesterday. Saw you rowing around, taking advantage of the lunch break. Resting the voice by exercising the legs instead.
Got to spread the wealth.
Making sure we're good and sweaty up there in the tower. And again, today's program, though, to wrap up this 4th day, is going to be at 7:30. Racing will start. It will run through 2:30. We have a medals ceremony that will begin at about 10 o'clock this morning, and that will be woven in with some of the programming. So we'll try to provide you some eyes on some of what that medals programming looks like, too, for those of you who are at home. Now, I know there's a pretty cool thing going on with the medals. What exactly can athletes who do end up medaling do with their medals this year?
Yeah, so what you can do is bring that hardware to the U.S. Rowing Marketplace tent, and within there they have an engraving machine. So they can engrave whatever you'd like to put on that medal, whether it's the teammates' names, gear, the event, whatever. you can get it on those medals and make it a memory, make it a keepsake for, you know, the rest of your life.
So that's an extra layer to the memento that you may pick up if you medal this year. While you're over there at the marketplace, you can check out your US Rowing gear as well, or vice versa. If you're there to check out the gear, you can also get your medal engraved. We have another cool thing. We had a graduation ceremony the other day that I know, Grace, you were a part of. So we have another feature from that graduation ceremony. What else do we have going on with that?
Right. So if you are a graduating senior, or if you're a coach who has a graduating senior on your team who was not able to make the graduation ceremony where there were certificates handed out, you can pick up those extra certificates over at either the coaching tent or also the US Rowing Marketplace.
Right on, right on. So we should probably stop gabbing and get upstairs to bring some of the action. I know I keep saying it, we're going to start at about 7:30, so we'll get things wrapped up here so that we can go upstairs and do our real jobs. Thanks for joining us. Keep watching. We'll be here till about 2:30 this afternoon when racing wraps up, as long as everything runs on time, which it really has, thanks to those referees and everybody getting organized up at the start very quickly and proficiently. Again, I'm Lindsay Shoup.
I'm Ari Scott.
And I'm Grace Latz.
We'll see you soon.
I've fallen in love with this FLX design. Everyone I put into the boat kind of raves about it, and I've just seen good jumps in speed.
The FLX especially, it just feels great as it moves through the water. It's very responsive. It reacts to what you want it to do and runs out really nice in between the strokes.
minutes.
Lane 6, press out as far as you can. Finger mover, lane 6, out one more board, please. Are we good? I think
6 is good.
6 is good now. Lane 5, out as far as you can.
The far side is still a little short.
Lane 0, 1 and 2, press out 6 inches.
Because I'm seeing the line as being the left edge of that dark streak.
Oh, yeah, that's right, between the yellow and the black.
Yeah. But that lines up with the left edge of the dark streak on the water.
Okay, I see that.
At the
Lane
moment.
5, are you pressed out as far as you can? Finger mover, lane 5, out one board. Finger mover on the other side, push lane 2 out one board. Where's my other kid finger mover?
Seven's going to need some stretch out.
7, extend as far as you can. I think that might be as good as 7 can get. She is pressing through her step.
Well, I think that the boat might be below the required line.
I think so too. Okay. Lane 3 out 5 inches. It's one minute. It's 1 minute.
Yeah, go. Keep the line.
Lane 2, push out 3 inches.
Myriad, Central Ohio, Oak Neck Academy,
Lane 6,
The Woodlands, Oak Neck Academy, Sora, Grove,
lane 5 out as far as you can.
Lincoln Park. Attention.
And we have a start in the men's youth single A final. Just one more time as the referees read left to right in the picture in lane 0. That's on the far shore over by that bike lane where you'll see coaches on their bicycles following these young athletes all the way down the course every stroke of the way. On the far side to the near shore is Will Fouché out of Nereid. In the next lane, Kyle Rucker from Central Ohio. Then we have Matthew Simmons out of Oak Neck Academy, Devin Godfrey, who was a last year's winner of this event from the Woodlands there in one of those center lanes, Henry Davison, also out of Oak Neck Academy, Cooper Hagan from Sora, who placed 4th in this event last year, just about 6 seconds off of Devin Godfrey, certainly looking to close that gap here this morning. Next to him will be Ian O'Reilly out of Brophy, who placed 2nd in the U17 single last year, certainly a step up from that position to be in this race here this morning. And finally, we have William Tran out of Lincoln Park.
A very storied field here for the men's youth single A final. This is not the first time that many of them have competed against each other. I do know that Devin Godfrey and Henry Davison had competed against each other at the head of the Charles. And, you know, places can swap over time. I believe that Henry Davison has only just picked up the single in the past year or so. So that is an interesting wild card here in the mix, but doing well so far. And it's interesting to have two crews from the same school there, the Oak Neck Academy crews, Matthew Simmons in lane 2 and Henry Davison in lane 4.
They're our early leader right now, but by barely a nose. You're going to have the fastest speed right now coming out of that red hull on the near shore. That is Cooper Hagan out of Sora, along with William Tran on that outside lane from Lincoln Park. Keep an eye on that dark boat with the dark color of the water this morning from the angle of the sun. Those boats we've seen over the course of the weekend can be tough to keep an eye on, but also very interesting because you can really only see the body moving. It looks, it's just a really fun trick of the eye.
Yeah.
You pay most attention to what the blades and the body, the legs, you can barely see the legs at this point, but what the movement of the human and what the blades are doing together as those boats glide out. That is Cooper Hagen and William Tran right now as two of our fastest, and it is Ian O'Reilly from Brophy sandwiched in between them in that lane 6, second from the near shore, who is now making a move, and it's almost 3 boats across right there, but still connection among all crews out on the field right now.
Hard to achieve in a single. And I do recall watching Cooper Hagen in his qualifier here at Southeast Youth Regional Championships. I remember that red shell, and he was charging down the course the whole time, and I believe it is he who has a course record here in the 1500 on Nathan Benderson Park. So it'll be interesting to see how he stretches that fortitude and that precision over the course of 2,000 meters.
So experience here, experience going fast here, and we can see that playing out as well. But right now it's still Ian O'Reilly on the hunt. Ian came through the semifinal, his semifinal placed 3rd in that particular race to put him in the lane where he is right now. The way that these lanes are stacked is from the center out to the sides based on the speed that athletes had through their semifinals. That's that chevron pattern that we traditionally see. So this is our traditional lane assignment. Nothing has been adjusted because, as you can see, this is the water. If you are a single sculler, you want this. It is absolutely beautiful here at Nathan Benderson Park this morning.
Yes, these are dream race conditions. Barely a puff of wind. Looks like their shells are cutting through glass. The only waves being made are the ones by their oars and these shells as they run past.
You know, and there we have it, 4 lanes over as last year's winner, Devin Godfrey, now putting on a push through this middle portion of the race. They are getting into about 750 meters to go here. As you can see, more bicycles are accumulating following because this is a hot race. And to have a late push in that third 500, as you see coming out of Devin Godfrey of the Woodlands in lane 3, he's now put himself into the top 3 spots. Still Cooper Hagen out there in front. Very closely on the move again. Once again on the hunt is Ian O'Reilly, looking to make a push right now. Barely a few feet, maybe part of a bow deck, separate those two as they know that last 500 meters is close at hand. But Devin Godfrey is on the move as well.
Yeah, and we're looking at our notes here on Ian O'Reilly. I mean, he has been a rower since he was a freshman in high school, and he is looking to row in college. What a steal and what a performance to really draw attention to him in this middle of the race, of this 2,000-meter race. Also in our notes, we have learned that Ian is a pilot. Huh. And look at him, taking off.
Taking off, looking to take off. It is nearly neck and neck, but the boat that is moving the fastest, that has the momentum right now, is Devin Godfrey out of the Woodlands. Not quite overtaken the lead yet, maybe just about to. It does look like he may have just overtaken the lead, but those are your 3 lead boats. Devin Godfrey, Cooper Hagen, Ian O'Reilly. They are open water above the rest of the field right now. In 4th place is the boat between Devin and Cooper. That is Henry Davison out of Oak Neck Academy. He and his teammate Matthew Simmons actually came through the same semifinal and went 1-2 in their semifinal. So there's certainly speeds coming out of lanes 2 and lanes 4 as well. So as these last 300 meters happen, they are about into their sprint now if they aren't already sprinting. Devin Godfrey out of the Woodlands has taken over the lead, made a massive lead change, made a massive shift that has allowed him to take over the lead and then almost break to clear water over 2nd and 3rd places right now. Cooper Hagen and Ian O'Reilly out of Brophy. Into the red buoys, Grace.
Man, this is one tight race, and to see this in a single in the men's youth single A final, they are charging down the course. Too hard to tell between Cooper Hagen and Ian O'Reilly. Very difficult. They are stroke for stroke. It does look as if Devin Godfrey is keeping that lead, but Cooper Hagen and Ian O'Reilly are charging. They are not making this easy, and also that field right behind them, the Henry Davison of Oak Neck Academy, Matthew Simmons, all the boats there right behind that crew are just running towards this finish line.
You can see the sprints are unfolding. The boats are running out. If you are onshore, give them a yell. It is silent out there from them. They can hear every articulation of encouragement that you have. It is Devin Godfrey out of the woodlands now with open water, running clear to that first place finish unofficially in this first event of the morning. Cooper Hagan out of Sora is ahead by just about a length over Ian O'Reilly out of Brophy. We have Henry Davison next, just a half of a length, but charging hard in the outside lane is William Tran. It's going to be neck and neck between Will Fouché and William Tran in the outside lanes. The next coming in is going to be Matthew Simmons, also out of Oak Neck, and Kyle Rucker of Central Ohio to round out your field of 8. You have to go to herenow.com to look for those times and the results, because those outside lanes between Will Fouché and William Tran, too close for us to call. But one thing is unofficially certain. Devin Godfrey came across the line in first. Back-to-back 2022 and 2023 champion.
Next up, we have the Women's Youth Single A Final. Over in Lane 0, we have Catherine Nordheim of North Palm Beach. Lane 1, Ella Gusick from Lake Las Vegas. Lane 2, Erin Morley from Y Quad Cities. Lane 3, Catherine Barry of Oak Neck Academy. Lane 4, Annalise Hall from Triangle. Lane 5, Anna Holtley from Waterford. Lane 6, Eliana Rosenfeld, Tempe Juniors. And lane 7, Grace Moore of Newport.
Newport, attention.
Just put yourself in that position. You hear that attention. For those of you at home who may have never sat at a start line, you hear the announcer pull the crews one by one and then say, attention. And then a very dramatic pause before they take off. It is dead silent for those moments. Imagine what might be happening to your breathing and your heart in that moment before you get to take off and utilize that adrenaline. As we see this beautiful overhead shot, again, the lanes are stacked according to speed from center to outside, but as we've already seen, we see speed all over the course because these are A finals. These are tight races. These are all fast crews. Just to be here at the Youth National Championships shows that you have speed. So then once you're here, it just is a true testament to the competitive nature of rowing, of youth rowing in particular now, as it has continued to grow over the years. These are 8 boat races now instead of 6 boat races, 4,010 athletes. But right now, we are only looking at 8 of them. And on the inside lane, Grace Moore out of Newport is one of your 2 fastest movers, along with Annalise Hall out of Triangle. I knew I recognized that name having been here last year. She was placed first in the U17 single last year here on this very water. So in lane 4 there in that blue hull out of Triangle is the fastest speed toward the center of the course, along with that far near shore lane closest to the wave attenuator. Grace Moore out of Newport placed 5th in the U17 single.
Wow.
So those 2 have seen each other before.
Mm-hmm. It's a depth of field over years. That's quite great to see here at the youth level. And it does look like over in lane 1, Ella from Lake Las Vegas has got some fast speed on the water now. She is probably dead even across with Grace of Newport in lane 7. Over onto her right side, her port side of Ella Gusick, there's Catherine Nordheim of North Palm Beach. She has contact with lane 1 over there, so they are holding onto each other, but it is still lane 4, Annalise Hall from Triangle in the lead.
That's, the angle of the drone here as we watch. You have to keep an eye on those dark colored hulls. We see a lot of these smaller boats, not necessarily in the traditional kind of white. We get a lot more colors out there, which is fun.
A little bit more personality, I'd say.
Yeah, if you're a single sculler, you kind of, you spend quite a bit of time in that boat. And so you put, not only your sweat into that and everything that you do to train in it, but it's fun to have a little pizzazz of the color as well.
Yeah, I like it.
So in that set toward the center and in that outside lane, Grace Moore placed 4th in her respective semifinal, and that's why she's out in one of those outside lanes over there. And so, seeing speed develop over the course of the weekend and over the course of a race is just really fun to watch. You just never know. Never count yourself out of something simply because of a previous performance. What can you address one thing at a time? Not all 20 things, just one thing at a time that can help you be faster. And it appears as though that might be what's helping out there on that outside lane.
Right. Yeah, we've said a lot this weekend. People asking themselves the question, why not? And I think Grace Moore is asking herself that question. She is hanging with Annalise Hall. So lanes across, we have Grace Moore hanging with Annalise Hall of Triangle over in lane 4. So great race, those blue shells. There must be something about them over there. We also have that teal shell of Catherine Nordheim over in lane 0. She is going to be putting on a great push. I believe see also maybe a Y-Quad Cities over in lane 2. Definitely making a push there to hang in with these boats.
We have all of the athletes on the water right now have had experience in racing the single. You know, we have Ella Gusick with Lake Las Vegas, placed 6th in the U17 single last year. Erin Morley from Y-Quad Cities, of course, a long tradition of sculling experience out of Y-Quad, placed 3rd last year in the double. You know, Catherine Berry out of Oak Neck Academy placed 2nd in this very event last year. You know, and so Anna Holte out of Waterford placed 3rd in this event last year. So every stroke of the way, we are just now into that third 500. So we will see more speed, even though we do have a little bit of stagger starting to occur with every stroke that is being taken, as we saw with Devin Godfrey, came from sitting well clear into 3rd and moved a lot of speed, a lot of space in the second 1,000 of the race, particularly through that third 1,000. It almost looks like Ella Gusick out of Lake Las Vegas is starting to pick things up as well over on the far side of the course, but it is 4 lanes over. Catherine Berry out of Oak Neck Academy, that 2nd place finisher from last year, putting on a show similar to what Devin Godfrey just did.
Absolutely. You can see she has taken up the rate here. She is taking a pass over Annalise Hall. She has passed Annalise Hall of Triangle, and she has made a fantastic push there just over that 1,000-meter mark.
Almost as though the plan was 1,250 meters in, 750 meters to go.
Yes.
This is, I have one more gear, but I'm not going to use it until 750 meters are there. And you can just see the momentum. You can see the energy starting to happen. The rate has certainly gone up for Catherine Berry. It was almost, I almost semi-jokingly say to people, the beginning of a race, or especially those longer pieces, you're just killing time.
Yep.
Do just enough. It's going to sting, but you know what? You know you have at least one more gear to go, but use it when you know you have the right distance left toward the finish line. And that looks exactly like what Catherine Berry is doing right now.
Absolutely, over next to her. So then she has passed Annalise Hall of Triangle, but Annalise is staying ahead of Anna Holtley of Waterford, who is hot on her tails over in lane 5. After that, there's Eliana Rosenfeld from Tempe Juniors keeping contact with that lane next to her. So definitely the speed that Catherine Berry turned on there is translating back to all of those holding on to what she is throwing down.
You know, Ellie Rosenfeld there in that lane 6, placed 4th last year in this event. She's a lightweight going to Stanford next year. Very smart, wonderful athlete there in lane 4. So in lane 6. So keep an eye on her as well for a little bit of a late push. Contact between those two boats as Ellie puts on the pressure right now to walk back up into those two blue hulls of Annalise Hall and Anna Holte there. Anna Holte and Annalise Hall almost dead level, looking like Anna Holte is really putting on the pressure because, you know, Ellie Rosenfeld out there is putting pressure on her, so she's putting pressure on Annalise Hall. What is clear, though, is that Catherine Berry is the one who is putting the pressure on herself, putting it in the boat, pressing those legs. Blades are right on for the next 2 closest crews.
Yep, she definitely wants to see more of the field, which naturally comes with the territory of pushing the envelope of a race. We also have straight boats across here for the lanes 0 through 2 over there. Catherine Nordheim, Ella Gusick, and Erin Morley over lanes 0 through 2 dead across, but it is Annalise Hall and Catherine Berry out there in front, Anna Holtley, but Catherine Berry still open water over the field.
It looks like there are two. There you go. Anna Holte has overtaken Annalise Hall for that 4th place position. But there are some sprints happening on the far side of the course. So into the red buoys, give it everything you have, because you never know until that horn sounds. Bodies are sitting chill, legs are going solidly. Out in lane 1, Ella Gusick is pouring on a late sprint to potentially step into that 4th place position. Catherine Nordheim is hot on her heels, pushing her toward the finish line all the way through to the end. It is a half a boat for Ella Gusick on the other side of the lane. Oh, just a matter of feet between those crews there. Everyone sprinting to the line. The closeness of those horns just speaks to the closeness, the tightness, the impressive nature of this singles race.
And a way to see things unfold over the course of a race course. Over 2,000 meters, moves take a little longer to make, but we clearly saw the move that Catherine Barry threw down. We saw the gear change, a little bit up and rate, but also you could just see in her body language the expression of, I'm going to go now. I'm going to take this up a little early and see if this pays off, and I think it did for her. She was able to carry that all the way to the line.
And just like that, we are back up, awaiting the start of the next race, making sure we are moving one right to the next. We are on 9-minute centers this morning, folks, rather than the 7 that we've seen earlier this weekend, throughout the weekend, because we have fewer races, A finals, a few B finals happening this morning, and we are already on to the men's youth pair A final. From the far shore to the near shore, we have Montclair, the Hun School, Triangle, Newport, Oars, Capital, Canisius, and Lake Oswego Community. Those are your 8 boats on the field right now in the men's youth pair A final.
And it does look like we have some good and fast strokes coming out of the middle of the field from that Newport crew, just a hair ahead of the Oars crew next to them in lane 4, but not to count out over in lane 1. Montclair is hanging in there, probably dead across with Lake Oswego Community, or lane 6, Canisius. They are probably dead level across all of those lanes against 8 boats here. I mean, hard to keep track of. Again, another coxless boat. It is a partnership between the stroke seat and the bow seat combination here to be able to keep your focus internal off the start, off your high strokes, and striding out to your base rhythm.
Right now we're looking at that crew out of Newport. They were first coming through the semifinal. Right next to them is Oars, also first in their semifinal. But again, Newport is that crew that is doing exactly as Grace just mentioned, making sure they're staying pretty centered in that lane, moving right together. You can see the quickness of their rate. It's keeping them, maybe they're still in their start sequence, haven't quite lengthened out to their base rhythm, but you never know what someone's base rhythm really is. If you've practiced a slightly higher rate, if you've trained for a slightly higher rate, that is going to be, if that's the way that is the most proficient to carry you down the course, then let it be, go with it, and let your breathing, don't think too much about your breathing. Let your breathing fold into the movement. Your body knows what to do as far as that goes, as long as you let it. So as we speak, Newport out in front. They were the first fastest time in their semifinal and showing already open water over second place, very tight between Canisius and that Oars crew who also won their semifinal. Canisius, although this is a different profile than last year, Canisius had a boat that placed second in this event last year. So there's that see it, be it. I can be there as well. So to have different athletes racing the same event be back here, that's a great trend to see.
Definitely, and we are seeing Canisius and Oars dead level across. Maybe Canisius a hair ahead at the moment, but again, these boats, they can pick up speed, and we will see there was a good push there by Oars. They sort of brought things back into focus. Between then, Capital hanging between those two, they are holding on to contact, and that that Capital crew hanging level across with Triangle over in lane 2, but still Newport leading the charge.
I was, just as you mentioned Triangle, just before that I was thinking out of the corner of my eye, it looked as though they were making a little bit of a push to see if they could get back up into one of those 2 boats that are now vying for second and third. So basically 3 boats right now looking to vie for first, second, and third. I say that one of the athletes in that Triangle crew was part of the first placed crew last year. So Triangle had a boat that won this event last year, and one of those 2 young folks is in this race right now. So keep an eye across all crews, because as we've seen already, leads adjust, races develop over the full 2,000, not just in the first 1,000 meters, but right now, quickest through the first 1,000 Newport by several seconds. You can see there that a few boat lengths of clear water for a Newport. The next now, a second place sitting with that blue hull. It's very tight, maybe a couple of inches separating oars from that crew out of Canisius, with that, you know, trend of having athletes do quite well in this event. So rowing some pairs up there.
And then a very tight race, 3 boats across lanes. We've got Montclair over in lane 0, that triangle boat, then also hanging there with Capital. They are hanging there in there together. It does look like that teal boat out of oars has made a little bit of push ahead of Canisius at this point. So probably by maybe they made a little bit of a move, maybe a half a boat here in just the last couple of strokes. But they are now, as it stands, Newport, oars in Canisius, vying for those first through third spots here in the A final of the men's youth pair.
You know, being in the boat that is out in front like that, you can have a pretty clear picture on the rest of the field if your vision isn't foggy from what's happening, from the pressure that you're applying, because even though they're out front, you know that they are just pouring on the effort. They want to make sure, because you never know until that horn sounds and it's in the book stamped official. You never know what could happen. So they are making sure that they are taking care of everything that they need to stay clean at this point, as they are that boat still from Newport, the first to get into the last 500 meters. You know, this is the part where the fatigue sets in and you might start to see boats waffle in the lane just a little bit, because it might start to get a little tippier. You must work with your teammate here. You cannot go without them. They cannot go without you. And sometimes if one person gets a little bit quicker on the front end, then it can start to play with the steering and make it much more challenging. So to stay technically accurate while just absolutely physically spent, that is maturity, it's decision making, it's training, it is all things rowing.
And I think a crew that is executing that very well is that Capital crew. They are edging into the boats either side of them. They are edging into Canisius and oars. I would also say that the Montclair group over in lane 0 also executing those nice even strokes together, bow to stern, but then it does look like Canisius has picked it up a little bit. Oars still a hair ahead of them, but Newport, open water across the field.
Canisius and Canisius and oars battling for that second placed spot. Right now, oars well within the red buoys. They are sprinting. I see a sprint happening out of oars. I see a sprint happening out of Canisius, a sprint also out of Capital. Capital known to have fantastic sprints across various boat classes, so keep an eye for them to move as well. Out on the outside, you do have Montclair making a move also. They may have just picked it up a hair too late, but you never know. These boats can pick up, especially when you can keep them light through your effort. Oars sprinting, Canisius sprinting, neck and neck between those two crews. Newport approaching the line, clear water ahead. The most aggression coming out of oars. They want that line first, and they might have a hair over Canisius. Between them is Capital. Oars boat over the Canisius crew, but those are your top 3, followed by Capital, and then on the outside it is Montclair. Next 2 lanes over, very close, about a half of a length, separating the triangle over the Hun School, and then on the near shore, Lake Oswego community. What a fantastic race by all crews. I believe we have a boat wanted to go ahead and hurry up with their cool down.
Oh, man.
That is part of what our referees do. They are out there all day in the sun. You don't see canopies out there. They just have hats and shirts, and they just keep coming back for more to make sure these races are fair, but not just fair, safe.
Absolutely.
They are there giving a hand as we turn to the very next race, which is the women's version of this exact event.
Yeah, so next up we have the women's youth pair A final. Over there across in lane 0, we have Palm River Training Center, lane 1, Miami Beach, lane 2, Montclair, lane 3, Connecticut, lane 4, PNRA Mercer, lane 5, Nereid, lane 6, Nardin Academy, lane 7, Charlotte Youth.
You know, as we await the start of this pair, I have to say, folks, these pairs are tippy. But you know what? They float. if something happens, you just have to take a moment, catch your breath, and just hang on to the hull. And you have a safety device right there for you. There are so many fail-safes built into these things in terms of taking care of our athletes. They take care of the race, and we take care of them. We have a start in the next event, the Women's Youth Pair A final. Again, Palm River Training Center, Miami Beach, Montclair, Connecticut, PNRA, Mercer, Nereid, Nardin Academy, and Charlotte Youth out on the course taking strokes right now. They are off of the start line and into their high strokes. All of these crews have different strategies coming off of the line. Depending on your training, you might do 5 high, and then you might do anywhere 10, 15, you might do 20, but that does take a lot of training to be able to manage that. And then you might take one step. Before you go straight to base, you might take one in-between step to lengthen out, and then lengthen out even more to your base rhythm. Have some speed in some of these darker holes toward the center and toward the near shore. Right now, 3 of the fastest crews out on the water are going to be out of Nardin Academy, out of Charlotte Youth, and also out of Connecticut. Connecticut known to be quick off of the start. Connecticut has done well in this event in the past. They placed 3rd in 2022, albeit a different lineup, but they did also win their semifinal to be in one of those center lanes.
I mean, well earned as well. So it does look like Miami Beach over in lane 1, hanging with Connecticut, slowly getting their bow ball, trying to get that bow ball level. The yellow shell over in lane 0, the Palm River Training Center, hanging with Miami Beach, trying to hold on to that speed, but it is now the 2 darker shells of Connecticut in lane 3 and the Nardin Academy in lane 6 out ahead.
And Nardin Academy in lane 6, having come through the semifinal in 3rd place. That's where that position is. But they are showing that they want to invert that here. Let's get out in front. Let's hang with the fastest speed. Let's not just hang with the fastest speed. Let's create the fastest speed. Let's be the standard. Why not? Why not? Connecticut still looking clean, though, in the middle lane, looking like they, according to their plan, just do your thing, stay in your lane, stay in your bubble, follow the trend. We've had good pairs in the past. We have experience in these boats. Maybe these 2 athletes raced the athletes that raced the pair last year in practice, day in and day out. Maybe they row pairs to build bigger boats out of that. Rowing these small boats helps you with your technical proficiency because there's just so much feedback. Every stroke that you take. It's either you or your partner, and the combination of those 2 things. There is no one else to confuse with who is producing speed.
And it is a true partnership. We were talking about as you come into the last 500, especially, I would actually maybe argue more the last 750, being able to match each other's length, be able to match each other's catch timing and the finish timing. I mean, these athletes were all fairly long-limbed, but maybe not the same height, maybe slightly different experiences, and being able to match and mirror each other perfectly is really the name of the game here in a pair.
And stay just as quick on that front end. You make sure that the blades are in and that you're getting an equivalent amount of just pizzazz on that front to really make sure the blade is buried and locked in with those legs. Here we are. Here we are coming to the first 1,000, coming through the first 1,000 of the race. We are about to pass through into that critical portion that I love to talk about, but I haven't talked about that much, and I keep saying that, so eventually by the end of today, because again, these races are developing already. This is just the 4th race of the morning, developing over the course of the full 2,000 meters of distance, so that you can see the training, you can see the efficiency, you can see the strategies play out, which hopefully, coaches, we're not giving away your secrets, but we are seeing those amazing things happen out on the water as we have a beautiful view here from the 4th floor, and you spectators have a fantastic view of the entire course. Getting into that middle portion of the 3rd 500, what's happening out there, Grace?
Oh, man. Well, so it does look as if Connecticut and Nardin Academy still going and still battling for that first place position, but very interesting race here for any boat that could cross the line second. Very difficult to tell between Charlotte Youth over in lane 7, the lane 5 crew, Nereid, PNRA, Mercer, and all the way across there in lane 1, Miami Beach. Those 4 shells, the Miami Beach, PNRA, PNRA Mercer, Nereid, and Charlotte Youth doing a great job hanging together across all of these lanes.
Very tight between those blue and white hulls that are in between Connecticut and Nardin Academy. They were, Connecticut, of course, the leader still by about a length. Nardin Academy also one of those early leaders with PNRA Mercer and Nereid. PNRA Mercer won their semifinal to make it, and that's why they are in one of those center lanes, but they are nearly level, and Mercer is on the move there in that blue hull. It looks as though they want to overtake Nereid, but Miami Beach is showing some fire out of Miami Beach out in that lane, almost solo, and as Maurice might say, on an island over there, out on the far side of the course in lane 1. So keep an eye on that white hull out of Miami Beach, because you know what? They look like they're on the move as well, with some momentum in their favor, with basically just the last almost 500 about to be at hand. Connecticut out in front, but with those 4 boats very close for those 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions right now, that's going to start to put pressure on Connecticut. Another question I got to say, Charlotte Youth is still in there, and they can smell that they are still within about a length of Nardin Academy. So if they have a good sprint in them, that can put them in contention for one of those spots as well.
And we've seen some pretty good sprints today. We've seen them in the semifinals. I mean, anything can happen, and it does look like Nereid is making a push here. Nereid has passed Nardin Academy. There's still overlap, but Nereid's bow ball is out in front. And then PNRA Mercer also maybe a half deck then over Nardin Academy. It is hard to tell, but that Miami Beach boat now hanging with that Nereid crew, they are just hanging in a surprise wild card over there in lane 1.
Surprise wild card because they placed 3rd in their semifinal. When you see athletes in those outer lanes, it delineates kind of the position, the speed that they had coming into this. But as we approach those red buoys, 250 meters to go for Connecticut here shortly. Expect them to rev it up. They are also a crew that has sprints within them. PNRA Mercer was the first of the 2 crews that made the push in the 3rd 500 between them and Nereid. But Nereid is the crew with their push has nudged ahead of PNRA Mercer, but still very tight between those 2 crews, with Miami Beach also on the far shore. Give them a holler, folks. I know it is early, but they can hear you, and they are laying down some solid effort out there. Help goad them along. This is a time where intrinsic motivation and external motivation come in handy to help elevate your overall fitness. This literally makes them better for years to come. Connecticut is well into their sprint. Nereid is also sprinting. It looks as though Nereid is well into 2nd place, very tight between PNRA Mercer and Miami Beach as the closing strokes of the race are at hand. Nardin Academy still in it as well. Over there on the far side, Montclair and Nardin Academy are going to battle it out toward the finish line. Charlotte Youth is on the move. They know they are in contact with Nardin Academy. Connecticut out clear by open water. Looks to be unofficially will be the first to the finish line of this event. Nereid coming in that yellow hull. Clearwater over PNRA Mercer for 2nd, with PNRA Mercer in 3rd over on the far side. Miami Beach coming across the line top 4, followed by Nardin Academy and Charlotte Youth by about a half of a length separating those. But Montclair, that was 2 tight horns, and I'm not even going to say between Charlotte Youth and Montclair who it was. Palm River Training Center rounding out your field.
Yes, go and check here now for those official results for those couple of placements. Again, lots of tight racing when it comes down to the line. Great moves there in that last 500 meters.
Lane 7, push out 3 inches.
Artemis, White Quad Cities, Albemarle High School, Redwood Scullers, California Yacht Club, Great Miami,
Lane 3,
Bridgewood.
push out 2 inches.
Attention,
And they are off in the men's double A final. We just heard the start. We start to hear a little bit of the pulling of the crews, but what we have here in lane 0, we have Pocock. Lane 1, Artemis. Lane 2, Y Quad Cities. Lane 3, Albemarle High School. Lane 4, Redwood Scullers. Lane 5, California Yacht Club. Lane 6, Great Miami. And Lane 7, Ridgewood.
Grace, I didn't get to shout out to Albemarle High School. I live just down the block from Albemarle High School. There was no rowing there when I grew up in Charlottesville, Virginia, and now there are several high school programs having athletes not just rowing, but they are represented here. I know Coach Kathy Kaufman for a number of years represented here in this event. Just makes me smile up here, just to see rowing. We keep saying it, rowing is growing. I don't know why the hashtag just popped into my head this weekend. I'm just out of it, apparently.
No, but it's cool. It's in your neighborhood. It's bringing it home.
Yes. And there's just a lot of really cool stuff to talk about. I love being up here in the tower because there are so many cool stories behind the athletes that are out there that go well beyond. They are more than rowers. They are people, and I love getting to know the people through getting to sit here. That crew out of Artemis on the far side, lane 1, that second from the top of the picture. 2 of the athletes in there. Calder will be going to Cornell, Ralph going to Mercyhurst. This is their last season together in this event, so you know that they want to come out here and lay down the best race that they can for one another in one of those outer lanes toward the top of the picture. So just thank you. Wonderful to know these things. I love the emotion that's behind every stroke that's being put out there. Right now, fastest speed on the course, we have Redwood Scullers with some solid pace happening right now. This is half of their 4th placed crew from last year. So Vaxman out there was in their crew that placed 4th in this very event last year when it was a 6-boat final. So proficiency, experience out in this event, out on this course at this venue in that crew. So seeing them out in front, especially knowing that they won their semifinal to be here as well, that is something that just shows it's confidence maybe for them, but they know better. They have the experience. You can never take any stroke for granted, any race for granted. So they're out there to honor their competition by giving it their all.
Good push here over in lane 2 from Y Quad Cities. I believe then also the Artemis crew in lane 1 right next to them responding to that. And then over in lane 6, Great Miami moving. So those 3 boats hanging together. So it's a Redwood Scullers boat out in front and then level across between Artemis, Y Quad Cities, and Great Miami.
This is that second 500. We are past 750 meters again, 750 meters in as we shift to this lovely lakeside view. Course side view, I should say. I guess it's a lake. There's a lovely course side view. You get down to kind of the level of the water to watch as they pass that 1,000-meter mark to show just how close this race is. It is Redwood Scullers that will be quickest to that 1,000 meters by just about a length. They have almost a clear water. On the other side of the course, you have Y Quad Cities moving quite well, but it looks like there may have been some position changes and some pushing happening out of that Artemis crew also on the water on the far side lanes. So keep an eye on all lanes. Everyone is in this race as we are into that third 500 that is going to show us the medal with 2 T's.
Definitely great overhead shot here of the Redwood Scullers crew out of lane 4. We talked yesterday about the challenge that the double presents for rowers. It looks beautiful and symmetrical. I love the geometry of rowing in general, and you'd think that having the two oars per person, the 2 athletes in this boat, that it would be set and level, easy to match. But these athletes showing with this overhead shot the perfect synchronization of their catch placement and the release, their drive. They are moving together and they are moving well still out in front.
That's a very good eye on that one because there was that 5, must be a leftover from another race. That was definitely bow for Redwood Scullers out in front. As you can see, still a very tight race happening between Great Miami there, and then also that Artemis crew snuck past Y Quad Cities. I thought that was what I saw through that 1,000, and so it's about a half of a length there. Still a very, very close, looking as they are all closing in on Redwood Scullers. You also have out on the near shore, it looks like Ridgewood as well now on the move. It looks like they're making a push right now. They are on the advance. As my eye would see, I would say if we had GPSs, they have the most speed right now.
Yeah, that is exactly what I would say as well. I mean, I think they saw that Great Miami is making a run for that second place spot, and they said, I want to be there with you. I want to be in this race. So Ridgewood has taken it up. They have contact with Great Miami off to the right-hand side, and California Yacht Club now going with them. California Yacht Club now picking up the speed, hanging with those 3 boats. It's still Redwood Scullers out in front, but then Great Miami with Y Quad Cities being very pushed by California Yacht Club and Ridgewood either side of Great Miami.
It looks like one boat out in front with Redwood Scullers as they are about to get into those red buoys of the sprint. They know it. They're going to sprint soon because they know there is speed on the course apart from the lane that they are in, so they know they have to find a little bit more. And knowing this is the national championships, they're thinking in their head, go, go, more, match, be together for this. They are pushing for more speed because there's more speed unfolding behind them. Redwood Scullers out in front with the speed. There's a little bit of a chevron. We've got Great Miami still ahead of Ridgewood and California Yacht Club. Very close between California Yacht Club and Ridgewood, with quite the race happening between Artemis and Y Quad Cities as Y Quad Cities is sprinting and looks like they've re-overtaken Artemis there. Artemis is going to battle back with them. A huge sprint happening from Y Quad Cities. Not a surprise out of a team from Y Quad. They are known for strong sculling. They are about to overtake Great Miami in this sprint, and they are in doing so taking Artemis along with them. So 3 boats to the line for 2 spots. What we know is that Redwood Scullers was out in front, and they are still out in front, clear water ahead. Y Quad Cities has sprinted through 2 crews to come in second, and very tight between Great Miami and Artemis for that 3rd place spot. It looks as though the California Yacht Club was able to cross the line before Ridgewood. Great push by that Ridgewood crew, followed by Albemarle High School, and then on the far side, Pocock. Holy smokes, Grace.
I know. What a race. Again, the field really pressing together in the last 600 meters. Again, not the last 500, the last 600. I think people are catching on, oh, maybe I should throw my cards out a little early. Or as Maurice's analogy of the matches, how many matches do you have over the course of the race? When are you going to light the match? When are you going to spend all the fire? And so we're really seeing that bring everyone together here towards the end of the race.
The development of the capacity through the last 750 meters is quite evident here.
Now on screen, we are watching the Women's Youth Double A Final. We are watching them align here. And so all boats across here in lane 0, that far lane, we have Ransom, Everglades. Lane 1, Litchfield Hills. Lane 2, California Yacht Club. Lane 3, Cambridge. Lane 4, Y Quad Cities. Lane 5, Episcopal School of Dallas. Lane 6, Y Quad Cities. And in lane 7, South Jersey.
Speaking of Y Quad Cities having a move, you can see that there are matching unis among 4 of these folks in these doubles right now. Why? Because there are 2 Y Quad Cities entries in this event known for sculling, that YMCA program out there. They actually placed 3rd in this event last year, albeit a totally different group of athletes that raced the event. So again, the legacy that athletes leave behind when they may graduate off of a team helps develop the younger. So for all of you out there, no matter where you are, whether you are just starting rowing or about to graduate, know that you are setting a trend, paving a path, positively influencing those around you. And I say positively because no matter who you are, know that people are watching and that you can have an influence, and just make sure that it's a positive one.
Yep. And being positive by showing up for each other and sort of passing the baton, which these crews are doing. Great, beautiful overhead shot here of the starting strokes, getting the boat from a dead stop up to race pace.
You know, that showing up, setting the example, it's that consistency that really matters most that's going to put you in one of these A finals, just that we are watching this morning, making sure that you are able to do the things that you need to do to take care of yourself, to get faster every day. Yes, it's about pushing yourself, but it's also about making sure that you're recovering and taking care of yourself so that you can go back and do it again the next day, and staying aware of that. If you don't write things down, write them down. It's too big of a story to hold in your head. So write it down so that you know what helps and helps you advance from one day to the next. That will help get you maybe next year or year after that into one of these A finals. There is on the screen, it says pair, but this is indeed double. 2 people in the boat at a time, 4 oars. And right now with the 4 oars, 3rd from the inner shore is the Episcopal School of Dallas right now, moving about a length to a length on the field. They have open water as we are approaching that first 500-meter mark. So they will be the quickest to the first 500 meters, the Episcopal School of Dallas. But we have 3 more quarters to go, and it is the 2 programs right next to them, Quad Cities and then Cambridge, that are looking to make a move as we get through that first 500. So Episcopal School of Dallas out in front, Quad Cities, Mueller and Meskin in second right now, and the Cambridge crew in third, with Cambridge on the move, it looks to be.
It looks to be, and then also the California Yacht Club holding on, their bow ball sitting right on the stroke seat of the Cambridge crew next to them in lane 3. Good race unfolding between Ransom Everglades in lane 0 and Litchfield Hills over in lane 1. Over in the red shell in lane 6, Quad Cities having a great race with South Jersey neck and neck.
Still barely a length, half of a length, very still connected with those outer crews of Litchfield Hills, Ransom Everglades, Quad Cities, and South Jersey. Those are your outer flanking lanes. Those they placed 3rd and 4th respectively in each of their semifinals. That's why they are there. The angle of the drone makes it seem as though these close crews, as Quad Cities' second entry and South Jersey, seem like they're off the pace, but they are not. They are right there as well, going within, again, they are half a deck away from one another, and then maybe half of a length from the 2 crews on the far side of the course of Litchfield Hills and Ransom Everglades, also from Miami.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that. Center lanes, though, Quad Cities, Cambridge, California Yacht Club, but Episcopal School of Dallas out in front of those 3. But those are the 4 boats that are out in front right now. Hear the cheers there coming, even though we're about halfway down the course, 1,000 meters. We have some coaches, bicycles over there, bystanders. You know, I love that we're here at Nathan Benderson, where people that probably don't row are walking around, getting eyes on this, and that is how you get people involved in this sport, because we've talked about it numerous times where the sport itself teaches so many lessons compared to other sports. Looks like a very tight race. Speaking of those lessons that you get taught when you're in the heat of a race and you are being pressured, you not only is the race alone, so the time trial, if this were time trial style, that's enough pressure, just completing such an event, but then to also have the pressure of the athletes next to you doing their thing as well. That peer comparison adds an extra distraction that you have to practice in the moment while physically distressing yourself. That mental, where you have to go, okay, you know what, I'm not going to be distracted by what other people are doing. I can't do anything about that. I want them to be the best they can be, because it's going to make me the best that I can be. And at the end of the day, all of you go out there and do your best. And what else can you ask? All I ask is all you have. What else is there?
Yeah, and I think the greatest respect you can pay your competitors is laying everything you've got down on the race course, and that is exactly what's happening right now. It does look like the Quad Cities boat is now in the lead over in lane 4, and then level across behind them is Cambridge and Episcopal School of Dallas.
So Quad Cities having experience of, at least within that club, in that program, having won this event in the past, having performed well in this event in the past. They came in 3rd last year. That second, as soon as they crossed into that second 1,000, that was definitely a reset point for them. And now the physicality and the technical nature of rowing this boat, we know that they spend a lot of time sculling, whether it's a single, a double, or a quad. And so it's showing right now just the time, the patience to develop over time. So they are now what looks to be about a length over the rest of the field, as they are motoring now. I haven't used that word. They are motoring now, because they know they are about to be the first bow ball across 500 meters to go, which means just a couple of 10s, and they will be sprinting. So keep an eye on that sprint. Episcopal School of Dallas and Cambridge right there. It looks like Episcopal School of Dallas is still ahead of Cambridge, but just barely. Cambridge is certainly pouring on the heat. A little more of a chevron starting to develop from there. California Yacht Club just behind Cambridge. Those are your top 4 crews right now. But look a couple of lanes over. Ransom Everglades looking like they are starting to find another gear as well on the far side of the race course. Give them your encouragement on the beach to the water. They will hear you.
Yeah, very good sneak attack. You called it right. Ransom Everglades really giving California Yacht Club a run for their money. I think both of those boats are pushing those ahead of them. They see across the field the Episcopal School of Dallas taking a little look across. They know that they're being charged at by the Ransom Everglades and California Yacht Club crews, but it is still the Y Quad Cities out in front. Open water, about a length of open over Cambridge. And then behind them, that fight for third place is really unfolding. It's going to be very interesting to see what these boats do with that race for third. Episcopal School of Dallas, California Yacht Club, and Ransom Everglades.
If we see a sprint out of California Yacht Club and Ransom Everglades, it's going to be interesting with them and Episcopal School of Dallas, who were our early leaders. Y Quad Cities is out in front. Cambridge is looking tidy to the water. Blades going direct. Sprint is happening out of that crew, but then it's going to be 2 boats across at least for that third place position between the Episcopal School of Dallas and California Yacht Club. California Yacht Club in the past having had speed and sculling events, and they are certainly showing that it still lingers here in this boat right now. Y Quad Cities, Mueller and Meskin will be the first to the finish line unofficially, followed by Cambridge with those red shirts and blue blades, baby blue blades. California Yacht Club by just about a length. They almost broke to Clearwater through the sprint over Episcopal School of Dallas, who has about a half of a length over Ransom Everglades, followed by Litchfield Hills. And then look at the sprint out of the other Y Quad Cities entry to come in 7th ahead of South Jersey.
I mean, what a race. We've had some great A finals here, so we're actually going to pass it down to Maurice there on the receiving dock to get a quick interview with some of these A finalists.
We are here at the recovery dock of the USRowing 2023 Youth National Championships, and I am here with your 2022 and a 2023 Youth Men's Single back-to-back champion, Devin Godfrey of Woodlands. How does it feel, man?
Feels good to go to do it back-to-back twice again. This year was a bit more of a challenge because I'm doing both the single and the quad this weekend. I have the quad in about an hour, so it feels good to secure the single. But you know, I'm excited for focusing on the quad next, seeing how we do in that. We think we can go for a bronze.
Nice,
so, yeah.
nice. Well, I want to hear you want to go for first. I want to hear getting another championship medal. So tell me, what was the motivation going into this race for you?
I mean, the main motivation was, you know, I've done it once before. I really don't want to win it once and the next year go slower. That'd be a little disappointing. So it was more or less just trying to redid what I did last year and do it twice before I age out and have to go to college.
Nice. And I think you've done just that. Is there anybody like a support system, coaches or family that's watching that you want them to know after you just, again, won back-to-back national championships here in Sarasota?
More or less everyone. I mean, both my parents and my sister have been so supportive and helped me obviously get to practice, feed me, you know, get me to and from regattas. I mean, I have to thank my coaches. I mean, how far would I get without them? I have to thank my teammates. I mean, the guys in the quad, they took a gamble on me, letting me do both races, and, you know, I just want to go prove them right. And, I mean, everyone else in my life, my girlfriend, my friends, all of them, I mean, they've all been supporting me. I haven't felt unsupported by anyone in my team. So everyone at this point, yeah.
Love it. You love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Devin Godfrey of Woodlands, and you're back-to-back, your 2023 First Crown National Champion here in Sarasota.
Excellent. Love to see that enthusiasm out of all of the athletes in our A finals today. Congrats to him. And so we are currently in the men's youth coxed 4 A final. We will have a restart in this race, but I will lay out the field for you so you know who the contenders are. We have Chicago, we have Newport Seabase, PNRA Mercer, Belmont Hill, NorCal, Brunswick School, Greenwich, and Bainbridge Island here in this race.
So up here in the tower, we don't have eyes or ears on Y, but as you can see, all of the crews have halted at the moment. That's kind of an awkward position to be in if you aren't the crew that's been flagged down, because you don't want to stop until you know that everyone else has.
Right.
There's a little moment of confusion of wait a minute, what happens? Because it comes down to a bow ball sometimes, folks. And so if you take just a moment of hesitation, it might throw you off. So something has occurred up at the start, and the referees are up there just to re-poll us and get us back up there, and we'll get underway just in a few moments. As you can see, volunteers are out on a spit to hold the end of the boat for these athletes. They're going to hold the stern decks to make sure to help them get aligned and make sure that everyone is equidistant to the finish line from the very beginning. We're talking about staying hydrated, stay in front of that this morning, but they're out there in the sun to help this event run so smoothly. And I know everyone's out there milling around, and I know it's only 8:26 in the morning, but I hope at least one person out there is going, you know what, I will drink a little more water today, because it is hot. We have had some people need to be given water and being taken care of, so make sure that you are taking care of yourself. Even spectators are setting examples for young athletes. So let's all be good examples and take care of ourselves. As we await the restart of this next event, which will be the men's Youth 4A final, couple of reminders now that the A finals have started to happen. If you end up being a medalist today, head on over to the Marketplace tent, as they will have a special opportunity. You can have your medal engraved here this year. While you're over there, check out some of the USRowing merchandise as well. But that's pretty cool that you can get your medal engraved should you be one of the medalists here this morning.
And again, if you are a graduating senior and have not yet picked up your certificate, you can do so or have your coach do so for you over at the Marketplace or at the coach's tent. We will now kick it off to a quick commercial while we have the men's youth coxed 4 line up for the next race.
Won the varsity women's A.
We won the women's Masters F trophy.
We got the men's Masters A, and we brought the men's Alumni Cup back to Brown University.
We started bout number 4, not up winning.
Hello, and welcome to the 2023 USRowing Youth National Championships. My name is Keir Gums, and I am the Chief Legal Officer of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a proud partner of USRowing. On behalf of my colleagues at Broadridge, we want to congratulate all of the athletes on their accomplishments in getting to this regatta. The discipline and consistency it takes to get here is incredible, and I want to acknowledge all of you for getting to this point. We hope that you and your families enjoy the day, and best of luck to all of the athletes.
race will run. 3 minutes, 3 minutes.
Ladies, too many people at the end of lane 7. Lane 2, lane 7, out 4
2 minutes, 2.
Lane 0, lane 1, pull in 3 inches.
Brunswick School. Delay of regatta. Warning. Please acknowledge.
Lane 1,
Thank you.
pull in 3 inches. Lane 0, pull in 3 inches. Lane 7, push out 2 inches. Lane 2, out 1 inch. Lane 4, in 1 inch. Lane 2, out another inch. They're right under her, so she pushes out. Lane 2, push out 3 inches.
And we are back. We have reordered and reorganized, and gosh, look at that alignment up at the start that we have. We are at the start of the men's youth coxed 4A final. We are about to see an incredible race. Out on the field for you, we have in lane 0, that's the far shore, is Chicago. Next to them, Newport Seabase, then PNRA Mercer, Belmont Hill, NorCal, Brunswick School, Greenwich, and Bainbridge Island. All crews sitting ready, 40 athletes ready to carry these boats all the way down this course with some speed. We have PNRA Mercer out there. They placed 3rd last year in this very event. They came in 2nd in their semifinal. That's why they are just outside of those center lanes. Belmont Hill, a team I didn't have much familiarity with until I started calling races here at Nathan Benderson. They placed 5th last year in 2022 in this event, but they won their semifinal. That's why they are toward the center. I know that David and I sat up here and had some fun action watching them go, gosh, crazy fast last year. Other than that, we have Greenwich, who placed 2nd in this event last year. So I do not know if the lineups are the exact same or if they are similar, but there is certainly legacy experience for those teams in this particular event. In the center, early speed happening in those center lanes. It does look like NorCal, Brunswick School, and Belmont Hill are among our early leaders, with some speed on the outside of the course too, out of Bainbridge Island.
And don't count out Newport Seabase as well. They are hanging right in there in that second place position, but it is NorCal out in front. Perhaps a little bit of a move there from Belmont Hill, just a hair over the Brunswick School with that NorCal boat in the middle of them.
And Bainbridge Island here on the near shore there in the left of your picture. Very tight race between Bainbridge Island and Newport Seabase out on the far side. I never count anyone out at any moment. We have learned as much, not only in our own racing, because you can always come from behind, you know, and then you can also be in front. I'm sure, Grace, we have both been in positions where we've been in front and then it just didn't work out. So that's part of that learning process.
Absolutely.
You know?
And sometimes it's great to be behind and you're just on the hunt, or sometimes you can't exactly exactly see. I mean, that's one of the benefits of having a coxswain in a boat. This is our first event of the day with a coxswain. Most of them here, or all of them here, in bow-loaded fours. So you can see the head of the coxswain sort of tucked in there in the bow behind the bow seat athlete in each one of these boats. And so they have the best vision of the course straight ahead, a little bit more difficult to see side to side, nearly impossible to look behind. So sometimes it's nice to be able to be a little bit holding your cards close, being behind the field just a touch. The coxswain has the best perspective, and they relay that information to the athletes to motivate them to sort of pick up the pace when need be. And they just have the cards. They know when to light the matches. They have the strategy, and they will follow their plan.
Couple things with the coxswains. They're getting down to this eye level. Their eyes are like 12 inches off of the water height. So go put your head by the side of the water, or imagine what that might be like if you were on the dock with your lying on the dock with your head down there. That's how low they are. So the perspective they have from there is completely unique. Talk about knowing when to light those matches. The coxswains also, what is their role? Everybody's always like, what does the coxswain do? They're out there steering, yes. They're calling the race plan, yes. But something really cool that the best coxswains can do, they're racers. A lot of times they've done other sports, so they have that. What does that burn really feel like? But they also pay attention. While the rowers are on the machines, if the coxswains are not also running, rowing, lifting with, or running, erging, lifting with the rowers, pay attention to when they're going really, really hard. Pay attention to the body language that they're using. Pay attention to little things that you say to them during their training that help or don't help. If it doesn't help, strike it off of your list of things to use. If it does, write it down and call upon it later. And right now, maybe Belmont Hill, who is right there next to NorCal, Belmont Hill is putting on a bit of a move right now. Maybe the coxswain has reached into their minds and said, hey, time to light a match because we are into that third 500 of the race. I mentioned Belmont Hill earlier because they placed 5th in this event last year. This is some of what we saw before, was that they could just turn it up, and I love watching these team boats because of the amount of distance, how much ground they can cover in such a short period of time. So much fun. 500 meters, we're about 500, 600 meters to go. They haven't quite passed that 500-meter mark, but as soon as they do, I imagine that we're going to see some early sprints out of these crews, because apart from these two crews up front, we've got some crews on the hunt in the back as well.
I think we do. I think we saw some of that hunting beginning out of the the Newport Sea-Base crew over in lane 1, then hunting down the Brunswick school there across. They, I believe, maybe took a little bump in speed there ahead of the 500-meter mark, but then Greenwich and Bainbridge Island over in lane 6 and 7, seeing that early move, that coxswain's able to spot that change in rate, and they are calling their crews to put in the punches now.
And look at Belmont Hill hunting down NorCal. NorCal had a much more comfortable lead through the middle portion of the race, but with about 600 meters to go, Belmont Hill said, we've got a 650-meter sprint in us. We've got a 2,000-meter sprint in us. And I'm sitting here looking at all the crews on the water. There are 8, and I'm wondering why my eyes can't keep an eye on all of the speed, because there are 2 more crews out there, 10 extra people out there than what I'm used to staring at all at once. As we get into the sprint, this is the most action, most side-by-side action at the youth level of this caliber that you will see in Belmont Hill on the move, nearly a half of a length, or looking for that half of a length. It was maybe a 3/4 of a length for NorCal, still our leaders with better part of a boat over Belmont Hill, but Belmont Hill digging deep, hunting hard with basically everyone else out there looking to find a little more speed to see who's going to hash it out for that 3rd place. It looks as though the Brunswick school is still in there, currently in the 3rd place position, being hunted by Greenwich, who is known to have a solid sprint. On the far side of the course, we have Newport Sea-Base is up there as well, very tight with Newport Sea-Base, Brunswick school, Greenwich all the way to the line. Who is going to sprint? Brunswick school still in 3rd place, out on the outside, Newport Sea-Base hunting. We know that NorCal is across the line unofficially by open water over Belmont Hill, open water over the Brunswick school, followed by 2 lanes over Newport Sea-Base, very tight with Greenwich between those 2 crews. Chicago over on the far side, and again, barely a half of a length separates Bainbridge Island and PNRA Mercer. Woo! I got all the words out.
Yeah. Gosh, I mean, everyone in that race, athletes fully spent there as they crossed the finish line. Great sportsmanship, giving some high fives and some fist bumps to the crews, to their teammates, to the crews who pushed them down this course. What a race to remember to cap off this A final of the men's youth coxed 4.
So NorCal, having won their semifinal, comes out and wins the A final. Belmont Hill, having placed 5th last year, has certainly improved upon that trajectory upward.
Now on the field, we have the women's youth coxed 4 A final underway. Over in lane 0, we have Nobles, lane 1, Greenwich, lane 2, Blair, lane 3, Detroit, lane 4, St. Andrew, lane 5, NorCal, lane 6, Windsor, and lane 7, Pocock.
In this race, we have some more history. Have programs that like to row these coxed 4s who show up here year after year. You train in them oftentimes at various levels. You do your seat racing in 4s for bigger boats. Sometimes you combine your pairs into these boats, whether you break it down otherwise. But all the way across the field, we have at least 4 crews that were in this A final last year of the 6 crews that made the A final. We have in lane 2, we have Blair, who placed 2nd in this event last year. They came in 2nd in their semifinal, which put them in that particular lane. Detroit, who won their semifinal, placed 4th in this event last year. St. Andrew, SA, who we know also won their semifinal. Interesting race out of that boat from St. Andrew. That dark hull placed 3rd in this event last year. And Windsor, who placed 3rd in their semifinal, was the winner of this event last year. So lots of history on the course. SA being one of those fastest movers through the semifinals. Keep an eye for a full 2,000-meter piece out of that crew.
Definitely, and as we approach the 750 meters into this race, it does look like Detroit and that lighter shell out of lane 3 is out ahead. Hard to see the progress of St. Andrew, but they are moving. Again, these dark shells are difficult to spot, very sneaky. Windsor also in that dark shell in lane 6, moving on SA, both SA and Windsor moving on Detroit. They are pushing the field.
And along with them pushing the field, speaking of the darker color hull, maybe it's something in the color. Maybe it's the personality, the fun that it elicits. Maybe it's something that it's different. Maybe it's just all of the training that goes into it. And they just happen to have colorful hulls. Greenwich also in there, looking to be a part of what SA and Windsor are doing in terms of the pressure that they want to put on Detroit. Detroit, of course, they're in those blue unisuits with the white blades and the white hulls as they are about to cross the 1,000. You can see just how close it is with barely half of the race unwound already. You can see Windsor in the red hull, SA in the black hull, Greenwich in that blue hull on the far side. Detroit still out in front, but those are your crews that are on the move right now. We are into the third 500 of this race. No timeouts, no halftime. Push the button. Don't even think about it. It's just another stroke. Here we go. It's Greenwich on the move.
Greenwich is on the move. So again, Detroit still out in front. I dare say St. Andrew probably a half a deck, so a half of the non-occupied part of the boat. So the bow ball to the coxswain, they've got about half of that distance ahead of the boat across of Greenwich. So it is Detroit and then St. Andrew. Greenwich probably tied there with Windsor. Hard to tell, but they are moving. That boat that is next to the Greenwich crew, the Blair crew, holding with them, sort of trying to edge their bow ball into that fight.
It looks like Blair also wants to get back into that because Greenwich did make a move through that 1,000 over that for the last 250 meters or so. We have 250 meters to go, and it looks as though Greenwich is ahead of SA right now by maybe a nose. Those two are going back and forth, bow ball to bow ball, even though they are 2 lanes away from one another. Detroit out in front by a length over those 2 crews. Those are your second place crews, but right now my perception is seeing that Blair is now among the top 4, just barely maybe a nose or they're trading bow balls with Windsor over on the far side. So you have Detroit out in front, Greenwich and SA in the darker holes battling it out for that second and third. And right now, Blair and Windsor battling it out also. Those are your top 5 at the moment. And just as I say that, NorCal is looking to dig in and find a little bit more as well. They are just about 3/4 of a length off of Windsor. Their bow and stern decks are fully overlapped, so their bow ball is just about on the stroke seat of that Windsor crew. So they are all in contact with less than 500 meters to go. Sprinting is about to happen here, folks. It is anyone's race at this point. Detroit is out front, but they haven't continued to move. They're just kind of sitting there. Greenwich may have taken one more foot over SA.
And that is something that happens as you cross through the 500. When people start to turn on the sprint, those who have the lead in front, that's not for certain until you cross the finish line, because the field is pushing each other. That fight, that dog fight for bow ball across between the Greenwich and SA crews is pushing Detroit. It is not making it easy for them.
And NorCal looking to overtake Windsor. They may just do it. They are still about a foot off of Windsor. It might be barely neck and neck. Greenwich just sitting on SA. SA not letting it go. Detroit into the sprint portion of the race. The question is, who's going to sprint? Blair looks to be the crew that is sprinting first. They've been slightly imperceptibly on the move so far. They're a half of a length down from Greenwich. They're a half of a length into Greenwich. Greenwich on the move now, but still SA is there, just not letting it up. They are just sitting there. SA looks like they have more gears if they choose to use them. 3 boats nearly across behind our early and still leaders of Detroit. Blair wants to sprint and get in there, but they are still just behind SA and Greenwich. Greenwich still made that decision through the middle 1,000, but it's just barely a few inches. It looks like SA is sprinting, and they may have taken an inch. They may have taken an inch on Greenwich. It is going to come down to a photo finish there. It's also going to be very tight between Windsor, NorCal, and Blair across. This is a matter of
inches.
Beeps.
Beeps.
I was looking for those horns. Just let them be.
Oh.
They didn't even use them. What do we hear? Just a few for 5 boats. Less than 5 horns for, 6 boats. Less than 5 horns for 6 boats. And across the line now is Pocock. I have to say, all of these crews, they take a minute, and I see a few high fives, but the fact that they can't cheer right now tells you how much effort they put in there. They're just gliding across. It's like that for a reason. You can see that SA crew, they must have sprinted in that black hole down there. They barely gave the high five after a few, so you know that the best effort was put forth here.
Next up and on the course already, we have the men's youth quad A final. Lane 0, we have Seattle Prep School. We have in lane 1, Indianapolis. Lane 2, Texas. Lane 3, Los Gatos. Lane 4, Maritime. Lane 5, Maritime B. Lane 6, Woodlands. And lane 7, White Marsh B.
Very even speed. All boats still very connected. I would say Texas, Los Gatos, and Maritime are the 3 crews out in front. Maritime maybe by a part of a bow deck as we approach 1,000 meters into this race, but just a matter of seats between a lot of these crews out here, and between Texas, Los Gatos, and Maritime in particular. Maritime in the yellow hull, you can just see how they're just they definitely work with a release. Just let the hands kind of chill for a minute. They're exhaling. They're at the release. You can see the hands are exhaling. You can see the boat is exhaling. Everything is just kind of gliding along, and that's giving them one of those top 3 positions right now. In the white hull in between is Los Gatos, and that is Texas in that blue hull in lane 2.
And again, it's going to get tougher to call as the race goes on. Whether it's this race or the next races, we're bumping up in boat classes. We are bumping up in speed. The margins will only be closer from here on out.
you know, Texas is a state where rowing was planted. You know, you had a lot of rowing out of Austin. We've seen a ton of sculling out of the Woodlands, between the Woodlands and Parati. You have all of these teams developing down there. Of course, University of Texas growing from a program. So when you have rowing growing at multiple levels within a state, it's just amazing to see. You wonder where the seed was planted and how it grew from there. So Texas in here in that blue hull, moving quite quickly. Just a matter of seats separating these through. Maritime in the yellow, still out in front. Beautiful overhead perspective that you once upon a time didn't get. Once upon a time it was parents in the bushes wondering what lane is that? And here we are with all of these eyes on what is happening. All 8 crews in the picture right now. Maritime by about a half of a length over Los Gatos. Los Gatos by less than half a length over Texas. Those 3 crews open water over the next 2 from there are Indianapolis and Maritime B. My eye didn't cite that a moment ago, but Maritime and Maritime B, as you read it earlier, Grace, are side-by-side lanes. You know that they know one another.
Oh, definitely. They've got a bone to pick. They see each other in practice here. So I definitely see some movement over there. They're saying, I'm not going to let you walk away with this today.
And right now, Indianapolis is just ahead maybe of the Maritime B hull right and now, and they are looking to perhaps sprint a little early. They are, well, you know what? I might take that back. 500 meters to go. Just as I said that, Maritime B made a little nudge up there. Either way, whichever tightness it is between Maritime B and Indianapolis Maritime A, still out in front, but Los Gatos looks like they've closed in on that gap that Maritime had, that little bit of a lead, and it also looks like Los Gatos is sprinting early. What do you think?
I think we did. And so I'm looking at their bow seats or their 2 seats. Whoever in this boat is controlling the calls of the race plan, probably only getting out, again, that 1-syllable sound that they all know must mean we need to go now. So it does look like Los Gatos, they saw that 2-seat look across, and they are trying to figure out what can we do. Right now, we need to take up the rate so that we can get our bow ball ahead of Texas.
And Maritime B there, they are ahead of Indianapolis right now, looking to stay tidy and go to the water, but still Texas there in that blue hull ahead of them. Are there enough strokes left for Maritime B to catch Texas? Are there enough strokes for Indianapolis to find another gear? Because from a rate perspective, I see it.
Yes.
I see it right now.
Maritime and Los Gatos.
And Indianapolis looked like they picked it up as well, but Maritime and Los Gatos is on the hunt. There's still time. They're just a few feet all the way to the line. It is going to come down to a couple of feet, barely part of a deck, just about a bow deck for Maritime over Los Gatos, with Texas in the blue hull coming to the line now. Those 2 boats just ran away from the rest of the pack. Indianapolis has sprinted and overtaken Maritime B. They haven't quite caught Texas once again, but they will come across in 4th. Maritime B coming across next after that. And then on the far side, we have Seattle Preparatory School, followed by White Marsh B and the Woodlands. Texas, a lot of Texas rowing happening in that particular race. There you go.
It's bigger and faster in Texas, I think.
And so you see how when you cross that line, imagine all of your effort going into your legs, the blood, your ears might be ringing at that point because the blood literally goes to all of your major muscle groups. It goes out of your brain, so your ears can't function, and yet you're still supposed to have use of your hands with 1 oar in each one. We saw the bow seat over there of the Texas crew kind of lost the oars because that's it. That is all you got.
To be able to make those quick decisions when your body is screaming. I mean, great job on the part of all those crews, and decisions being made here now in the Women's Youth Quad A final. Over in Lane 0, we have that Conestoga crew. Lane 1, Nereid. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers. Lane 3, Oregon Unlimited. Lane 4, Oak Neck Academy. Lane 5, White Marsh. Lane 6, Los Gatos. And Lane 7, North Palm Beach.
You know, we've seen speed out of Oregon Unlimited over the course of the weekend, and so to see them out in front like that, that is Oregon Unlimited toward the center of the picture. I would say Los Gatos out on the outside, second from the near shore. Los Gatos placed 6th in this event last year, so they have experience in this particular event. So there they are, one of maybe the 2 faster times out on the course. Redwood Scullers, we've seen speed out of them as well in lots of other events, so keep an eye on them. They were the winners of this event last year. Olivia Petrie was also in the single last year. I want to say she was the winner of the single last year, one of the single events last year. So she's in that Redwood Scullers boat, maybe sharing technical acuity and rhythm with the teammates. So going from the single, if you have special skills and you can get into a quad, a bigger boat, you get to go a whole lot faster, but you also get to help, you know, provide positive things to your teammates. You get to share skills. I always say that every person on a team is the best at something, and when you come together, you fill each other's gaps, and that's what these team boats really are about. Every person there providing the best of something, teaching and learning from one another along the way.
Absolutely, and again, a coxless boat as well. So that roll of coxswain distributed amongst all 4 athletes while they
Talk
are
about sharing skills.
About sharing skills, I know. And so a lot of them having to navigate the navigation, the toe steering is what we call the device that is in the shoe of the athlete who is commanding which center lane they can take. And so that we've got the steering, we've got the calling of the race, we have someone designated to look across and say, hey, they're taking a move over there. And moves are being taken. Definitely that Oregon Unlimited crew out ahead, but then that Redwood Scullers crew probably a hair ahead of Oak Neck Academy over 1 lane over, and they are just keeping it going here.
You've got, Oregon Unlimited is out in front by open water over the rest of the field. Redwood Scullers, though, is on the move through this middle portion of the race. We saw all crews crossing through the 1,000, so we are into the third 500. So to have momentum in the third 500 bodes well for your last 500 meters for your sprint. So Redwood Scullers, very tight along with Oak Neck Academy, another program that we've seen having great sculling happening this weekend, having had 2 single scullers in the first guys event that happened earlier today. So a lot of good sculling growing out of Oak Neck, I should say, or continuing out of Oak Neck. And Los Gatos is also in there as well. Again, Redwood Scullers was last year's winner, so keep an eye on Redwood Scullers as they hunt this line, because we are into 500 meters to go. Less than 2 minutes for these athletes, less than 50 strokes for these athletes, depending on your speed and stroke rate that you are using. And we are certainly going to see speed changes and stroke rates to help with that. Not just the rates. You really have to use the legs to make that happen. The rate is simply a byproduct of a slightly shorter stroke. It's not up the rate. It's just blades in a little quicker to divide that work as you fatigue. Got to stay quick. Got to stay perky. Just about to get into 250 meters. And I said keep an eye on Redwood Scullers, but Oregon Unlimited out in front, putting on a show. Clear open water for Oregon Unlimited with 250 meters to go. Redwood Scullers just behind them by open water over what looks to be Oak Neck Academy. And then you also still have Los Gatos in there as well. We're going to see a sprint out of Nereid because they have Conestoga hot behind them. There are 8 positions here available. 1st through 8th in the country, folks, unfolding, falling as the chips do right before your eyes this morning. Oregon Unlimited out in front by open water, sprinting to the line, staying clean, staying tidy to button this up with the best 4 quarters of racing that they've had so far this year. Redwood Scullers right now in second by about a length over Oak Neck Academy, with just next to them 2 lanes over. Los Gatos is right there as well. They are still well within contact if they can find a little more in the sprint. The line is coming with just about a half of a length separating those 2. It is not insurmountable with the strokes left if they continue to sprint from here. On the other side of Redwood Scullers is Nereid. It is close between Oak Neck Academy and Los Gatos, maybe just a few seats for Oak Neck Academy. Nereid comes across the line as well as Conestoga, followed by White Marsh and North Palm Beach.
I will pass it off to Maurice. He is down there with some great finalists who just competed. But then we've got a quick shot here of our quads that just wrapped up their racing. Great opportunity to hear a little bit more of the story behind some of the racing that we're seeing today. Maurice down there on the receiving dock. Who do you got for us?
The national champions of the men's double, Redwood Scullers, where I'm here with Charlie Vaxman and Alex Kawaja. How do y'all feel, how does it feel to walk away with that top spot in the country?
I mean, it feels great. It feels hella chill. I mean, what else can we say?
Yeah, chill as hell. We were pretty excited at the start line. We were like, we're going to do this race. We're going to race fast, but no matter what, we're pretty facey.
Yeah. That's what matters, facing this. Let's go.
I love it. I love the hype. You can feel the energy through here. Now, where does that energy come from? Like, is there any motivation that's behind it?
That's a great question. So I think we have lots of motivation. Obviously, like, we are very self-motivated, I would say, but also I think our teammates, our coaches, and everyone around us really motivates us. And we have, especially leading up to nationals training, we had a men's squad training with us. 2 of them are right there. Shout out. Yep. And they were really great training partners for us. And I think during the race, that's who we thought of.
Yeah, and then we also want to shout out our coach Monica and all of our other coaches. We've been rowing under her for the last 5 years, and it's been awesome, Monica.
Yeah. It's been a great coach. Shout out to our friends and family and everyone who helped us along the way. But yeah, I think motivation has kind of been building up for the past 5 years.
Now I gotta ask: is there like a special call to pick up that rate during that sprint? I gotta know it. I gotta know it. I gotta know it.
Hit the nose!
I love it. I love it. I love it. And then y'all just take off. And then y'all just take off.
Our quad actually that we're racing is called the Nas. It's called the Lizard of Nas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So we kind of like, this year we have to pick the name, and after that kind of just sort off basically. And the name, it sticks with us, yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously Redwood Scullers has the energy, and they fueled by Nas.
Fueled by Starbucks, fueled by Stumble Guys.
Yeah.
I love
Acai refresher with lemonade light ice.
I love it.
Cake pops.
Love it. And so obviously all of these things that the Redwood Scullers have said is how you become a national champion in U.S. rowing for 2023.
Oh, he knows.
Free speed.
Well, we've got some great.
And we are good to go.
And we've got some great racing underway here in the men's youth straight for a final. We've got Lane 0 Row America Rye, St. Joe's Prep, Oars, Los Gatos, PNRA Mercer, CRI, Bainbridge Island, and Dallas United.
So in this race, thank you for wrapping up with the race. Before that, we would have come back to you sooner here, but already on the course, we are into that nearly crossing into the second 1,000 of the race. 4 lanes over from the far right, we have PNRA Mercer and Los Gatos are those 2 early crews. Something I do want to make mention of here, the crew on this inside lane out of Dallas United, they are all juniors, and this is the first time in program history for that team to have a boat here. They actually are racing in a hull named after a teammate, Logan Betts, who they lost earlier this spring season. So those young guys, they hope that their good friend, their dear, wonderful friend, is coming to Wynotts for eternity. Wynotts being Youth Nationals. So they are here pushing every stroke down the course for their friend, Logan.
And it does look, as we see these bows cross the 1,000-meter mark, that PNRA Mercer is just a half a deck or maybe half a boat ahead of Los Gatos out to their right-hand side, their port side. That red shell, that flashy red shell from CRI in lane 5. Close thereafter on screen here. Some good effort put forth by Dallas United and Bainbridge Island.
So you can see a push there happening out of that Dallas United crew out on the outside. So we've seen third 500s cause a lot of lead changes. I'm seeing almost like a 1,000-meter sprint about to happen right here. I do want to say that Row America Rye over on the far side did place 4th in this event last year. Maybe it's some similar athletes, maybe some overlap, but also seeing a little bit of a pickup out of them as well, which is going to put pressure on Oars. They're at a similar position right now. Los Gatos and PNRA Mercer, though, still out in front, and that red hull of CRI on the hunt. And you know what? That yellow hull of St. Joe's Prep on the hunt as well. So they're not wearing those white T-shirts. They've earned their salt. They are certainly showing that they've earned their salt by being in this A final here. This is a coxless event. So just 4 athletes, 4 oars total, and they are doing everything that they can together without the addition of the coxswain to help steer them and call their racing. So they are doing it all themselves. Just over 500 meters to go as Los Gatos is on the move. PNRA Mercer is currently out in front, but not by much because Los Gatos is moving.
Yes, Los Gatos, their bow deck is overlapped with the stern deck of PNRA Mercer. It'll be interesting to see how close of a margin that becomes as each one decides when are we going to start our sprint. And sprint they are. Great sprint starting over in the St. Joe's Prep boat with the CRI crew in red. They are going back and forth, back and forth. Dallas United out there in lane 7 pulling ahead of the Bainbridge Island boat next to them. But the the Row America Rye boat probably very close there with them. So the PNRA boat out ahead. It does look like the Los Gatos boat has moved their bow ball up a seat on the PNRA Mercer boat right next to them.
PNRA Mercer, of course, we've seen them in other events already this morning. They are looking very clean, very sharp. Maybe it's the darkness of the paint on the on the blades, but they do look very clean, very sharp, which bodes well for their ability to sprint. You know, before you go to sprint, you want to make sure you're as close to the middle of the lane as possible, just in case you do have a little bit of wavering occurring, and that is something that they are doing. They're pretty well into the middle, which will give them some room if there are some bobbles that will happen. But Los Gatos putting on the pressure, but PNRA Mercer has just about a length. They haven't made quite overlap or broken quite overlap. St. Joe's Prep is on the move. They certainly started sprinting a while ago. We've seen that out of them. Similar style happening in terms of the sprint between them and Dallas United out on the other side. CRI will need to find a sprint as well if they want to make sure that they stay ahead of that Oars crew who is in there as well. Oars has put themselves in this for that potential fourth place position because St. Joe's Prep has passed them and is solidly into third place right now. Los Gatos out in front ahead of PNRA Mercer out ahead of Los Gatos right now with St. Joe's Prep in third place by just open water over Oars. Oars coming across the line in fourth, about a half of a length over CRI, and on the inside it is that crew out of Dallas United by about 3/4 of a length over Bainbridge Island, but very tight between Bainbridge Island and Row America Rye. Row America Rye may have slipped in there in between Dallas United and Bainbridge Island. Fantastic, mature racing. You can see where the fatigue starts to set in there and the steering becomes very challenging because you must stay accurate. It's not just what is my foot doing, but the accuracy itself of the blades really does impact what's going on with the steering. Fantastic showing by all crews. PNRA Mercer unofficially across ahead of Los Gatos.
And now we have the next race getting aligned here. The women's youth straight for a final over in lane 0, the far lane farthest from us here in the live stream. Or on the Jumbotron, we have Greenwich, lane 1, Dallas United, lane 2, Wayland Weston, lane 3, Los Gatos, lane 4, Oakland Strokes, lane 5, Hockaday, lane 6, Row America Rye, and lane 7, Miami Beach.
For those of you listening on the live stream, you can hear the very specific calls. How accurate are we talking about with the alignment? Out 2 inches, back half an inch. That's how accurate they are being up at the start to make sure that we have bow balls directly across perfect alignment at these youth national championships. When it comes to the big races and we have these referees out there, they are trained, they know exactly what to say, they have the lines, they have all of the devices to make sure that this is as exact and precise as it can possibly be. Out on the course among these 8 crews, 2 crews that were in this event last year. Greenwich placed second in this event last year, and Oakland Strokes, one of those center crews, they won their semifinal. They placed 4th in this event last year, so maybe looking to level up from last year's placement.
Definitely something to be looking out for. Again, I think one of the most difficult points in this race, I mean, rowing is hard and all boat classes are difficult, but the start off of the starting blocks in a straight 4 is incredibly challenging. You have to match up your stroke length with all of the teammates in front and behind you, depending on where you are sitting, and be able to steer that boat straight. All great, well executed across all boats in this A final.
It's just still very stacked. All boats across. Oakland Strokes, the only crew that has a little bit quicker start than the rest of the crews. About a half of a length faster than the other crews on the field right now. Perhaps Row America Rye, another fast starter as well. Hockaday in between Oakland Strokes and Row America Rye as they start to lengthen. Hockaday is picking up momentum and has just gone past Row America Rye by a couple of feet. So right now, Oakland Strokes out in front again, fourth in this event last year. They are just about to a length of a lead over current second place Hockaday out of Dallas, Texas. From there, gosh, very tight all the way across. Lots of different. We don't have as many colors in terms of the holes,
but a little bit easier to spot. So when you have that lighter deck, especially with this drone footage, we see a really great move out of that third boat in from the left or from the right. Wayland Weston, good push there against the boat next to them, the Los Gatos crew.
And with every stroke that is being taken, again, you can also see the lines that are being drawn through the course here. Very challenging with 4 people and no coxswain to keep it together. It is also, again, that accuracy from start to finish. Breathe early, relax early, be as precise as you can early so that it makes it easier down the line. A little bit of separation starting to happen with on the outside there with that Miami Beach crew just falling off the pace just a hair as we are into this second 500 of the race. Oakland Strokes still out in front, open water ahead of Hockaday School, but we do have Los Gatos now looking to have regained that edge that Wayland Weston took on them just a few moments ago, maybe 20 or 30 strokes ago. Wayland Weston had poked ahead of Los Gatos, but Los Gatos has answered that and is now just a few feet off of Hockaday. So we have Oakland Strokes out in front leading the way. When you can do that, you can keep perspective on the rest of the field.
Yes.
It develops your confidence. It gives you a better eye. You just can have everything more in your line of sight as long as you can still see. You can see a little bit. Maybe it's a little foggy. The more strokes that you take, that does start to happen. But man, look at this semi-chevron pattern that we are having develop. Very close, very tight. Oakland Strokes out in front, very tight though between Los Gatos, Hockaday, Row America Rye, and Wayland Weston. Half of the race is just about to be gone, so when we push that reset button, one of those crews, I imagine, is going to show us an extra card.
And I think a little card being thrown down. Greenwich out there in lane 0. We have seen their program lay down some fantastic second half of racing, and I saw them take a little bit of a move there out in that blue shell lane 0. Greenwich making a move on the field, trying to edge their way into the 4-boat fight. Wayland Weston, Los Gatos, Hockaday, and Row America Rye.
Right now, that is Oakland Strokes in the picture by open water over current second place. Los Gatos by just about a bow deck over Hockaday. Hockaday was our early second place, but they are now in third with Los Gatos looking calm and strong there in a second place position. We've seen a lot of exchanges happen. We are in the third 500 meters of the race. This is where, you know, you're continuing to breathe, you're continuing to trust yourself, you're continuing to have that conversation with the person on either side of your shoulder that is trying to say no. Well, when you find those words in your head that motivate you the best, I used to like yes more. Because it's very simple. When together, it's positive. When it's separate, it's positive. If you say either one of them, they are only positive, and you say them enough times and leave no space for anything negative, that's going to help you squash those negative thoughts that can creep in when things are burning like they are right now.
Yes, and you don't have that coxswain to be that sort of positive voice to take over anything that's happening here. So again, the Los Gatos crew, or the Oakland Strokes crew out in front, but it does look like the Los Gatos crew has taken a little bit of an edge over Hockaday, and then out from there, the Row America Rye crew hanging with Hockaday stroke for stroke. Out there on the side, you've got the Wayland Weston crew. Greenwich still got overlap. We've got contact between all 8 boats across the field.
Greenwich it looks like they are very, very similar speed right now to that crew out of Miami Beach. Miami Beach recovered a little bit from there, so they are in there. That's 5 crews out in front and 3 crews toward the back. The 3 trailing crews right now are Miami Beach, Dallas United, and Greenwich, but those 3 crews are very close in speed at the moment. So with just over 500 meters to go, that is still plenty of strokes to create separation among them. Wayland Weston, if they have a good last 500 and a solid sprint in them, they can also regain or at least retake seats on Hockaday and Row America Rye. They are right in there with those 2 crews for 3rd, 4th, and 5th place at the moment. And as they hunt down Hockaday and Row America Rye, they are within striking distance of Los Gatos. Los Gatos being closed in on by Hockaday. Hockaday, even though Hockaday was ahead of Los Gatos overtook them, but Hockaday is not giving up any more from there. And I imagine that they will sprint to Oakland Strokes. Had a little bit of steering happening a few moments ago, and they have certainly recovered from that because they are still open water ahead of the field as we are getting into about 300 meters to go, not quite into those red buoys. Those red buoys are a little confidence boost, but man, when you feel this way, it still feels like an eternity.
Definitely. You are counting down the strokes. I mean, red means go here, right? So you definitely have Oakland Strokes out in front. I would dare say Los Gatos then they have a little bit of open water between themselves and Oakland Strokes out ahead, but a little bit of open, maybe only a foot between the Los Gatos crew and Hockaday. Row America Rye trying to make a move on Hockaday in the lane next to them. They are going back and forth, back and forth. Row America Rye doing a great job of kicking up the speed together.
And it looks like Row America Rye may have overtaken Hockaday as Oakland Strokes is still finding their feet as they lengthen out into the last 500 meters, or last 300 meters of the race. They are still out in front, still working on the steering as they go into their sprint at this point. And out on that side, it is Los Gatos sprinting. It is Row America Rye sprinting. Row America Rye is just past Hockaday. We have just about 10 strokes left of the line, give or take, and they are sprinting hard as Los Gatos and Row America Rye are going to come similarly to the line. Oakland Strokes out in front. Los Gatos just still ahead of Row America Rye, barely by a few feet with the last couple of strokes, about 3/4 of a length for Row America Rye over Hockaday, barely a few feet to separate Row America Rye and Los Gatos. Waylon Weston coming to the line right now on the far side in the blue hull. It is a Greenwich followed by Miami Beach with a Dallas United rounding out the field. Go to herenow.com for official results to find out how you and your favorite athletes finished this race. Remember, this is places 1 through 8 in the country. 1 through 8 in the country. 1 through 8 in the country on the water right now in this event. We had a national champion crowned. Again, herenow.com for all of your times, for all of your placements, for all of those official stamps. And remember, if you do happen to be a medalist today, head on over to the US Rowing Marketplace and see if they can engrave that medal for you. That is a service they are providing here today. From the straight fours, from those coxless fours, we are up to the 8s. With the second varsity 8, the men's youth 2v8 A final up here next, currently at the start and aligned. Blades are squared and buried. We are getting ready to get underway in just under a minute here, and I will set the field for you. 8 boats: Newport, Deerfield, Oakland Strokes, Marin, Row America Rye, St. Joe's Prep, Greenwich, and CRI. Got some interesting placements here as there are 4 of the 6 crews that were in this A final here on this very water last year. Newport out in lane 0 placed 5th here last year. Marin in lane 3 placed 1 this event last year. You had St. Joe's Prep, who got 3rd last year in this very event, and CRI. So you have 1, 3, 4, and 5 from last year's event, this very event, on the water racing against each other once again here today.
And that's something that you take with you year to year. If we have some repeat athletes, I know that I've thought about races in years past, and if I have a bone to pick with a crew that I maybe won out ahead of me last year, I remember that to fuel my training for the entire year leading up into this race, leading into the qualifier. Some of these crews may have seen each other there as well to test themselves, and they are now here in the A final of the men's 2v8. Great early lead there by Row America Rye. They are probably a half a deck ahead of the boat out to their port side, Marin. So it is Row America Rye early on in the race. Marin off of that, very, very closely followed by St. Joe's Prep and Oakland Strokes. It's a very tight race.
We've also got CRI out there in that red hull with those red blades producing some speed. That's a little inversion of the chevron, so they are kind of on par with the speed of St. Joe's Prep, with the speed of Marin. You also have 2 lanes over. You've got Deerfield there also on par. These 8s are covering a lot of ground very, very quickly. We know that we are already getting well underway into this race. That 500 meters is already gone. That's what that building to me signifies. It's also the restroom for those of you out there who need it. You can see all of the coaches, all of the spectators on bicycles following this race. Why? That is 8 8s out there. What's 8 times 9? 72 people 64 oars, 8 voices, all of the breaths and legs that are making this speed happen right now. The speed most being laid down by Row America Rye. Marin, I know I watched a lot of their crews at the San Diego Crew Classic this year, just 8 after 8 after 8 after 8 perform. So keep an eye on them. They certainly have a sprint in them. They have a middle 1,000 in them, so that is going to be 4 fantastic quarters that are going to continue to unfold. The margin that Row America Rye has right now, it's only about a half of a length, and I say only because there is no amount of lead that is comfortable in any race, because you never know what your competitors have in their toolkit, in their secret weapon plan. I know crossing that 1,000, sometimes coxswains may have a move planned for before it, sometimes after it, sometimes on it, but sometimes they also hold and wait to see if someone's going to make that move. It's almost like a hold of the breath, and then they wait, they see it, and then they go.
Yeah, they kind of hold it.
Sure.
They hold it in reserve. I think that's a nice little moment there that they can kind of have that in their back pocket.
Still, Row America Rye in that silver, quintessential Row America Rye silver hull out in front by a half a length, maybe extending a little bit over St. Joe's and Marin. Those are the two crews flanking Rye right now. Of course, Rye also won their semifinal to be in one of those center lanes. So the two fastest crews over the weekend from Friday's racing, at least, were Marin and Row America Rye, hence why they are in the middle. And now you can see Marin continuously hunting down Rye here, finding more speed deep into this third 500 of the race. Just a matter of seats now separate those two crews. St. Joe's Prep still in there, just maybe a foot or so off of Marin at this point in the race.
And no margin is comfortable in any race, but especially in an 8. When a coxswain makes that call and you feel someone go, you literally feel the boat pick up out of the water, and you want to add to that speed. It feels easier to add to that momentum. Your legs are screaming, but your soul is on fire. You want to contribute to that. You want to go.
Your soul is on fire.
Your soul is on fire.
Yeah.
So, and I think that is what we are seeing. So we've got that thick race with Row America Rye. Marin is finding that momentum. Great calls being done on the part of that coxswain to fuel their crew. I believe they are currently moving. Marin is moving on Row America Rye.
And while Marin is moving on Row America Rye, their, in-state rivals, Oakland Strokes, are right there too. They've lassoed onto the stern deck with their bow, and by virtue of Marin being one of the fastest movers, if not the fastest mover on the water right now, that's exactly where Oakland Strokes wants to be, is in the lane adjacent to them, because it's going to make wherever they are, sure, they might be on the stern deck of Marin right now, but that also means that they're in top 4. They are ahead of CRI, they are ahead of Greenwich, they are ahead of the other crews on the far side, they are ahead of Deerfield, they are ahead of Newport. So right now it is neck and neck, bow ball to bow ball for Marin and Row America Rye. Marin possibly about to have taken the advantage away from Row America Rye. St. Joe's Prep, we've seen them sprint. They are there too. You never want to give them enough. You need to be far ahead of Prep because they know how to sprint. It is bow ball to bow ball, a matter of feet separating. Marin has a foot on Row America Rye. St. Joe's Prep is sprinting, and they are ahead of Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes is sprinting too. This is 4 boats to the line. Marin ahead at the moment. Row America Rye right there. St. Joe's Prep pouring it on hard. Look at the rate. Look at the bodies. Look at the blades quick to the water. They are pressuring Row America Rye as these strokes are about to finish. Oakland Strokes, speaking of strokes, is right there too. It's 4 boats. Marin out in front by a deck, by maybe a couple more seats than a deck right now. Marin clearly ahead of Row America Rye. Neck and neck for St. Joe's Prep. St. Joe's Prep less than half of a length off of Rye, and a couple of seats to Oakland Strokes. Those are your first 4. Open water back. The next crew out there. Deerfield ahead of CRI, with Newport possibly in between those crews, and Greenwich across the line right now. So 4 and 4, and all the spit is out of my mouth right now.
You're frothing at the mouth here. Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, what a race. I mean, you saw all those changes, all those leaderboard changes. Just, that Marin, the Marin and Row America Rye going back and forth, Oakland and St. Joe's Prep. What a great race. We were talking about the sprint, the last half of the race. Things really start to tighten up as far as the field here in Sarasota, because everyone's trying to vie for those medal positions, but everyone here is top 8 in the country here at the 2023 Youth National Championships. Next up, we have the Women's Youth 2v8 final. Over there in Lane 0, we have CRI. Lane 1, Saugatuck. Lane 2, Row America Rye. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, Greenwich. Lane 5, Marin. Lane 6, Holy Names. And Lane 7, Chicago.
More repeat offenders here in this race. So out of these 8 crews, listen to this. Last year in this very event, Marin came in first, Greenwich and Greenwich B came in second and third last year, respectively. Then we had Row America Rye took 4th, Newport took 5th, and CRI took 6th. So all of the teams that were in last year's A final are represented here, because last year there were 6 boat A finals in terms of the clubs themselves and the teams themselves that had boats here. So again, there's that legacy, there's that trend, set the example, show the progress, keep inviting people into the sport, and that will continue to filter through to carry these legacies on for these crews. But again, it's all about that sense of community and continuing to draw people to the sport. When you know of a good person that could be positively influenced through or positively impacted to learn how to grow through a sport, invite them on down to the boathouse. If you don't know how to do that, or you want to know how to make it more inviting, go and talk to some of the US Rowing folks. I know Jess Jackson is down there, can help you out with that. We want to make sure that we are making rowing as inclusive and enjoyable and inviting for people. And sometimes, you know what it starts with? Hi, what's your name? I know that's how it started for me.
Yeah, definitely a sense of community. One of the reasons I pulled into the boathouse was just finding a group of like-minded people who are dedicated, work hard, play hard, and are able to just embrace you in this wonderful sport of rowing. So we are off in the Women's Youth 2v8A final. The flurry of oars in these starting strokes and heading into the high strokes of this race.
So once again, left to right as the referee reads, far shore to near shore, CRI, Saugatuck, Row America Rye, Newport, Greenwich, Marin, Holy Names, Chicago, Holy Names indeed. Just all of the names, they are all repeat performances, names that you know in some of these bigger boats to have strong programs in them. You know, I know that I've had these names all come out of my mouth over the years. Right now, still, just a few strokes in, all of these crews are in their start sequences, still start sequence being the first 5, followed by the next however many strokes you have in your plan, and then when the coxswain makes those calls on the exact execution into, we are doing this. In 2, we are doing this, and that's when you lengthen out and you are in your base rhythm, and that's where you see just that almost like a metronomic motion of the athletes work, and then the boat works, and then you just repeat that process until you open your eyes at the other end and the race is done and you see how everything winds up. Right now, early on in the race, it is Row America Rye with a little edge over the rest of the field, but of course it's so early and not that much to differentiate among these crews. Very tight between those 2 darkly colored hulls of Marin and Greenwich. We just saw their male equivalents ahead of them show very fast speed, Marin and Greenwich as well. So there are some repeat names. Row America Rye we just saw down the course. So to see the Women's Youth 2V be one of those faster speeds, that's on trend with what the guys just did a few moments ago. Row America Rye out in front. Greenwich and Marin look to be maybe 2nd and 3rd right now. But you know what? As I say that, Saugatuck is in here too. They are up there along with Newport. Very, very tight. All boats overlapped. Just a matter of a boat and a half, maybe 4 or 5 seconds.
It's
from bow to stern of 1st to 8th place right now.
It is a tight race over there. From Chicago, you've got the undefeated Midwest champions over there. They are making a tough race for Holy Names, the all-girls Catholic school in Seattle, Washington. This 2V lineup was faster than the 1V last year, so great to see this repeat of athletes being able to bring their snuff here to the Youth National Championships. The crew prides itself on competing at the highest level against the nation's largest clubs, so they exclusively pull from a very small pool of student athletes, but about a 5th of their school here on the team. They are pushing each other down the line over there in lane 6, Holy Names, against lane 7, Chicago, but we still have those leaders out there in front in this Women's 2v8A final.
hear what it's like to be out there. Some cowbell, some birds, some coaching baubles here.
I was going to say, I hear a coxswain or two out there as well as we cross that 1,000-meter mark. You can hear some hollering, you have it, but still, there it is. Row America Rye in that silver hull out in front by about a length. Over the next lane over from them would be Saugatuck, but Saugatuck putting themselves back in this because it's Row America Rye. You have Newport now in second place, followed by Greenwich, and then Marin outside of them. That's your stagger right now, with Saugatuck on the hunt for fifth place currently as we are into this third 500 of the race. Row America Rye with just over a half of a length on Newport right now. But it's just barely a half of a length, just a matter of seats for Newport over Greenwich at the moment, who has a similar margin on Marin. Again, keep an eye out for Marin for that second half of the race to unwind from there. On the opposite side in the picture to the left is Saugatuck with those black blades. They are just about bow to stern with Newport right now, which puts them in those top 5 crews. Marin just a few seats, again, a similar margin from Marin behind Greenwich, behind Newport, but still Row America Rye out in front. You know, as Newport continues to advance, will those bow balls maintain this exact perfect diagonal line, which would pull all of those crews up into the lead that Rye has right now?
I mean, but who doesn't love a little surprise here? As
little excitement.
Little excitement here, because we are about 10 strokes away from the 500-meter mark. We know that some crews choose to turn it on early, some choose to turn it on late, but it is all fast.
And there it is. Rye is extending their lead on the rest of the field because they can smell the 500. They can smell the finish line coming as well. This is what all of those cold meters in New Jersey were for. All of the weights lifted, all of the bike strokes, cycle strokes taken on the bike, whether it was the Berg or a regular old stationary rusty bike in the back of the boat bay. Whatever got you here, it is paying off now. Row America Rye about just over a half of a length over still second place Newport, who has about 3/4 of a length on Greenwich in that blue hull, who has about a half on Marin. Saugatuck still in there as well, especially relative to Marin. Row America Rye out to 3/4 of a length. Bow ball of Newport just about between stroke and 7 seat right now, with very few strokes left to happen in this race. Rye still out in front, but tons of pressure being applied by Newport, Greenwich, Marin, Saugatuck. All of that is what is happening out in front. Newport putting on even more pressure right now. Rye feeling it and looking to find a little more in their sprint, as the blades need to go straight to the water to make it more effective all the way down, because you can never be far enough ahead in these moments. Sprinting is happening here, folks. Newport on the hunt, still ahead of Greenwich. Newport well ahead of Greenwich. Newport moving on to Row America Rye right now, but Rye is still ahead. Greenwich is still ahead of Marin. Marin is sprinting hard. Saugatuck in there for top 5 right now, but off of the pack of those leaders. Wow, barely a deck for Rye, because Newport, valiant move by Newport to stay well ahead, just about clear water over Greenwich. A little over half of a length for Marin, followed by Saugatuck, then Holy Names by nearly a length over the 2 outer crews of Chicago and CRI. Chicago ahead of CRI. Holy sprint, Newport well endeavored there. Rye just got out far. They had enough length through the first 3/4 of the race. But that sprint by Newport took them from a length down to just a bow deck off of the win. Unofficially, Row America Rye, the winners of the A final in the women's Youth 2v8. And before we take you up to the start of the men's Youth 8A final, we're going to meet with Maurice over on the docks to talk to some more of our athletes who have already competed.
With the men's 4 national champions, NorCal, straight off the dock, straight off the dock. See, I'm feeling that champion energy. It's like flowing through me. I mean, I want to get out there right now and just smoke a 2K course right now. How do you guys feel? Like, I need the emotion. I need the raw emotion. We'll start with you, Cox, and tell me how that felt.
They don't want us to have a luxury life, so we have a luxury breakfast.
I like that. And so,
It feels so good to be on top. It just feels like that was a celebration. Like the whole race was a celebration, and it's like you know.
I could tell. I was looking at those times, and you guys had a pretty commanding lead there. And so, what motivated you guys to get through that race and to come out on top?
We have a saying to win the day, and honestly, from the past 2 races this regatta, we've come out in ahead, and we just had to hold that for today, and we did. And if anything, that really proves that every day for practice since regionals, where we've been working as this for, we have been winning the day every single day at practice.
With the guys back home. With the guys back home.
Shout out Carell, Theo, Kaiser,
Theo,
you too.
Dax, Kaiser.
Dax, Ben, all you boys.
We're going crazy for
all
y'all.
you boys.
U17's racing later.
U17's
Yes,
racing
sir.
later.
I like it. I like it. And so, what I want you to do right now is introduce.
And we have a start in the men's Youth 8A final as the lanes read 0 through 7. 8 boats out there are PCRA, Marin, Belen, Jesuit, Oakland Strokes, Row America Rye, Newport, Deerfield, and New Trier. 2 of the boats out on the course right now. I imagine that there may be some overlap of athletes from last year. That's just the nature of the 8s. From year to year, some similarity does happen. 2 of these boats. Newport placed second in this event last year. Marin placed 5th. I know there was barely a second between several of these crews. So in these 8s, they cover all that ground so fast. And when they sprint, it just comes down to bow balls. So you are going to want to keep your eyes on every stroke of this race, folks, just like all of the finals that we are seeing here today. We see some light-colored hulls out there, some dark-colored hulls right now. But the speediest hull out in front right now, once again, is that silver hull from Row America Rye. That's 3 races in a row that we've seen them have fastest speed in the first 500 meters, and it's kept them in the top couple, if not the winner, for the last couple of events. The story will have to tell itself for the remaining strokes of this race, because they are right now just about half a length to 3/4 of a length, depending on which boat that you are looking at over the rest of the field right now. Rye out in front, but New Trier is in there, Deerfield is in there, Newport is in there, Oakland Strokes, Belen, Jesuit. Those are the crews that are out there really with Rye. Next to Belen is Marin, and PCRA. Still contact among all of these crews. Almost a near perfect chevron right now, with the exception of New Trier. We're about to cross into 1,000. And there it is. There's that margin that Row America Rye has right now. It's just about the bow ball of Oakland Strokes is on the stroke seat of Rye right now. But this is that reset point, that gut check of that 1,000-meter mark. Going into that third 500, we'll see moves taken. We will see strokes exchanged, moves exchanged, where maybe we might not expect a rate shift or anything like that right now, but certainly speed shifts. You know, as a coach, I know that I always like to instruct the athletes to find the technical focus first. That way there's as little effort lost as possible. You want to make sure that you are being incredibly effective, so that the effort that you put in through that, quote, move is as effective as possible. Otherwise, don't do it, because you want to stay on your rhythm. Also, bumping rate mid-race can sometimes take away from the rhythm that you've really solidified from the start of the race. Rye's lead is being cut down by Oakland Strokes. We've seen Oakland Strokes in the earlier events have a solid moves through that, or solid speed development through the second second half of the race that has allowed them to cut down the margin early on, almost like they're a little bit of a sleeper crew early on, but they go, okay, now that we had used 5 of our 6 gears, we're going to use the 6th one right now. And these crews are just about 500 meters to go. And in 8s, because they cover so much ground, you can expect that they will sprint far sooner than 250 meters to go. And with tight racing like this, where Oakland Strokes is that shark, they have cut that Rye lead down to just under. It's like they've taken 1 seat, maybe 2 in the last 20 strokes or so. But you know what? As soon as I say that, Rye answered.
Rye answered that they did. And then also that outside crew in lane 7, New Trier, putting themselves in a great 3rd position. But again, no margin is comfortable enough when it comes to 8s. This can change at any moment, even though Row America Rye is currently out ahead. They need to take a gander out to Oakland Strokes off to their port side. They are moving. They are moving their bow ball a seat. They are probably halfway through the shell of Row America Rye, but they are on the move. Marin out there in lane 1, also starting to pour on the sauce here in their sprint, but the 3 lanes closest to shore, lane 5, 6, and 7, Newport, Deerfield, and New Trier on the way. They are pushing. New Trier and is going on Newport. They are neck and neck, stroke for stroke. The Row America Rye crew just taking a step ahead of the Oakland Strokes crew right next to them. They will keep that momentum. They are cruising here, so they are keeping that momentum. They are crossing the line first. Oakland Strokes their bow ball on the 7 seat now of Row America Rye. So that will be Row America Rye, Oakland Stroke. Great race there by Newport. They have pushed ahead over there in that far lane. Marin, and then New Trier, Deerfield. Next followed up by Belen Jesuit and PCRA. What a tight race here in the men's Youth 8A final.
So was that 3 out of the 4 were California crews there?
Oh, man.
California crews were 3 out of those 4 with Oakland Strokes, Newport, and Marin. A lot of speed happening, of course, out there historically. Goodness gracious. You can see the joy out of that Row America Rye crew there. They were the early leaders. And then Oakland Strokes poured on a valiant effort there to cut down that lead that they had on them, but it just wasn't enough. They ran out of time to go fast because Row America Rye did not once relinquish the lead once they had it. Your 2023 unofficial Youth Rowing National champions.
Next up in the starting blocks, we have the Women's Youth 8A final. Over in lane 0 through lane 7, we have Deerfield, lane 1, Cincinnati Juniors, lane 2, Row America Rye, next to them, Marin, Greenwich, Newport, Sarasota, and New Trier. Bow balls are aligned. The athletes sitting ready, blades locked and loaded.
Lane 3, out 1 inch. Lane 5, in 1 inch. Lane 0, out 1 inch. Oh, sorry. Oh, I meant 6. Sorry. 5 out 1 inch, 6 in 1 inch. Or that's what that was. I was like, I meant to do that with they were long. 5 out.
Minute adjustments here being made up at the start for the Women's Youth 8A final.
3 out 1 inch.
You can hear the referees and the aligners, inches in or out, little taps by either the bow seat or 2 seat to help the coxswain out with the line so they can set their crosshairs on the finish line.
Deerfield,
1
Cincinnati
out 1
Juniors,
inch.
Row America Rye,
7 in half an
Marin,
inch.
Greenwich, Newport,
4 in half an inch.
Sarasota, New Trier.
6 out
Attention.
1/4 of an inch.
and we are off with this event, the Women's Youth 8A Final. Starting from lane 0 to 7, we have Deerfield, Cincinnati, Row America Rye, lane 3, Marin, Greenwich, Newport, Sarasota, and New Trier.
Gosh, as we fly back up to the start, these races having these 9-minute centers now and the boats moving faster and faster, we get to see the whole race start to finish today here for these A finals. The Women's Youth 8, we have 4 of the 6 crews that were in this very event last year. It was an insane finish, how tight it was, just less than a second, I think, between 3 of the crews out there on the field. So there is speed, there is tight racing. Again, it speaks to the fact that you train all over the country. You do everything that you do. No 2 set of training plans are exactly the same, and yet you meet on the water and you're barely a second different from someone else. That's just amazing, just that concept alone. All the different variables and moving parts, and then you produce very similar speed. It's crazy.
Comes down to seconds over hours spent elsewhere.
Yeah, milliseconds over hours spent elsewhere. That's a Row America Rye placed 3rd here last year in this event. Marin placed 6th here in this event. They, of course, coming as one of the semifinal winners here, looking to improve upon that 6th place finish. Greenwich placed 2nd here last year. They won their semifinal as well, so maybe they want to look to improve upon their 2nd place finish from last year. And in lane 5, Newport, they placed 5th here last year. So lots of history here, experience at being at the line at the Youth National Championships in this event. Chicago won this event last year, but they are not in this a final here this year because just speaks to the elevation of speed across the country in youth rowing. Without even checking my notes, I can see that that's the blades of Marin. They're out in front right now as one of those early leaders, but not by much, because 2 lanes over is Newport Aquatic Center. That's Newport over a couple of lanes. Over a couple of lanes, just a matter of feet from the pace that Marin is setting early on in this race. All contact among all crews, and just out of the right, I see maybe a move happening out of Deerfield as well, even though they're one of the trailing 4 crews among. It looked as though they made the decision to say, hey, we want to stay in this, we want to put ourselves in this, we want to be in the best position possible as we approach 1,000 meters down. They're nearly on cue with Cincinnati Juniors, maybe just ahead of Cincinnati Juniors as 1,000 meters down approaches. So Marin out in front. As we approach the line, let's get a good look on what that margin is. It may have changed just in the last couple of strokes. You can see that blue hull of Greenwich right there as well. Again, placed 2nd here last year, so keep an eye on Greenwich. We've seen speed out of other crews from them already today, so they have a full 2,000-meter race in them as well. There you have it. Marin across first by just about a little over a half of a length over the next crews from there. It looks like Row America Rye. Funny, I keep saying their name the last 4 races in a row. Row America Rye in there as well. So Marin flanked on the left of your picture by Greenwich, and on the right of your picture by Row America Rye. It's Row America Rye looking to edge back up from the position that they were in, but then again go 2 over. Still Newport over there, still making a move. So 2 California programs certainly have seen one another throughout this year or earlier in the season. Newport on the move, Greenwich and Newport nearly neck and neck. So I should say actually Greenwich on the move, because it was Newport and Marin who were nearly level earlier on. Greenwich on the move, I'd say.
Yes, definitely. Every stroke, they are moving that bow ball. They are now about dead level. I do see some momentum in that Greenwich crew. Their bow ball has now passed the boat next to them, so Greenwich is now ahead of Newport just by a foot, but they are taking every foot they can get. They are turning those feet into inches. They are edging into Marin's boat. Their bow ball is now on the 3 seat of the Marin crew, so that is Marin with only 3 seats, half a boat, ahead of Greenwich, and then it is Newport, and then Row America Rye. Row America Rye level with Newport, but that Greenwich crew has got the momentum into this last 600 meters of the race.
you know, in these races, we haven't seen these crews on the water racing since Friday when they had their semifinals. So they had a day of rest yesterday. They probably went out and practiced in the afternoon. Some of these crews maybe found a little more speed. And right now, Greenwich is the crew that is using it the most to their benefit because their bow ball is now right on about maybe 2 feet of that Marin boat. So Marin, will they have a response as 500 meters or less remain in this race? It is Marin was our early leaders. They are still out in front. Can they smell the finish line first? Because Greenwich is hot on their tails, taking Newport with them, but also taking Row America Rye with them as well. But the outer crews are also starting to close in on the position that Row America Rye has on them. That's Sarasota and New Trier, nearly level as well, moving along with where Row America Rye is. Sarasota and New Trier getting into that speed as well as Deerfield and Cincinnati Juniors. The crews out in front, though. Marin, I know they have a sprint in them, but so does Greenwich. But it looks as though Newport does as well. We've seen it on the guys' side. We are seeing it on the women's side as well. So Marin out in front, Greenwich next to them, but being pressured highly by Newport because of the race that's happening between those 3 crews. Those 3 crews are leaving the others well behind them. Row America Rye is not on pace with what's happening up front. Marin is out there by about a half of a length or more. You can see them sprinting. The blades are going to the water. They were 6th here last year, and they want to improve on that position right now, and they are showing it today. Greenwich was the crew that was on the hunt, but it's Newport that's on the hunt. Just a couple of seats behind Greenwich is Newport, but it is Marin across by almost a length, over 3/4 of a length, over Greenwich, who is over Newport by just a hair, who sprinted valiantly. That's Row America Rye in 4th. Sarasota now coming in one of these outside lanes for that 5th place position over Cincinnati Juniors, who is over Deerfield, and on the near side lane, New Trier. Again, another sprint that was just a hair too late. It was Marin all the way across. The bow ball of the next placed crew was right between Stroke and Coxon there at the finish line. So that was nearly a 3-second win for Marin here, just under 3 seconds. I'm foaming at the mouth here, folks. It's been a lot of words over here the weekend. You can see the elation out of that Marin crew. They were 6th here last year, and here they are taking home unofficially the 2023 Youth National Championships. I saw a parade of Marin 8s as we called the San Diego Crew Classic, and I thought to myself, well, they are going to be interesting at Nationals this year if they qualify, which not only did they qualify, but here they have taken it. And before we take you to the next event, which is a first here, we have an open gender category event here at the Youth National Championships. We are going to send you over to Maurice to talk to some of our athletes.
I am Maurice Scott, and I'm here at the recovery dock of the 2023 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships here, and I am joined by the women's double national champions. We have Olivia Meskin and Alexa Mueller here. I'm just feeling the energy. It's been insane. These races, you guys dominated. Tell me how'd you guys do it?
We credit a lot of it to Dr. Sherris's training plan, and we're really thankfully a part of Y-Quad, and we feel very prepared because of what the coaches have prepared us for. Yeah, we kind of we modified our race plan for each race, so time trials, semis, and finals, and it just worked out. I'm really pumped. I've been trying to win nationals. She won in 2021 in the quad. I've gotten 4th 2 years in a row, so this is really impactful for me to be able to finally win my senior year of all years. So it's really great, yeah.
Nice, and yes, I don't even think I said this is Y-Quad Cities, and obviously they have a very dominant sculling program, and as you can see, they are national champions. And the motivation, I heard that you came 4th a couple times. Were you thinking about that during this last race?
Every stroke, yeah. The quad was by less than a second, and the U17 double, which was 2021, was I think 1/4 of a second. So both were crazy margins, and I was just angry, and that fueled me.
I love it. How about you? You said you won in a quad, and you already knew what it felt like to be a national champion, and so did that play a role in today's race?
Yeah, that was just, and last year feeling the fire of, I know we were so close, and so every stroke was the past is the past. We have a new race in front of us, and just trying to attack that.
Nice. And is there anybody you want to give a shout out to, anybody that has really driven you guys through this season? This is the ultimate. This is blood, sweat, tears, blisters. I mean, I get the thousands of meters. Like, is there anything like anybody that has pushed you through that?
Yes, we got 3 people: Dr. Sherris, Jamie Whalen, and Audra Weber.
They've done
great
so
coaches.
much.
Yeah. They
So
volunteer their time, and it's just crazy the amount of hours they're willing to put in to coach us.
Yeah, Dr. Sherris is a cardiologist, and so he works crazy on-call hours at the hospital, and he still makes time to be there at 5 a.m. for us. Coach Audra has 3 young kids, or 2 young kids at home, and she's juggling full-time work, being a mom to young kids and coaching us almost full-time, and that's crazy. And Coach Jamie Whalen just has great. He's just great. He comes down out of his own free time. He's retired, but he comes down and he's just done so much for us. Yeah.
Right, and that's the special thing about, you know, the rowing community. I mean, we all have lives outside of rowing, but sacrifices are always made to be here, and those sacrifices obviously led y'all to the top of the podium. Now I'm gonna ask y'all a fun question, all right? So you got to tell me that for a sprint, right, if you're neck and neck with somebody, what is the call where you will pick it up and send it home? What is it?
Alexa's got it. She's our stroke.
Golden 2.
I like that. I like that. Smooth, sweet, and to the point. And obviously that has worked because these are your national champions of the women's double. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you so
no
much.
problem.
And a race underway here in the Open Gender Youth Double A Final. So 1 boat in this race right now. We've got a crew representing Oregon Unlimited. This is a new category at the USRowing 2023 Youth National Championships, and also across all of our regional qualifiers as well. I know I've announced some races and there have been. The addition of this category is welcomed. This is a category where in the double you've got one athlete who identifies as non-binary, and then they get to choose with an athlete or a teammate of their choice of whichever gender, and so that they can compete in this new category of the Open Gender Youth Double. So they are here representing well Oregon Unlimited. Again, tough to have a time trial like format here, but one of the things that is important is the legacy. So this is the first crew in the United States to represent at the Youth National Championships in this Open Gender Youth Double A Final. Looking forward to the competition in years to come in this event.
You know, I love that you said the legacy. I mean, it's pioneering an event, you know, and that goes back to the see it, be it. You know, that when you see it, it gives you the confidence that you can go out, get out there and do something. So I love having these new categories, these different categories. We've also, you know, expanded some of the some various other categories throughout the program that you'll see later today as well, because rowing is an incredible sport. You know, it's just this like. There is a place in every seat, right? There is a seat for everybody in every boat, and it's a matter of having that opportunity and to get out there and lay down the best 4 quarters of racing that you possibly can. Time trial style is very, very challenging, you know, because there's that internal focus, so it's a challenge from that standpoint of pushing yourself to the point of how do I put out the best quarters of racing that I possibly can, even though I don't have that carrot, that kind of other motivator of someone kind of jockeying for position back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And so you have to go, okay, you know, often I've had coaches approach me and say, how do I motivate this person? How do I go harder, find these other gears? And it's really about like finding why it matters to you. Why is it important that you're pushing yourself, putting yourself through this position, pushing yourself physically, mentally, all of the challenges, not just in the race, but every day, day in and day out. When you can tie it to you and your personal growth, that becomes interesting. And that progress becomes incredibly, like, that's the thing that just is the breadcrumbs that kind of pulls you on your way. That becomes your outlet for expression to becoming the best that you can possibly be.
And rowing is truly transformative, and we've said it again time and time between every single race. Rowing is growing, so it's great to be able to add this Open Gender Youth Double A Final and Oregon Unlimited laying down a great race, almost if I were in this race for time against the clock here. Can they improve upon their performance in the time trial, and can they improve upon the races they've had to get here through their regional qualifiers? So great to see them out here on the course.
Hi, everybody. I am Maurice Scott with US Rowing at the Recovery Docks here, and I am here with the women's quad national champions of the youth championships. How do you guys feel? First off, I heard you guys walking over. Somebody said y'all were at a 41.
Yeah.
Who wants to speak on that? I need to know the story behind that.
We row fast, and that was our plan. So, you know. Lauren, our stroke, said she wanted to go, and she made us go, all right?
I like that energy. And so, Oregon Unlimited here, and you guys flew all the way from that West Coast, and obviously y'all didn't come here to play. And I want to know what motivated you guys down that course. Who wants to start off?
I'll start. Definitely each other. We've been rowing together for almost 3 years now, on and off. Since 2021, we've been racing at nationals together, and this was like the year because Lauren's graduating this year, so we wanted to make this the best possible race.
I like that. How about you?
Yeah, I was thinking about how this is Lauren's last year, and I wanted to go out with a bang for her. And so I was really pulling for everyone in my boat.
Yeah, I mean, we won the U17 quad last year, and so make it a tradition. And then also we're going to Henley, so we needed that first place to get the automatic qualifiers.
I was also thinking about everyone in my boat and the Henley. I want to do everything I could for them.
I like that. So the motivation, the family, the community that you guys have built, and obviously that has paid off. Now, I do want to say, is there a saying where y'all are able, like, that will trigger that 41? Is there something somebody calls that will just bring y'all up to that max?
Well, our coach is known for a certain saying of his after every gold medal, after every race. Plowman Petrov, our coach, always says, "I need more." So I think that was the mentality today, was we need more, always.
We need more, and obviously you can now add another national championship to Oregon Unlimited. You guys are awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Make sure you get those medals and wear them proudly.
And here we are in the closing strokes of the Open Gender Youth Double final. Fast racing here out on the course today. A double is a very quick boat coming across the line, again in that kind of time trial format, setting a precedent here, starting the legacy, being the pioneers in that particular event all the way across the line. Everything out there. You can see that deep breath as they pull through the line.
Oh, yes. Left everything out there. Congratulations to those two athletes. Next event on the course is the men's U15 coxed quad A final, starting from right to left as we're seeing from the Jumbotron or live stream here, 0 through 7. We've got Oregon Unlimited out there closest to our right. We've got Treasure Coast, Sarasota, Saratoga, White Marsh, Maritime, San Miguel Academy, B, and NorCal.
A lot of very tight racing across the field. Two boats. The one boat that is out in front right now is Maritime. A lot of sculling happening out of that team so far this year. I know that they've fielded many sculling boats in various races across the country over the years, and so definitely putting a bit of an emphasis on sculling and allowing that to develop here in this men's U15 coxed quad, exposing young athletes to sculling early on, seeing if that's kind of the little carrot that kind of keeps you in the sport, gets you into the sport, teaches you the basics. I always say the difference between sweeping and sculling. A little bit easier to go from scull to sweep typically for people, or that's the assumption, but you know what? Maybe we say that because it happens because it's the assumption. But there isn't really a lot different between sculling and sweeping. You just kind of have the same basic mechanics, and then you rotate left or right and when you start to sweep. But Maritime out in front by nearly a lead, neck and neck, just like I said, two boats. Very little has changed in that, where it's neck and neck between White Marsh and Saratoga next to Maritime. Those are the next two crews right now. I would say that Blue Hole out of Treasure Coast, we saw them create some good speed in earlier races this weekend. They are creating some good speed right now, looking to separate out from Sarasota and Oregon Unlimited. They have lassoed bow ball to that Saratoga crew that's 2 lanes over, and they want to get up with White Marsh and Saratoga and put themselves on par there. San Miguel Academy B and NorCal out on those outside lanes as well. It looks like NorCal out ahead of San Miguel Academy B. NorCal won this event last year. Treasure Coast placed 5th in this event last year. So look for those crews to have a second 1,000 of the race as we get ready to cross into that right now.
Again, this being a younger category of athlete. This is a coxed quad. So 4 rowers with a coxswain, each rower having 2 oars each. The sculling discipline, very technical as we were talking about, and being able to take some of these initial strokes in your rowing career in a sculling boat, definitely teaching you great boat feel, being able to handle things with the squaring and feathering of the blade, that control in each hand of these athletes. Beautiful shot overhead of that handiwork, whether you've got the hands up at the catch timing together, the quick hands around the finish together, just going to show how much there is to handle here in the coxed quad for learning the sculling discipline. You've got a coxswain tucked in there. You can just see her head, or their head above the water. Like Lindsay was explaining earlier, they're only about a foot above the water, so their head's really tucked in there. They can only see out in front of them a little side to side, so that's why it's very interesting for the crews over there in the middle, the Sarasota and White Marsh crews. All of them, or excuse me, the White Marsh Saratoga crews, they are able to see the maritime crew out ahead, and they are able to relay that information back to the athletes, saying, hey, you know, I see them, they are so far ahead, or they are so much ahead. Let's try to crush that gap. What can we do? Let's tighten up this, let's cue into that, and let's go together.
And Let's Go Together, you have Maritime out in front, and Saratoga, talking about Let's Go Together, is just ahead of White Marsh right now, but maybe by a foot, something like that. Still very little to decide between those two boats, but Treasure Coast still on that move. And along with Treasure Coast, keep an eye on NorCal, because they're looking to sneak back up in there too on this near shore lane. Even though they're several lengths over, especially with Maritime out ahead like that, it makes it seem maybe like they are behind when really they are not that far off of the pace. Treasure Coast up there right now, and just as I say that, Sarasota in that blue hole starting to find a little more speed right now, because Oregon Unlimited is finding some more speed too. Treasure Coast separated out from those two over on the far side of the course, so they're clear water ahead of those two crews, but Sarasota and Oregon Unlimited are two crews that are of similar speed right now. Saratoga and White Marsh are two crews that are of similar speed right now. Maritime still out in front by open water with Treasure Coast. So we have Maritime, White Marsh and Saratoga, Treasure Coast, NorCal. Then we have Sarasota still on the move, looking to be on par to start sparring with NorCal, followed by Oregon Unlimited and then San Miguel Academy B at this moment. As we are ready to get into the last 250 meters of the race, you can already see that Maritime is sprinting and that White Marsh and Saratoga are sprinting as well. And here comes Treasure Coast looking to sprint, even though they are just about clear water off of those 3 lead crews. Maritime was our early leaders. They were the crew that was out in front early on. They had Clearwater on the rest of the pack, and they maintained that position, which allowed them to be maybe a little more confident that what they were doing was working, that their plan was working. They placed second in their semifinal, but they said, hey, no second for us here today. We are Clearwater ahead, open water ahead, about 3 seconds ahead of second place. That is still neck and neck, nearly a foot separating both Saratoga and White Marsh. It's back and forth. Saratoga is ahead of White Marsh right now. It's White Marsh ahead of Saratoga right now. White Marsh with the green blades coming across in second, with Saratoga in third, followed by Treasure Coast over on the far side. Still quite close, but NorCal was able to get ahead of both Sarasota and Oregon Unlimited. Barely a foot separating Sarasota and Oregon Unlimited in their sprint. It's bell back and forth, nearly dead level. I am not going to call that one. It is very tight between those two crews on the far side of the course. San Miguel Academy B rounding out your field of 8. I tell you what, White Marsh and Saratoga, barely a foot between them for nearly the entire 2,000-meter race. Maritime did not place in this event last year, wasn't in the A final. At least they were second in the semifinal, and here they are coming across the line as the men's U15 coxed quad national champion.
I am Maurice Scott here at the recovery dock of the 2023 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. And I'm here with the men's straight four national champions, Mercer. How does it feel to be on top of the country right now?
I would say, it definitely feels good. I'd like to thank my teammates, definitely the other crews out there for having a really good race and being able to push us. And I'm just thankful to be in this spot.
Yep, the teammates, all my boys pushing me in the boat, all the crews out there with us this entire week since Tuesday, pushing us in the final. I'm just so grateful for everything.
Yeah, like they said, working really hard for the past 2 months, building up to this. We've all tried really hard, and we've come a long way since regionals, so it's been really good.
Yeah, I want to thank our coaches, Jamie and Mike. They really pushed us, and I think we worked really hard for this, and I'm really proud of us.
Sweet. And now I do have to know, right? Because I'm asking a couple different fun questions here. And so when you guys are in that last 250 of the race, right? You got a boat that's neck and neck. What is that one call that just lights a fire underneath you guys?
For us, it's a simple lighten it up, get connected call. That seemed to work at practices, all these practices. Doesn't really mean feel super strong. Don't want to muscle it. Just get connected, make it feel light. A couple up calls, and it's really it from there.
Yeah.
I like it. And so I gotta know, what is going to be that? What are you guys going to eat as, again, 2023 U.S. Rowing National Champions? What's that next meal going to be? Because that is going to be a meal of champions. What is it going to be? Who wants to answer that one?
What are we thinking?
Gotta be something from Wawa, right?
Yeah, Wawa.
Wawa. Oh, I like that vibe.
No, just something from
I love that vibe. That's a New Jersey. That's that New Jersey area. See, I'm from Philadelphia, so I know that area. Wawa. You know, Wawa obviously is the choice for champions. This is your 2023 men's straight four Mercer. They are your U.S. national champions here at the Youth Championships in Sarasota, Florida.
Thank you.
Next race underway here, we have the women's U15 coxed quad A final. To set the field over in lane 0, we have Dallas United, Saratoga, Oars, Maritime, Miami Beach, First Coast, and Los Gatos in lane 6, lane 7, TriStar. Great early lead here with the Miami Beach crew over in lane 4. They have set a little bit of a standard here for this race, so they are out ahead by a couple of seats, and then we are then followed by either side of them flanking First Coast, Maritime, Oars, Los Gatos, Saratoga, TriStar, Dallas United, not necessarily in that order. Too soon to tell from this angle, but as we see them cross the line and they cross that 1,000-meter mark, we'll be able to tell you a little bit more. Beautiful overhead shot of that wonderful coxed quad. So we've got here the blue boat here out ahead over in lane 4, that Miami Beach crew off to their port side First Coast, giving them a challenge. Los Gatos then off to the near side, coming into picture now with TriStar doing a great job here pressing the field. So again, now here we are looking at the Miami Beach crew being pushed by Maritime, but Oars out there. Look at that push that they are making. They are walking through Maritime. They are taking a stroke, and they are taking a seat with almost every stroke here. What a beautiful power 10 that we're seeing out of that crew in this shot. Again, the light blue crew, those light blue blades, the Miami Beach crew, well-timed, very clean rowing here as they cross into the last 750 meters of this race. Out there, we can see a little bit of Saratoga, or Dallas United there over in lane 0. They are in this race as well. Look at their ball cross into the bow seat of the Oars crew. You saw the Oars crew bow woman taking a gander across at Dallas United. She knows that they are on the move, but that is propelling every single one of these crews, so that Oars crew made a little bit of push. They saw that push by Dallas United. That is translating to speed against Maritime and Miami Beach. But Oars and Maritime neck and neck here. Dallas United only about a seat or two down off of the Oars crew. And then beautiful overhead shot of the U15, the women's U15 coxed quad A final. Look at what we've got going on here. We've got the Miami Beach crew out ahead. We've got Maritime Oars and now Dallas United. They are now fighting for that second place position. Does look like the lighter color shell here, the Oars crew, or excuse me, the Maritime crew making a little bit more of a push here ahead of Oars. So again, now that is Maritime probably about a half a boat ahead of Oars. Oars and Dallas United neck and neck over there. They are trading bow balls. They know it is coming. They are coming into the last 500 meters of this race.
And here we are with Miami Beach in that blue hole. That's the quintessential Miami Beach color. If Sarasota wears the hot pink hats, well, Miami Beach wears the blue and then the pink as well. Miami Beach placed second in this event last year. Maritime won this event here last year, so they're still in those pole position lanes, having won their semifinals just to get here to this A final. So it is Miami Beach out ahead, looking to improve upon last year. They're about a half of a length ahead of Maritime here currently. But on the move, 3 lanes over from them is Dallas United. Dallas United placed 5th here last year, and so they're looking to be in one of those top 3 spots. That would be an improvement upon last year as well. So Dallas United on the far shore. They are the farthest away from you, but if you hollered, they can hear you all the way over there for Dallas United. Miami Beach a half of a length over Maritime, still sitting like that. Maritime maybe taking a seat, an inch per stroke, but the line is coming. They are all within 250 meters to go, and so there is very little left to make up ground. Miami Beach out ahead. Dallas United in 3rd place behind Maritime. The other crews are also pouring it on. We had a little bobble there in that Oars boat, but they've gotten back on track, and they are within the top 4 crews as well. If something happens, that's what it's all about. Make the correction on the fly, get back on it. They are still in the top 4. Right now, it is Miami Beach. Miami Beach and Maritime is looking to recover here in the closing strokes of the race. Get back up and running. It is Dallas United over on the far side with with Oars now hunting the line as well. Miami Beach out in front. Dallas United over on the far side in 2nd place. In 3rd will be Oars there as First Coast now approaches the line as well. On the near shore, we have TriStar and Los Gatos as well. Very tight between Los Gatos now, Maritime, and Saratoga coming across the line. With Miami Beach as they celebrate those young folks there in that boat. All 5 of them in this women's U15 Coxed Quad A final, improving upon their 2nd place finish here. We are going to go to another interview with Maurice over at the Recovery Docks.
I am Maurice Scott here at the Recovery Dock yet again with some more national champions. These are your women's straight 4 national champions, Oakland Strokes. First, I want you guys to introduce yourselves because I want the whole country to know your name.
I'm Kira.
I'm Allie. I'm Becca. I'm Cammie.
And as we know, Oakland Strokes is definitely a powerhouse. They're hailing from the West Coast all the way over to the East Coast, and obviously they didn't come this far to give it all up, and they finished at the top of the podium. So I want to know, through that race, like, I got to know, like, was there any motivation? Like, is there anything that really lit a fire throughout the season for you guys to come up to this point? Who wants to answer that one?
I think what really motivated me was my friends, my teammates. I really appreciate these guys. They're like my best friends now. We spend so much time together, and I love rowing with them.
Yeah, and Kira's the only senior in the boat, so we all knew it was her last chance at nationals, and we had to do it for her. Yeah.
Awesome. I love that. And now, when you guys are going down the course, right, so I'm asking, like, some fun questions, try to get to know, like, what gets you guys going, all right? So when you're going down the course, and just imagine it. Now it's over. I don't want you guys' heart rate come up again. This is just theoretically speaking, okay? So you're going down the course at the last 250. You have a boat right next to you. What is the call that gets you guys through the line first?
Gold. Our whole season, we've just been saying gold, like.
Yeah. Just like, let's go. I mean, like, our sprint call is just like, go. Just like, kind of just like, just completely just go for it, but together.
150, we always say, like, let's go, and we just, like, go for it and hope for the best.
Just go for it. See, I like that. It's short and simple and sweet, and obviously that is words of national champions here. Is there anybody you guys would like to, thank anybody that has supported y'all throughout the whole season. I mean, you guys came here. This is the mecca of rowing for youth rowing in the United States. This is where you rank yourselves from 1 all the way to 32, depending upon how many entries are in each of these events. And again, obviously, they are the #1 in the country. And so I would love to know what support cast was behind you guys to get you guys up on top of that podium.
I mean, we definitely have some really great coaches and teammates that are very supportive of everything that we do. Our head coach, Allison, has really been sticking with us this whole season and kind of just making sure that we have everything we need. And definitely our teammates as well. Our teammate Ava is here. She flew to Florida to come support us, and we're really grateful for her.
Yeah, definitely our teammates and also our competition. Like, they were tough. It wasn't easy. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I think definitely just competition throughout the season too, like at regionals as well. We were really motivated by the people we were racing, and also meeting other crews and just getting to know other people as well. Yeah.
Nice. I love it. Okay, and so last question of the day, right? What is going to be that championship, that champion's meal that you guys have after this? Or what is it going to be? Are you guys going to eat the same thing, or is it going to be different? I got to know.
Ice cream.
Yeah.
What flavor? Deal breaker here.
Maybe mint.
Yeah, mint.
That's going to sound refreshing.
Yeah.
I'll get chocolate.
Chocolate.
I got some caramel.
And here we are approaching the line. Locals, Belen Jesuit out of Miami, well ahead of the rest of the field. It's super tight between Los Gatos. They placed 5th here last year, looking to improve upon that. NorCal in that blue hull. It is neck and neck, 1 foot, barely separating those two California crews. Maritime placed 1st here last year. They're going to have to settle for top 4, which is not a settle. It is amazing to place top 4 in the country in that. I am not going to call the difference between NorCal and Los Gatos. The one thing I know is that Belen Jesuit came across in 1st, followed by Maritime over on the far side, Vashon Island over there, then Miami Beach, followed by Vero Beach, and then that was, Vashon Island, and followed by NorCal after that. Sculling happening all over the country at all ages. This was the men's U16 Coxed Quad A final. 2 of those crews were in this event last year. One of those crews, Belen Jesuit, came away with the win here as they row back to the dock. 40 athletes out on the water just now wrapping that race. Our volunteers, emergency folks, and referees helping take care of them while they're out there because it is hot. As you just heard, they're going to have some mint ice cream, those young folks from Oakland Strokes over there. So speaking of the heat, that's why I say that. And just like that, speaking of the heat, we are already back up top with another race here for you. No interview in between this time. And we have all crews off and running clean. We are not taking it back to the start gates. We are 300 meters into the next race, which is the women's U16 Coxed Quad A final. You can see some chevron stacking occurring here as those center lanes right now, the way that those are set up is if you won your semifinal, you are toward the middle, and right now it is playing out as that goes, where NorCal and Marina Aquatic Center, those 2 California programs, they won their semifinals, and they are the 2 crews that are out in front right now, but just barely ahead of Maritime. Once again, Maritime is showing strength in sculling. Again, they have had solid crews over the last 3 races. Little snafu a couple ago, but that does not mean they do not have solid crews. They have solid sculling, meaning through all of those. Through all of their events so far that we have seen. So NorCal and Marina Aquatic Center sharing the lead right now. Maritime, the next crew behind them. I realize I should set the whole field here for you as we get farther and farther down the course, left to right, as the referee reads, is Hockaday, Miami Beach, Los Gatos, NorCal, Marina Aquatic Center, Maritime, North Bay, and Row America Rye.
We've said that name multiple times. Very good with that last 1,000 meters of the race. So do keep an eye out for that crew out in lane 7, closest to shore. The Row America Rye crew, they've got skin in the game in this one. So they are doing a great job out there in lane 7. They're about level across with the Hockaday crew all the way over in lane 0. They are keeping it hot and fresh with the boat crew next to them, the Miami Beach crew. So again, still the NorCal crew and Marina Aquatic Center crew out in front. And then in third place, the Maritime crew. But then it can be anyone's game for the next 4 positions between Hockaday, Miami Beach, North Bay, Row America, Rye.
I like that you said skin in the game here. That's one I don't know that I've heard that up here behind the mic. At least not this weekend. Skin in the game. Yeah.
I mean, with rowing, we get blisters. We literally have skin in the game.
You literally do. Especially in sculling. That can happen quite a bit, and especially when it gets hot and sweaty like it does down here in South Florida. Marina Aquatic Center right now is the crew just taking a little edge over NorCal. And you know, as soon as I say it, I see a little bit of pizzazz happening out of the oars from NorCal. They've recognized that Marina Aquatic Center has upped the ante. They've put a little more skin in the game, so they're going to check them back and come right back to them and make a little bit more of a push, knowing that they want to maintain contact and not let them go at this point in the race. You put in all of this effort, all of these good strokes so far. Make sure that it continues to pay off. You know what? We're still here. We're going to throw out we're going to ask the questions, and you're going to have to answer them. Right now, Marina Aquatic Center asked the first question. NorCal is now answering that question, or attempting to at least, but along with them, so is Maritime. Maritime is answering the question, even though I don't know that it was asked of them, but they are the ones that are answering it right now.
And again, the why not us question. And so I do think that that is also happening across these crews. And the back of the pack here, the Row America Rye crew and North Bay really going for it here over in lanes 6 and 7. And then you also see the action happening, Hockaday, Miami Beach, Los Gatos over in lanes 0 through 2. That far 3 crews on the other side of the course from us, but the leader still is the Marina Aquatic Center in lane 4, closely followed by NorCal and then Maritime, but maybe NorCal taking a little bit of a seat there. They've closed the gap. They now have their bow ball overlapped with the stern deck of Marina Aquatic.
Shoot, and it almost looked like Marina Aquatic Center just upped the ante once again, looking for a little bit more rate. The coxswain there is a coxswain in these quads right now helping these athletes out. Maybe made a call for a little boost, a little bit of afterburner action happening there. So we have 3 crews out in front, Marina Aquatic Center, followed by NorCal, followed by Maritime. But the other 5 crews in this race are all well overlapped, and which means it's going to make a creative, interesting last 500. It looked like the Hockaday school was Hockaday was above Miami Beach, who was above Los Gatos right now. So those are the 3 crews on the far side, with Hockaday having the advantage out of the 3 of those. And then on the near shore, it's nearly neck and neck between North Bay and Row America Rye. So because Hockaday is above Miami Beach and Los Gatos right now, I'd say Hockaday, North Bay, and Row America Rye are currently traveling at similar speeds and are also traveling a similar distance away from the toward the finish line right now. They are currently sitting a similar distance away from the finish line, I should say. But about a length still for Marina Aquatic Center over NorCal. NorCal within that length of Marina Aquatic Center with a similar margin over Maritime. So about one length for those 3 lead crews, but a matter of seats for the remaining 5 crews out on the water in this 8-boat U16 women's coxed quad A final.
Already in the Elite 8 here. They are already in the top 8 crews in the country in this category. Give them a shout there if you're out there on the shore, whether you're sitting at home watching the live stream. Feed them that energy as they come into the red buoys of this race.
And this is the 3rd race for these young athletes over the course of this weekend. They did the time trial, the semifinal, and here they are looking to improve a few of these boats on their finishes from last year. 3 of them raced this event last year. 3 of them came in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in this event last year, being Maritime, Los Gatos, and Hockaday. But right now it's Marina Aquatic Center who won won their semifinal to put themselves in a pole position, and they have been our leaders early on by just a nose, but now by the better part of a length or more, which means just over 3 seconds over current second place, and still second place NorCal, followed by Maritime right now as the line is quickly approaching. Last 10 or fewer strokes remain for our leaders. Wire to wire, Marina Aquatic Center. Marina out by just overlap as NorCal just inches back into them to maintain overlap contact, so less than 3 seconds between those two boats right there. Maritime in the pink with the white blades, bringing it out from there. Hockaday currently sitting in 4th place out on that far shore, so it is Hockaday out there with the near shores of North Bay and Row America Rye, but Miami Beach might sneak in there as well. It looks like maybe North Bay just eked out Miami Beach, followed by Row America Rye and Los Gatos as well. Clusters with that many boats, that really does put those outside lanes so far from one another. There is a lot happening across the course, and angles can be very deceiving. Then that is definitely yet another reason to believe all the way until you hear that horn sound.
Absolutely. Underway now, we have the men's U16 8A final. Starting in lane 0, so reading it as the referee reads, we've got Pacific, and then CRI, PNRA Mercer, Row America Rye, Marin, Saugatuck, Newport Seabase, and White Rock. Early lead there with Marin and Row America Rye. A little bit of a lead by Marin, I would say. Probably their bow person is sitting on the bow ball of Row America Rye, but Row America Rye having very strong second half of the race. Is hard to spot the darker shell off to their left-hand side, off to their starboard side, excuse me, in Saugatuck. That crew with the dark shell and the dark blades, hard to spot against the water, even with those dark uniforms. Even we can't see it on the screen, but we know they are there. It's like a black hole. They are sucking in the distance there between themselves and the lead boats of Marin and Row America Rye in this race.
And with Marin out in front, and then followed by Row America Rye with Saugatuck on the opposite side. The trend we've seen out of some of the Saugatuck crews is that they are a second half, a second thousand type of crew, so keep an eye on them as the race continues to unfold. Those are the 3 crews that are in this race that placed in this event in the A final last year, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th. That was Marin, Row America Rye, and Saugatuck. So all 3 of those crews who are out in front right now are familiar with being not only next to one another in lanes potentially, but certainly in the same race on this very water. They're just in different lanes right now than they were last year, with 2 additional boats to the program as we have these 8-boat finals here at Nathan Benderson Park. That is Marin in the picture with the black hull and the white blades. At true to form, coming across that first 1,000 that we were calling earlier. They were our early leaders, and they still are by just over open water. Over second place right now, Row America Rye on the basically away from the picture, and then Saugatuck on the near shore. So Marin and Rye out in front of the field right now.
It does look like Marin has a little bit of open water over Row America Rye at this moment, but Saugatuck having overlap with Row America Rye. Very tight racing happening between lanes 1 and 2, CRI and PNRA Mercer. CRI a couple seats over PNRA Mercer, but that race within the race unfolding between them. They need to look out for the boat all the way on the starboard side of them, the Newport and White Rock crews. The White Rock crews making a move here as they cross into some of the last 750 meters of this race. They are all crews charging towards the last 500 meters of this race. Very tight between CRI, PNRA Mercer, and White Rock out there in lane 7. Leaders still Marin, and then Row America Rye, Saugatuck. Saugatuck making a little bit of a move there. Again, difficult to spot in the dark shell, kind of the dark horse here in this race. Literally, their bow person looks to be about on the 7 or 6 seat of Row America Rye here from this perspective. But again, the field tends to tighten as we get into the last 500 meter of this race, where the rates start to come up. The boats lift out of the water, and they are going full tilt into the last buoys.
Speaking of full tilt, being out there like Marin is, still going to find that full tilt. They want to hunt that line with the most speed that they possibly can. Man, these dark crews on the dark water, it gives you a hard line to see who is differentiated. Looking at those, the 4th, 5th, and 6th place positions right now. Look way over on the far side of the course between CRI and PNRA Mercer. That is a bow ball to bow ball event unraveling right here in the last 500 meters for those two crews. So PNRA Mercer in lane 2, CRI in lane 1 there. Bow ball to bow ball coming to the line. I can only imagine the fun that those coxswains are having right now, and that's going to put them nearly bow ball to bow ball as well with White Rock on the way far on the near shore here. So between White Rock, CRI, and PNRA Mercer, that is a neck and neck race. Marin well out in front, well clear, open water over the rest of the field. Row America Rye behind them with Saugatuck pouring on quite the sprint. They are elevating right now, and it is pushing into Row America Rye. Those two teams, even though New Jersey and Connecticut, they are not far from one another, so you know that they've raced or know of each other throughout the season. Marin out in front, Row America Rye duking it out for who's going to hunt the line the fastest between the two of them. After that, we have PNRA Mercer has gotten ahead of CRI, but do they know what's happening with White Rock over on this near shore, because Newport Seabase is sprinting and they are eating up some of the lead that White Rock has on them. Marin out in front of everyone, Row America Rye, then Saugatuck hunting the line. PNRA Mercer just ahead of CRI, but between PNRA Mercer and White Rock, who is it going to be? PNRA Mercer is out ahead of them. They are ahead of CRI, and still White Rock is hunting that line with Newport Seabase putting on the pressure as well. Wow, you can just hear those beeps. Those horns are so close, so tight. Give them a holler. Those are your top 8 crews in the country in this event. Top 8. You are elite 8 in the country just from the very get-go because of the work that you've put in all year, and then the stepping stones just at this regatta alone. Time trial, semifinal, and then a final. Marin came across second last year. The only way from there was to number 1, and that is what they did this morning here in sunny South Florida. And just like that, 9-minute centers right back up to the start of the women's edition of the U16 8A final.
Yes, and lining up here across our bow here, we can see the women's U16 8A final reading from lane 0 to 7, Oakland Strokes, Capital, Row America Rye, Marin, St. Andrew, Greenwich, Saugatuck, and New Trier.
Gosh, look at this. We have 8 boats across. 8 boats across, and we are already underway in this race. They have taken off from the start. The referee boats are pulling in behind them to keep an eye on all of the action all the way across the course. Maybe our early leaders by just a little bit are going to be Marin there. Marin, we keep saying that name. They won this event last year, Row America Rye. Again, we keep saying them. They came in second in this event last year. We have Greenwich out on the field. They placed 4th in this event last year. New Trier placed 3rd. Let me reset the field here for you just to remind you, from the far shore to the nearest Oakland Strokes, Capital, Rye, Marin, SA, Greenwich, Saugatuck, and New Trier. But still, Marin out in front with possibly New Trier on the near shore with an early push to see if they, within this first 500 of the race, can stay on par with what's happening out in front in that hull from Marin.
Definitely just seats now. I mean, they're about in that 500 meters in, and it is just seats of difference. So Marin out in front in that darker shell there, but definitely being hunted down by Row America Rye and St. Andrew, either side of them. Then it pretty level between Greenwich and Saugatuck over there in lanes 5 and 6. But even in lane 7, New Trier holding with them and probably level across with the lane 0 crew of Oakland Strokes.
And yeah, you love to see those outside lanes contesting the field here because, I mean, I think this is just a year of the underdogs.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
And I love to see, them not be phased by any type of rankings, any type of seedings, and they're going after it like they are the best boat.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of surprises here from the outside lanes, be it the closest ones to shore or the farthest ones, even though it's initially seeded to be that chevron shape, where you have the fastest crews out of their semifinals. Again, everybody's third race here. All of the fastest crews in the semifinals being seated in the middle of the field, then fanning out. So we see some of a chevron here, but you get that little surprise there from New Trier. They're that upset you're talking about, Maurice.
You've got Marin still out in front, but SA's out on the field. We've seen some cool things happen out of those holes so far this weekend, some exciting racing, and they're on the advance. They were kind of level with Row America Rye there, but now they've pushed a little bit ahead of Row America Rye. So those are your three crews that are now starting to create some interesting shapes toward the center. Marin out in front, followed by SA, and Row America Rye as we approach 1,000 meters down. It'll give you just a bit of a better perspective on just the distance that Marin currently has. You can see, we aren't bow loaded, we're stern loaded now, so these coxswains are steering. They aren't a foot from the water now, but they're still quite close. The thing with these 8s is that they're managing to go as straight as possible, even though they literally cannot see in front of them because all of the athletes are in between their line of sight and the finish line. So they're using other reference points to make sure they are staying as straight as possible to create the shortest line to the finish line.
And again, you love to see it. I mean, this is now like separating into almost like 3 tiers here. I mean, you have Marin in the front, but then you have on the sides Row America Rye and SA duking it out. And then fanning out, you'll have Capital and Greenwich duking it out. And again, the Oakland Strokes is up there with them as well. And then you will have slightly behind them be Saugatuck and New Trier will be duking it out. And then right behind you'll have Oakland Strokes and Capital following very closely behind New Trier.
I mean, it looks like Greenwich and New Trier are two crews that are on par with one another, just a lane separating one another. And we know that Greenwich can sprint. We've seen sprints out of New Trier as well. New Trier, a great push from that outside lane. Again, Marin still out in front. That lead that SA was able to kind of take over from Row America Rye. It is T90, as my grandmother might have once upon a time said. T90, and it is just going back and forth. And you know what? Just as I say that, they say, we can hear you. We want to change that. So SA looks like they're looking to make a move, see if they can take another seat on Row America Rye right now. But those are your three clear front runners. Greenwich now starting to make a move. They may have slipped just past New Trier here, but between New Trier, Greenwich, and Capital over on the other side, those 3 crews do look like they're having a secondary race as well.
Definitely level across those 3 crews. A little bit off the pace there. Oakland Strokes, but still maybe just a hair of open water between them and Capital off to their side. But very strong race here between New Trier, Greenwich, and Capital. But that Greenwich crew, yes, it does look like that they are a few seats ahead of New Trier and Capital. Great overhead shot here of Marin as they charge towards this finish line as they cross over the 500-meter mark on the way to the finish line. They are leading the pack currently, followed very closely thereafter by Marin. Marin is being followed closely thereafter by Row America Rye, St. Andrew, and the rest of the field. But I am very curious to see what unfolds in the sprint between that Greenwich crew, New Trier, and Capital. They are very close, and let's see who takes the moves first.
Well, we've seen other Marin crews come cruising toward the line with monster sprints. I've seen them earlier in the season have a fantastic showings throughout all 4 quarters of racing, developing year to year. All of these athletes are U16, so they have years yet left to develop. Marin start to finish out early and just gradually lengthened from there. No major obvious move being taken, just 200-plus strokes, one at a time was that move. Marin clear water over the next place right now is St. Andrew there in that darker hull. ahead of Row America Rye. And then it does look like on the inside, Greenwich and New Trier are the two crews that are duking it out. Greenwich put themselves just maybe ahead of New Trier. New Trier in that nearshore lane. They can all hear you in between them. That is Saugatuck as well in there, but just back of New Trier. Greenwich does have the advantage on New Trier right now. Capital in there as well, so Saugatuck and Capital now on par in terms of speed. So all of these crews with the width across the lane, it is making for interesting placements all the way down to the wire. Rowing all the way through the line right now, it is Greenwich with New Trier coming after them, and then Capital just ahead of Saugatuck. Over on the far shore, it is Oakland Strokes as well, but Marin, it was separated in the first 500 by just a seat or two, and then just gradually extended from there to make it open water win for Marin for 2 years in a row.
Next up, we have the men's U17 single A final. So over in lane 0, we have South Eugene, lane 1, Row America Rye, lane 2, Potomac, lane 3, Belen Jesuit, lane 4, Row Boston, lane 5, Coeur d'Alene, lane 6, Litchfield Hills, and lane 7, Star.
Yes, at this point, we're seeing like a little zigzag pattern here, which means, again, with the seatings, there's a little shakeup.
Yeah.
And it's not a perfect chevron, and you love to see it.
Yeah, it definitely, especially in singles, things can really change race to race, and we've got a lot of younger athletes here. I know that I've spotted Elijah Harrison in the time trial. Very strong performance there out of Coeur d'Alene. Kind of a family mentor there. He's got an older brother, Isaiah Harrison, who is on the U23 team or has been on the U23 team. So to be able to sort of pass that baton down to a younger brother is a beautiful thing to see. But again, yeah, in a single, things can unfold very quickly when you're in the boat, but very hard to see from this point because the moves, you want to take a power 10, but the effort is really a power 30.
Right.
That 1900-meter move. You get the boat up to speed, and then you just try to hold on.
Absolutely, and yes, I mean, we definitely have some other power players in here as well. And speaking of like strong support system in that lane too, you have Tony Madigan from Potomac Boat Club. That is my boat club, Bleed Red. No bias here, promise. But he is the son of Matt Madigan, who coaches the Georgetown Lightweights. But he is also has coached numerous national team members from Emily Schmieg, the lightweight sculler, to I mean, the list goes on.
A depth of sculling experience.
Of sculling experience for the U.S. national team. And so it's really interesting to see him out here. He's only 15 years old, and he's just getting started. And to make the A final in this event and only being that young is an amazing sight to see.
Yeah, it'll be amazing to see what happens in future years if they continue to decide to row in the single event or maybe double up. We've seen a couple of doubling up is what we call when an athlete rows in a smaller boat class and then bumps up to a larger boat class, maybe the single and the quad or pairs and eights. That is common, but it is a huge testament to their endurance and speed.
Absolutely, and so right now we are seeing leading the pack here will be, I would say,
hard to call, but
Belen Jesuit will be in that front place spot, but not by much, as he will be trailed by Row Boston, Simeon John, and Elijah Harrison. And it looks like Simeon and Elijah are kind of going stroke for stroke here.
And in a single, it is so exciting to have that happen. You can literally hear the oar locks ticking, and you can hear the breathing of your competitor, and you are like, oh, I'm going to make you breathe a little harder. And you push each other down the line. Those two, Simeon and Elijah, are pushing Marcus down the field here. It's fantastic to see. So right now, as it stands, we are seeing Marcus from Belen Jesuit, and then neck and neck behind him as Simeon John and Elijah Harrison. Out there on the other side of this field is Tony Madigan from Potomac. You said depth of experience here in sculling, definitely showing off here. And then the next four athletes are fairly level, but perhaps a little bit of advantage to the Litchfield Hills crew, Kale Pennington, over in lane 6, but doing a very good job of fending off Moses or Moby Lewis over in lane 7. Brendan Chapman, lane 1, and lane 0, Kai Page.
And again, that stroke for stroke between row boss Simeon and Elijah has closed that gap in between Marcus as he was sitting on that that lonely first place island, but now it's not so lonely anymore.
It's getting a little crowded up there. I think. You think he's getting a little uncomfortable?
It is, and they are pressing him to the line, and so we will see if he'll be able to respond to that. But also right slightly behind them will be Tony Madigan, who will be again just trucking along on his island there, but he is not too far out the picture just yet.
No, and then a really good battle happening between Kai Page of lane 0 and lane 1, Brendan Chapman. Kai Page has experience in the U17 double in last year's Nationals and won the Northwest Regional here in order to be here today, so he is challenging the Row America Rye single out to his starboard side, but it is look like the Belen Jesuit crew. But look at that charge
at Elijah
by the Elijah Harrison. What a run! He
is picking it up.
He is picking it up. His bow ball is now on the seat of the Belen Jesuit rower of Marcus Manicon, and it looks like Marcus is going to be crossing the line first. But what a race between him and then Elijah Harrison of Coeur d'Alene, and then Simeon John of Row Boston. Very exciting finish in a single.
Very. And that will be followed up by Tony Madigan from Potomac Boat Club. And then we have in outside lanes here. We will have Eugene and Row America Rye duking it out as well. And that was really close to call. And then it's going to be followed by Litchfield Hills. And then to wrap this up will be Moses Lewis from Star.
What a very close finish in the single here. Down the line, I mean, it was kind of, talked about that spread initially. We thought, oh, maybe the Belen Jesuit crew has got a little bit of an advantage here, but they closed the margin, and that was fantastic to see, showing a lot of maturity over the course of a race in this men's U17 single A final.
You know, we look at it, that's top 8 in the country right here. Several of these scullers have raced other sculling events at nationals. To improve from where you were in previous years to now is pretty amazing. You know, seeing Moby Lewis there come across in 8th, that's an improvement upon 19th just from last year.
Fantastic to see. Next up, we have the women's U17 single A final. In lane 0, we have a Row House. Lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Lane 2, Cambridge. Lane 3, Rogue. Lane 4, Redwood Scullers. Lane 5, Brighton. Lane 6, Three Rivers. And lane 7, Great Bay.
Scullers, Cambridge, Rogue, Redwood Scullers again, Brighton, Three Rivers, Great Bay. These are all powerhouse sculling schools, and so obviously that is the case as they are in the A final, and so it'll be really interesting to see how these scullers pan out in the coaching styles and the strategies that the coaches put onto these athletes. We will see how that will unfold for the last hoorah of this event.
In the beginning here, as we are just in the getting into the second quarter of this race, we have Reese McGeary and Ava Cathy, our early speed in the race right now. Also along about 2 lanes over is Olivia Petrie out of Redwood Scullers. Seen that name already. Some of these athletes this morning are doubling up into different events, so you know it's possible that some of these young folks are sculling in a single. They might be in a double. They might be in a single and a double, or a single and a quad, or a pair and a bigger boat. So that is also happening out here on the water. Olivia placed 2nd in this event last year, so keep an eye on lane 4 there. She won her semifinal, which is why she's in one of those lanes. So we're seeing the race develop as the quarters continue to unfold. So Olivia, Reese, and Ava Cathy as well.
And we're seeing over in that lane 6, Reese McGeary. It looks like she is the Midwest champion in the U17 single. Last year she finished 3rd in the U17 single in the B final, and what a bump to move from the B final into the A final here to land a top 8 position in the country.
So I have to say, as we are about to pass into 1,000 meters down, I've mentioned this before, where I had a teammate who was open water down, recognized where she was, realized she could go faster. All the training that was under her belt allowed her to go from open water back of the pack early on in the race to nearly winning the thing. And the reason I say that is because Eden Alfie out there in lane 0 had a very late surge. That's that row house sculler. This was just something we witnessed the other day. Very late surge in the sprint to overtake several positions to put herself into this A final through that effort. So different strategies out on the field. Some boats might want to get out early and get a position and a point advantage on the rest of the crews early on. Some have a full development over the course of the piece where you just see little by little, there's no real major move that happens, just imperceptible speed changes. That's what we're seeing out of lane 4 out of the Redwood Scullers Sculler. Whereas other athletes maybe go, okay, quick off the line, maintain through the middle, and then another big hammer drop toward the end. Haven't seen a hammer drop yet out of Redwood Scullers, but the rowing that is happening has allowed her to nearly imperceptibly put herself well clear of the rest of the field right now with an open water lead over current 2nd and 3rd Reese McGeary and Ava Cathy.
Interesting race happening over in the far lanes between lanes 0 through 3, Rowhouse, Redwood Scullers, Cambridge, and Rogue. It does look like out of those 4, the rower out of Redwood Scullers, Stella, she has got a nose ahead of the Rogue crew out 2 lanes over to her left-hand side. And then we've got also a really great showing there by the Brighton crew over in lane 5 in that mix. So again, we've got the clear leader so far in this race, the Redwood Scullers athlete, and then we've got the Three Rivers and Great Bay athlete. But then that next tier of athletes, so that next level is very up for grabs here as they cross the 750-meter mark, about 10-15 strokes into the last 500 meters.
So Redwood Scullers out in front, Three Rivers and Great Bay behind that. Then we have Brighton, and now it looks like a very tight race, but possibly the sculler, Amelie Requejo out of Rogue, maybe has the advantage on those out of the remaining 4 boats that are on the field, looking to climb back in with just over 500 meters to go to see if they can get back in contact for one of those top 4 spots. Tight race developing between Rogue and Cambridge's Emma Kirk right now over on the far side, along with the other Redwood Scullers sculler and Stella Lynn Frankel. Likely that those 2 athletes out of the Redwood Scullers certainly spar at practice. So know that every person out here, they may have seen one another either cross within a team or across teams at different regionals, that sort of thing. So always looking to improve, and by virtue of putting out your best competition, you're helping elevate the competition across the board. So over on the far side of the course, those 3 athletes, Redwood Scullers, Cambridge, and Rogue, very tight race for 5th, 6th, and 7th respectively. Still, Olivia Petrie out of Redwood Scullers out in front.
Getting a little bit of a side shot here of the start of the men's U17 double A final, but we are still watching the last 400 meters or so, last 300 meters or so of the women's U17 single A final unfold. The Redwood Scullers, Olivia still out in front, and then followed very closely thereafter by the Brighton crew, the Rogue crew. There's that 4 boat across with the other lanes happening, and let us know what's going on over there, Lindsay.
It looks like Reese McGeary out of Three Rivers is starting to sprint a little early, see if she can get ahead of Ava Cathy out of Great Bay. Still Redwood Scullers out in front, placed 2nd in this event last year, looking to take it 1 step further and take home that medal, and then maybe take it over to that marketplace tent and get it engraved. But nothing is certain until you cross that line and that horn sounds and you see it stamped in the books, official, literally written with the word official next to it at herenow.com. Olivia Petrie out of Redwood Scullers hunting the line, the fastest, cleanest line all the way down the course, faster than the other crews right now, clear ahead, staying clean because you must hear that horn sound. So Redwood Scullers out in front, followed by it is Reese McGeary out of Three Rivers, who made the decision to shake Ava Cathy out of Great Bay. On the inside, the Brighton Sculler is now turning it on and working her way into those top 3 as the line is at hand. Last few strokes of the sprint, you can see the effort effort of the 2,000 meters that have just happened, really starting to take their toll on the athletes as they cross. And it is Maya Torres-Panzer out of Brighton who comes across in third, with Ava Cathy out of Great Bay next, followed by Emma Kirk out of Cambridge, was able to shake the other two from Rogue. The other Redwood Scholars athlete, Stella Lynn Frankel, followed by Eden Alfie out of Row House. What a row. Olivia Petrie, the women's U17, this is unofficial, of course, single A final, second place last year, first place as this year, but still U17, which means there is still development happening for all of these young folks on the water right now. What an incredibly mature race.
And we will now be underway with the men's U17 double A final, where we will have in lane 0, Belmont, lane 1, Vero Beach, lane 2, Oregon Unlimited, lane 3, Miami, lane 4, V-Skulls, lane 5, Redwood Scholars, lane 6, Germantown Friends, and lane 7, Rockland.
Yes. Good lay of the field there. So it looks like we've got that early lead with Miami and V Skulls, just like Maurice was outlining. And again, the faster crews coming in from the semifinals, seated in towards the middle of the field and then fanning out. So definitely that playing out precisely at that mark here between lane 3 and 4, or between what we can see from left to right, the 4th and 5th place, or 4th and 5th and boats in the lineup. So Miami and V-Skulls neck and neck here in the men's U17 double A final. See a little bit of as they cross the 1,000. It does look like the Miami crew is just a hair ahead, maybe 2 seats ahead of the V-Skulls crew.
Those two crews out in front, so from two very different parts of the country, Miami and V-Skulls. Miami from, of course, Miami. V-Skulls from Old Greenwich, Connecticut. That name didn't ring a bell in my head. I had to just look it up. That's why I love being able to do this. We get to learn so much about these crews. What, 225 different clubs being represented? There are more and more clubs every single year, which is just another testament to the different, you plant the seed, the crop grows from there. In the center lanes, we do have those two crews out of Miami and V-Skulls still out in the lead. It does look like V-Skulls maybe has a half an inch, and then it's Miami a half an inch. Miami, of course, placed third in this event last year, however, being a different duo than these two. But again, that shows the growth of the team. You get one boat here, and then you focus maybe on that event, or it just so happens that you have a duo that learned from those that came before them, and they're able to continue that trend. Miami Rowing Club, of course, rows out of Key Biscayne, Florida, so even though they're out of Miami, they are on one of those keys. It is a beautiful waterway. Imagine overlooking downtown Miami rowing.
Not too shabby.
What it does for them keeps it entertaining, but you know what's more entertaining is paying attention to the race at hand that is happening so close in these center lanes. Miami in lane 3 won their semifinal. V-Skulls in lane 4 won their semifinal. And right now, V-Skulls, as we are into just about 500 meters to go, has taken the lead and are starting to inch away a little bit more from Miami. They have about a half of a length on Miami. They took it in about the last 15 strokes or so, so that was just a lead change that happened very much in just the last few strokes. It's been neck and neck from the very beginning until just a few moments ago. You can see these boats, they don't have steering in there except to use the length of their stroke, or instead of pressure, I like to think about it being a little bit shorter on the side that you need to go toward, because if you're already going max or you find yourself reaching a little too far, that can cause some issues. So you want to stay tidy, stay clean all the way down the course, as you know the finish line is coming. A little bobble there in V-Skulls, well recovered. Miami as well right there. This is the moment where all boats are going to start to sprint. We've got V-Skulls there already into the red buoys. We've got Miami moving into those red buoys on the opposite side of V-Skulls. We also have Redwood Scholars. This is half of the Redwood Scholars crew that placed 6th here last year, so we know that there is experience in this race. They are currently sitting in 3rd place, so having had a half of a crew, and they are still making steps toward improving upon previous years' experiences. Miami staying centered down that lane, that third place from last year, but a different duo, but showing similar speed right now to improve upon last year's result potentially. Staying clean, sprinting to the line. It is Miami, and V-Skulls still out in front of the field by open water. They look to be your first two quickest crews in this event all the way to the line. Miami picking it up once again, looking for more speed, which they are doing. They are ahead of V-Skulls, who is ahead of Redwood Scullers, who is ahead of Oregon Unlimited. Those are your top four right now. Next to Oregon Unlimited is Vero Beach, staying clean and sprinting strong. On the near side, it is Germantown Friends. Vero Beach is just ahead of Germantown Friends. In your outside lanes, it is going to be Belmont on the far side and Rockland on the near shore, also now sprinting to the line. So that Miami crew stayed clean all the way to the line. Third here last year with a different duo, elevated the result to number one. Even though it is a different crew, they continued the trajectory that their teammates set for them in previous years to find themselves as the men's U17 double youth 2023 US Rowing Youth National Champions. And just like that, 9-minute centers, we're going to turn right back around.
And now we have up the women's U17 double A final. As we look across the lanes here from right to left, we have Nereid, Artemis, Waterford, Palm Beach or North Palm Beach, Y-Quad Cities, Norwalk River, Litchfield Hills, and Atomic. Again, very quick moving boats here. Definitely difficult and challenging with the double. Again, oftentimes not with a tow mechanism to steer, but just by either pressure or that kind of matching and making sure that you're staying perfectly in time with your doubles partner. Great lead here off of these high strokes by North Palm Beach, very closely followed there by Y-Quad Cities. Too hard to tell where they stand against Norwalk River and Waterford out to the side. The far left crew of Atomic way out there. They are also in the game here.
Very early on, a lot of strokes left to be taken, but we are clean and clear off of the start, passing through into the second 500 meters of this race. North Palm Beach, of course, from across the state, so the weather relatively familiar for them. It's a small program, got some sculling under their belts as well. You know, this Artemis crew that's out on the water in lane 1, they're also doubling up. It's one of those crews that's also doubling up. They're going to be in that quad that we'll see later on in the B final. These two young athletes, Warner and Lavin, they are neighbors and good friends, and Isabella's dad actually coaches them because they had a coaching changeover earlier this year. So much fun to see friends. Oh, we happen to be neighbors as well. Something else we also have out on the water right now in lane 5, that boat out of Norwalk River is half of the 2022 crew that placed in second. So there is experience in this event in that crew, and another crew that has experience, you made a mention of Atomic on that outside lane. They placed a 6th in this event last year, but that's only half of that crew. The other athlete in that boat right now is but 14 years old.
Wow.
Young Ella Taylor out there showing some mettle here, making it into the U17 A final of the women's double here. So back to the racing at hand. Still North Palm Beach out in front with a tight race happening. Several layers of racing developing here right next to them. It looks like Waterford and Artemis, that crew I mentioned earlier, those good friends and neighbors, Waterford and Artemis are two crews that are traveling at very similar speeds right now, jockeying for position. Still North Palm Beach out in front as we approach 1,000 meters down.
Again, and halfway through the race, you're looking for friends out there. And in that Litchfield Hills boat, they're actually Willow and Addie are best friends for years. Addie actually took 20th last year in the U17 single, and Willow has come into rowing with a background in competitive dance and parkour. So definitely utilizing that balance and technique and that focus, keeping that mental focus within the lanes, just like you're being on stage. And they are not in a dress rehearsal here. They are putting on a dance here for everybody to see. So North Palm Beach, as we saw, out ahead, but then the Y-Quad Cities and Norwalk River crews. Then thereafter, Litchfield Hills and Atomic coming into view now, but Waterford and then I would also dare say Artemis, definitely posing a challenge to the third place position. We don't know what will occur in the last 750 meters. Again, a lot of things can change as different crews, as they progress through the time trial and their semifinals into this final, this A final in the women's U17 double. A lot can unfold. You're always learning, especially in a U17 event, especially with some of these younger athletes that we've outlined. Sometimes you pick something up on the warm-up. Sometimes you pick something up on the practice in between, and it does look like that Norwalk River crew maybe put something together here. Their bow ball is just a foot ahead of the Y-Quad Cities double off to their right-hand side, and if you look across the screen, they're at Artemis. Artemis has made a very good move. They are moving. They are got overlap with the Y-Quad Cities group and the Norwalk River crew.
So North Palm Beach has been out in front. They do have open water, but very tight between Norwalk River and Y-Quad Cities. Artemis is basically bow, maybe on the stroke seat of those two of the Y-Quad Cities and Norwalk River boats. Norwalk River now just a little bit of an edge on Y-Quad Cities, but certainly keep an eye out for Y-Quad. They have that experience. You know, Grace, when you were talking about dance, I know that you have a background in dance too, so I know it sounded like you knew what you were talking about, and that's for good reason.
Yep.
As why that can be helpful when you row. You move well, it's gonna make it a little bit easier for you to row a little bit better with that, especially that spatial awareness, body awareness. Right now, North Palm Beach still looking to extend their lead, and it looks, just as you said, Norwalk River, maybe that experience of having Trudeau there, one of the athletes, having placed second in this event last year, is imparting some experience upon that younger, potentially younger or newer teammate that is now in this boat as well. And they are producing current second position kind of speed, but very little still to separate between Norwalk River and Y-Quad. The advantage is slightly with Norwalk River right now, with Y-Quad Cities in third, currently Artemis sitting in fourth, with Waterford currently in fifth, and it's very tight between Atomic out here on the far shore, as well as all the way across to Nereid. Them being so far away from your next width-wise, not distance toward the finish line, but width-wise to your next closest competitor. Right now, Atomic has that sixth place position, but it is Nereid out there that they are going to have to fend off to make sure that they maintain at least a six. That push from Nereid, if that can give them a little bit of inspiration to find more speed as we are getting into the last 300 or less meters for all crews out on the field right now. It is across the state North Palm Beach, from across the state North Palm Beach, entering the red buoys first, followed by Norwalk River, who's looking to find that sprint because they will need it to fend off Y-Quad Cities. Y-Quad Cities, you can see, just took it up. It's as if they saw the red buoys and then went to take it off. All crews staying nice and clean, bringing it to the line as quickly as they possibly can. It is North Palm Beach out in front. We keep saying them. They've been there. They've stayed there. They've remained there. Norwalk River is right behind them. Y-Quad Cities from there. The sprint that Norwalk River is putting on is helping them maintain their distance on Y-Quad. Y-Quad is pressing hard over on the far side. It is Artemis, 2 lanes over from our current leaders, and first to the line, North Palm Beach. So first to the line will be North Palm Beach, followed by potentially Norwalk River, hotly contested by Y-Quad Cities, with Artemis coming across in those top four, as well as they are next to approach the line, with Waterford hot behind them, and 3 boats to the line, sprinting hard all the way to the line. These 3 that are bringing it is Litchfield Hills, Atomic, and Nereid. Atomic barely ahead of Litchfield Hills. Litchfield Hills pressing hard all the way through the line. It is bow ball to bow ball between Atomic and Litchfield Hills, followed by Nereid over on the far shore. Half a golf ball.
Oh, I couldn't see it. I couldn't spot it.
There might have been a slight surge by that Litchfield Hills boat, but I am not going to call it. It looked dead level between Atomic and Litchfield Hills. These are the top 8 U17 women's doubles in the country. All of these athletes are under 17 years old. Some just getting into it, some a few years under them, but all with many years left to go should they choose it. What an amazing boat class to get to race at any age, let alone here at Nathan Benderson Park in the U17 at the US Rowing Youth National Championships.
on the course. Now we are watching the men's U17 coxed 4A final. As we look at the boats who are competing here today, we've got OKC River Sport on the right-hand side of our screen on the farthest lane here if you are here in Sarasota. So it goes OKC, River Sport, Belen Jesuit, Saugatuck, Canisius, Cincinnati Juniors, Pacific, PNRA Mercer, and Oregon Unlimited.
When we look at races that come down, you know, the way that these are still set up is we have this chevron setup of, you know, fastest placements, highest placements in each semi in the center, and then fanning out from there, first, second, third, and fourth to either side, either from semifinal 1 or semifinal 2. That kind of is that fan. Sometimes one semifinal might be a little faster than the other, which might come into play when we see, as we were just seeing a moment ago, that Oregon Unlimited, even though they placed 4th in their semifinal, they were contending for one of those fastest speeds in this first 1,000 at least of the race right now. Right as it stands, it does look like it's Canisius over there that will be one of the top 2 crews to the first 1,000 by just under a half of a length over lane 4 Cincinnati Juniors in their trademark kind of white blades, but with those red, blue, and green unisuits in that white hull. So Canisius through to the 1,000 first by just a little bit over Cincinnati Juniors, and Saugatuck, Canisius placing 4th in this event last year.
And seeing a little bit of the medals ceremony that is going on over down in the on-site here in Nathan Benderson. So if you have gotten yourself a medal here today, you can head down to the stage and have your ceremony, have your moment, bask in that with your teammates and coaches, and then head over to the marketplace and get that medal engraved. But yes, look at this shot here. It definitely looks like Canisius ahead of Cincinnati Juniors, but Saugatuck, what a charge. They have overlap with those 2 leaders. They are not letting them walk away with this easily. Oregon Unlimited in contact out there over in lane 7. We've got overlap with all crews connected in this race, crossing the 750-meter mark and only about 10-15 strokes, then crossing into the last 500 meters.
You know, whatever it was that Cincinnati Juniors did in the last 250 meters since that 1,000, whether it was just kind of that reset point, okay, let's give it a little quicker step, whatever it was imperceptible to the eye, except for the fact that they have cut down the lead that Canisius has on them. They are on the advance, but so is Oregon Unlimited out on that outside lane. So Oregon Unlimited now looking like they want to be on par with the speed that Cincinnati Juniors and Canisius are producing. Saugatuck, we've seen them as a team have solid sprints so far this weekend and in years past as well. So the pack, as the strokes are unfolding and 500 meters are about to be at hand, is tightening up all the way to the front of the pack. This is not a runaway by the top placement from the very beginning. This is tight top to toe for all 8 crews on the field. Canisius is still out in front by just maybe a deck plus a seat with Cincinnati Juniors. Saugatuck on the move. PNRA Mercer on the move, because Oregon Unlimited has been pouring it on since the very beginning, and that has been putting pressure. It's been goading PNRA Mercer to stay in there as well. So PNRA Mercer on the move. So you've got Oregon Unlimited, PNRA Mercer, Cincinnati Juniors, Canisius, Saugatuck. All of those crews are vying for those top 5 spots right now. If Pacific pours on a sprint, they too will vie for those top spots.
Definitely a tight race unfolding as they all come through the red buoys. It does look like Canisius is the first one to cross into that, but very hotly followed on the tails of Cincinnati Juniors. Cincinnati Juniors going in. Look at this sprint that we're seeing over here by PNRA Mercer. Between PNRA Mercer and Oregon Unlimited, they are pushing the 3 leaders that we've had in this race, Canisius, Cincinnati Juniors, and Saugatuck, but the PNRA Mercer and Oregon Unlimited crews back and forth, stroke for stroke. Look at them go. They are then pushing those crews, the Cincinnati crew and the Saugatuck crew. They are pushing into those leaders. It does look like Canisius has a bit of the lead here. They are about a half a boat ahead, but they are not making it comfortable. They do not feel comfortable what the Cincinnati Junior crew is laying down. They are looking out to the side. They know that Balbal is coming, but it does look like that the Cincinnati Juniors crew will run out of race course, but they will get second. Canisius first, Cincinnati Juniors second, and then third. Wow, we've got Saugatuck, then we've got PNRA Mercer and Oregon Unlimited. That push across the line, then followed by Pacific, OKC Riversport, and Belen Jesuit.
Wow. So Canisius by just about a deck. That Cincinnati Junior Balball was able to get up to the coxswain of that Canisius crew, but not overtake it. Saugatuck, though, looked like they were able to overtake and come in to third place. And I tell you what, that PNRA Mercer sprint looked like it may have allowed them to overtake Oregon Unlimited there toward the end. What a race by all crews. Check herenow.com for the speed that was laid out just now on the race course. Not just the placement. Could we get better and better over the course of the weekend through the races that we played? Gosh, top 8 in the country right there, folks.
And first strokes out of the starting blocks in the women's U17 coxed 4A final. We've got Lakeside, Pacific, Newport, Saugatuck B, next to their very own Saugatuck A, then lane 5, Los Gatos, Holy Names, and Nereid. Very interesting to have these so closely seated crews, Saugatuck and Saugatuck, right next to each other. You sure bet they have seen each other at practice. They kind of know a little bit about each other.
Saugatuck and Saugatuck. Saugatuck and Saugatuck B both won their semifinals. Saugatuck's top boat, whichever one that happens to be, won this event last year. So they took home the trophy last year, and they are putting 2 very solid feet forward because they would like to do it again this year. Lots of, right now, looks like that top crew out of Saugatuck. Right now, that 4th one over from the left of your picture, that is Saugatuck showing the early speed right now. And with the outline, the outliers, the outside lanes as well, the blue hull all the way across Lakeside out there putting on some good speed right now. Nereid putting on some good speed right now. Saugatuck in that center lane, just to the left of center lane in lane 4 is the only crew showing a big difference in speed right now compared to the rest of the field. Very tight, just a few feet separating Nereid, Holy Names, Los Gatos, Saugatuck B, and Newport and Lakeside at the moment.
Yes, very good lead. I believe that Saugatuck boat in lane 4 now may have a hair of open water across the field from the other boats. They are trying to separate themselves from the other competitors in this race. So an early advantage here. So with this being a coxed boat, the athletes are the ones who really get to know where they lay on the field. They're able to see their competitors side to side, and they're saying, I'm going to try to push them away. But these other crews, their coxswains are able to see them out ahead, and they're able to look side to side, and it is almost level across with all other crews. So off to Saugatuck's side, you've got Los Gatos and Saugatuck B. You've got Newport, Holy Names. You've got Lakeside, all of them in the mix. The Nereid boat, I mean, those coxswains, I hope that their necks are feeling good because they are looking side to side every stroke as they come into this 1,000-meter mark. They have got a lot of work to do. What are they going to pull out of their athletes to motivate them? All right, now is the time to go. We're going to stick to our race plan, or now we're going to make a little bit of a spicy move, see what we can do and throw down here in the A final of the women's U17 coxed 4s.
Yeah, Saugatuck certainly putting 2 good feet forward. We mentioned that a few moments ago, and it does look to be, as you said, that maybe they have an inch, but right next to them is Newport, and we've seen Newport have some solid second halves of racing here. And as we are ready to get into that second 1,000, we are about to get into the second 1,000 of the race. Newport maybe turning up the heat just a little bit to put some pressure on Saugatuck's B lineup, but certainly both Saugatuck crews have been seen to have full 2,000-meter races and certainly sprints in their systems, in their toolkits, in their back pockets should they need it when they need it. Why when instead of should? Because this is the A finals here. It's A finals Sunday, day 4 of the Youth National Rowing Championships. That just right there, that shot shows you the margin that the Saugatuck top boat has on the rest of the field. It does look like maybe their B boat still has just a little edge over Newport, but Newport certainly worked their way up into the race that was happening up front. They're putting themselves where they want to be. You want to be in striking distance if you aren't already there when you're in that third 500, because that really is a difference maker between crews.
Yes, beautiful shot here of that Saugatuck. Top boat in the lead. You can see the coxswain kind of tucked in there in this bow-loaded 4. All 4 of these athletes laying it on, putting it into the water on time and together. Little pan out to the side is just showing how much of a lead they have on the crew or on the field currently. But again, tight field happening behind them. That race between Saugatuck B, Los Gatos, Holy Names, Newport, and Lakeside, Pacific, and Nereid. Again, very tight, but it does look like Saugatuck A having this lead, rowing their own race now with that touch of open water, keeping it clean, keeping it tight, heading towards the finish line on the way to this A final, trying to be top 8 in the country of the U17 Women's Coxed 4.
So just about 600 meters to go. You know, if you're in that boat, you know that you haven't seen that last orange buoy yet, and oftentimes you're where is it? Where is it?
Come on, I know it's coming.
I know it's coming. It's very tight right now. That Saugatuck A boat right now has a lead of an open water. It's a little over 3 seconds for them to the rest of the field, and so everything that's unraveling outside, you know, I'm seeing a move happen out of Nereid right now. It was Nereid, Holy Names, and Los Gatos very close, but Nereid has separated themselves away from Los Gatos and Holy Names at the moment. They want to hunt down that top Saugatuck boat. Saugatuck's B boat still has a little bit on Newport, but Newport is still right in there. The question is that a sneak attack by Nereid? Do they have more that'll put them up in one of those 2nd, 3rd, or 4th place positions as we are getting into this last 500 meters of the race? Right now, still Saugatuck out in front, open water, with Saugatuck B just behind them, but still Newport is still right there, applying the pressure, asking those very intense, deep questions of the Saugatuck B boat. Will Saugatuck be able to turn this into 1-2 after having won this event last year? Here we are, 8 boats across, final strokes, less than 2 minutes to go in this race. 300 meters to go. Sprints are going to be at hand. Who is going to sprint early? Near shore, Nereid is putting on a lot of speed here out in lane 7. Do the coxswains from Newport and Saugatuck B know that Nereid is over here putting themselves in the hunt for one of those top spots as well? So Saugatuck, Newport, and Nereid, they are their top 4 crews right now as the race comes down to its final 250 meters or less for just about every single crew out on the water. On the far side, it is Lakeside out ahead of Pacific. We do have a battle between Holy Names and Los Gatos still happening, so that is tight between those 2 crews. Barely a foot maybe separating them, if that at all. Nereid is still over here in this green hull on the near shore. Saugatuck B now sprinting. You can see them turning up the heat, the blades entering the water a little bit more quickly, the body's a little bit, the legs a little bit more aggressive, everything moving together because they want to go with whatever they have left. Saugatuck A out in front, barely a foot, neck and neck, balbal to balbal between Newport and Saugatuck B. Saugatuck B, then Newport, then Saugatuck, then Newport. It is neck and neck, trading balbals all the way to the line. Saugatuck, what we know is there are 2 Saugatuck boats in the top 2. We aren't sure which they are. Nereid coming across now in that green hull. Fantastic second half out of that crew from Nereid. Los Gatos just ahead of Holy Names. The question is, did Lakeside eke the 2 of them out? I am not certain from where I sit here in this tower. Pacific across the line now. 2 sets of close racing within the race itself. 2 barely imperceptible differences in those horn beeps. Go to herenow.com. We know that at least one Saugatuck crew came across the line in first to make it back-to-back national championships for the team out of Connecticut, Saugatuck, in the women's U17 Coxed Quad 2022 and 23 U.S. Rowing Youth National Rowing Champions.
And now crossing the first 500 meters of the next event, the men's U17 the men's U17 Quad A final. So in this race, we have Detroit, River City, Belen Jesuit, Norwalk River, Long Beach, Nereid, Newport Seabase, and Maritime. I mean, 500 meters into this race, you see a little bit of a lead there between Norwalk and Long Beach, but these outside lanes, Detroit and Maritime, they are hanging in there. All boats across all 8 lanes have contact. There's no open water at this point in the race. I mean, in a quad, the margins are smaller because the boats are quick and fast. So it'll be very interesting to see what these U17 athletes put together to figure out who is going to be where. But right now it does look as if Norwalk River and Long Beach Juniors have a touch of a lead over the pack, but again, contact across all boats.
You said, wow, these outside lanes, Maritime out there did seem to be kind of an inversion of placement from semis, because they were also one of those crews kind of on the outside, showing some good speed as well. Right now, as we cross the 1,000, though, the majority of the speed is toward the center, as we have been expected with Long Beach and Norwalk River there, but just a little bit, not much separating those two crews. Out on the field right now, we do have the teams that brought home first and second place in this event last year, with Maritime, that outside lane crew, having won this event last year. And then we have the boat out of Nereid, who has at least one of these athletes the same. I believe it's the stroke seat that is the same as last year. They placed second in this event. So keep an eye out for 4 full, exciting, enthusiastic, action-packed quarters of racing. We are into the critical third 500 of the race, where we normally see things develop, some differences being made, because this is what it has all been for all year long. The third 500, you cannot fake it. You must make it happen through consistent effort, one day at a time. Maritime showing exactly that on the outside. We've got Maritime, Long Beach, Norwalk River, your 3 fastest movers on the course right now. The 3 lead crews. It almost looked as though I saw maybe a little peek out of one of those athletes from the Maritime crew to correct the lane, make sure they're nice and centered as we are about to get into 500 meters to go. Holy, we are right there with the leaders, even though they are several lanes away. That is certainly a strategy check. Make sure with 500 meters to go that you are centered in your lane. It's going to set you up for success in your sprint. As we get into the final quarter of this race, 500 meters to go, the 2 centered lanes, Norwalk River and Long Beach Juniors, are setting the standard. Nereid is in it as well in that center lane, but so much tight racing happening across the board right now. Norwalk River and Long Beach Juniors out in front. Maritime recovering and sprinting hard already.
And it does look like Nereid has taken a charge. They are probably level across from with Belen Jesuit there for that 3rd place position. Belen Jesuit taking up the rate, but it is a race for the line between Norwalk and Long Beach Juniors. Neck and neck, maybe a touch ahead in the Long Beach Junior boat. Norwalk not making it easy. Both of these boats taking up the rate, trying to stay internal, stroke for stroke. Cannot tell from this bird's eye view, but look at them charge down the line. Belen Jesuit now closing the gap on those 2 leaders of Norwalk and Long Beach. Belen Jesuit charging the field. The Maritime Newport Seabase and Nereid crews out in lanes 5, 6, and 7 pushing the field. Maritime having that bobble, but look at them. I think they have slingshot the rest of this crew, the rest of these competitors. They are taking them with them in this speed towards the line. Norwalk River and Long Beach Juniors neck and neck. Too hard to tell at this point, but they are going towards the line.
Long Beach Juniors with a heck of a sprint right now, because they are out in front just ahead of Norwalk River. Norwalk River sprinting hard, and you called it, Belen Jesuit also sprinting hard, top 3 right now. You have a very tight racing between Maritime, Newport Seabase, Nereid, and River City over on the far side as well. We're only going to see a few horns for the number of crews that are tight to the line at this present moment. One thing is for sure is that the young folks in hats out of Long Beach Juniors came across in first, just by a bit over Norwalk River, with Belen Jesuit following that up. From there, check the results at herenow.com for the official.
Lots of changes there. It's wonderful to have a race all the way down to the line. Every single stroke, those 2 crews, Norwalk and Long Beach Juniors, right there with each other. next race on the course right now is the women's U17 Quad A final. Very quick boats here. From lane 0 to 7, we have Marina Aquatic Center, Maritime, Woodlands, Miami, Narragansett, Redwood Scullers, Hockaday, and Long Beach Juniors. All overlap among all of these quads right now that are out on the water. You know, some of these are repeat names from the previous, so to see the sculling developing still among certain crews, you can kind of start to pick out maybe which teams are focusing a little more on sweep and which teams are focusing a little more on sculling, you know, which there are so many options for events. You know, it does make sense to kind of, you know, are we going to spend a little more time here, a little more time there? What is our philosophy as a club in terms of development, and what does that actually mean, and how does it pan out across the years of rowing? Like, get people in it younger and stay with it longer. What's going to be in the best interest of longevity and skill development and all of those things. And so by seeing the repeat names here across teams like Maritime, we see Narragansett, Long Beach Juniors has some sculling, obviously Redwood Scullers. You know, we're going to just see development and then consistency over time, and maybe that speaks to the individual club's philosophy. Right now, we're seeing this speed on this inside lane. Long Beach Juniors right now, one of the top speeds out there. Miami in that blue hull also setting the center on fire as well in this race, being one of those faster movers on the course right now. We just saw the Long Beach Juniors guys come across with a very fast speed, and Long Beach Juniors in that outside lane in this women's event, this women's U17 quad event, doing something quite similar, but from the outside lane. I'd say a crew that is on the advance that Miami has just to their side is Narragansett. That Narragansett team, not sure if it's a similar crew or not, they placed second in this event last year. There was only one other holdover from last year's A final, and that is Maritime, and that is Maritime over second from the top, from the right of your screen right now, second from the far shore, placed sixth in this event last year. And again, that Maritime crew probably about a half a boat ahead of Woodlands off to their right-hand side. Very tight race still here as they cross towards the 1,000-meter mark. Every boat having contact with boats either side of them. That blue boat from Miami still leading the charge here down the course in the clear lead at the moment as it stands. But again, you never know what happens in the race plan across these different crews. Someone may decide to turn on the juice a little earlier. We've seen some very good sprints here at Nathan Benderson Park, so it will be interesting to see who is able to turn that on soon. So yes, it does look like Miami out there in the blue boat and the pink hats is in the lead at present, but look at that push out to the side. Narragansett, Redwood Scullers, and Hockaday all the way over to Long Beach Juniors in the hunt for this final. Narragansett, then they seem to have the most overlap with Miami, and then Redwood Scullers very close to them. Maritime out in lane 1, and they are now having a fight with Woodlands. They are now Maritime still, I would say, only about a seat ahead of Woodlands, but in the mix. Miami did have a very strong lead, but look at what's happening. Narragansett and Redwood Scullers, they are going back and forth, side by side, almost nearly identical stroke rates. And that battle is then pushing and eating into the distance that Miami had in that early lead, but they are charging the next set of 3 boats all the way across. Maritime, Woodlands, and I would say Long Beach, actually. I would say Long Beach has got a little bit more overlap now. They are moving into Narragansett and Redwood Scullers. Look at that. They are now taking seats. And it's quite possible with what Long Beach is doing out in that outside lane, because there isn't a coxswain on board. You know, that's going to give them the ability to, they don't have anyone else on the other side except a whole bunch of cheering fans. So no distractions over there, only encouragement. It maybe is a little more helpful to be, you know, insular, a little more in your bubble there. That way you aren't impacted by what's going on around you. You don't get distracted by it. The reason I say that is that movement that they have could pull Hockaday up into what's going on over on the far side with
Woodlands and Maritime. Maritime putting a lot of pressure on Woodlands. Woodlands has an advantage over Maritime by just less than a half of a length right now on the far side of the course. Miami out in front with Narragansett and Redwood Scullers hot on their tail. Redwood Scullers may have just slipped past Narragansett by just a little bit. You know, it's interesting, those two crews in the middle, Miami and Narragansett, as they approach, as they get into the last 500 meters here, 15-year-olds in that boat, 15 and 16 split among those two crews, you know, so development occurring, young athletes in this U17 women's quad here. Now, as I'm talking, it does look like Redwood Scullers has slipped past, and they are about to hunt for the lead with Miami at this present moment. So, as we are getting into the last 350 meters or so, it has been Miami since the beginning in that center lane in the blue hull. So you can see blue hull is Miami, black hull is Narragansett, white hull is Redwood Scullers, and then on the inside it is Long Beach Juniors in that white hull as well. So those are the crews that are hunting toward the front, and the sprints are about to unwind here. Redwood Scullers is on the move. Miami is on the move. Narragansett is on the move on the far side. Woodlands and Maritime. Maritime is on the move with Woodlands. Everyone is sprinting toward the line. Lots of close racing happening here as all of the breath is being exhaled, as all of the legs are pushing. The blades are all going to the water, and we are sprinting. That is a heck of a sprint that we are seeing out of Redwood Scullers right now, staying very tidy. All crews, blades are going to the water, sitting strong and pushing those legs, hunting that line one by one. Redwood Scullers, Narragansett, Miami will be the quickest to the line. Who will it be? 1, 2, 3. We will find out in just a few moments here with Redwood Scullers pushing hard, Miami pushing hard, Narragansett pushing hard, and with the two on the far side, Woodlands with still a slight advantage over Maritime, but both crews pushing very hard. And all the way on the inner shore is Long Beach Juniors with a sneak attack in their sprint as well, hunting hard and fast. They are going to be in the top 6 as well, just ahead of Hockaday. Hockaday is in it all the way to the end with Marina Aquatic Center over on the far side. Very tight sprint there happens with Long Beach Juniors as well, with whatever is happening over on the far shore as well. That was very tight for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Redwood Scullers, heck of a second 1,000 to very maturely, methodically, carefully, just one stroke at a time, overtake the lead, and then sprint to the line to come across as the 2023 U.S. Rowing Women's Youth Under 17 Quad Champion.
Fantastic race down to the line in that one. I'm sure we will see more of that unfold in our next event, the men's U17 8A final. So in this race, we have White Rock, Row America Rye B, Sarasota, Row America Rye. So 2 Row America Rye boats in this race. Lane 4, Marin, St. Joe's Prep, NorCal Central Catholic Pitt. Again, a double entry here for Row America Rye. It does look like we've got a tight race happening now between the Sarasota crew, a hair ahead as they cross the first 500 meters, but then followed very closely then by St. Joe's Prep over in lane 5, but the middle of this field is not letting it fly. So Row America Rye, their first entry in lane 3, trying to claw their way ahead, but it does look like they have momentum. Everyone is hunting to get to that 1,000-meter mark first, but as it stands now, it does look like Sarasota out ahead by about a half a length over Row America Rye and St. Joe's Prep. The dark shell there in the middle, Marin, still having contact. I would say that their bow ball sitting on the bow seat of the boat of St. Joe's Prep, and then out there NorCal. NorCal has got contact with St. Joe's Prep. NorCal is probably only 2 seats off. So all of these boats are within a boat length of each other. These top 5 boats all within each other. Over there in lane 1, the Row America Rye B boat, their bow ball, I would say, is just off the stern deck of the NorCal boat in lane 6, and then you've got White Rock a little off the pace there in lane 0, but in the thick of it, they have got a race with Central Catholic Pitt over in lane 7. They have overlap between those 2 boats, but it does look like in the race so far, we have got the Sarasota boat. They are in the lead at present, but very good push by Row America Rye.
Sarasota at this 1,000-meter mark might have just a couple of seats, just the part of the deck over Row America Rye. So Sarasota here on not their home course, but certainly in their hometown, looking to represent their portion of the country here on the water at Nathan Benderson Park. So in control, they placed third in this event last year. Marin, 2 lanes over from them, are the winners of this event last year, with St. Joe's Prep, who placed second in this event last year. And so no matter where you were 1,000 meters ago, what matters is where you are when the line happens, because every stroke that is being taken is that this cluster at the top is just getting tighter and tighter and tighter. We have semifinal winners, we have last year's winners, we have athletes that maybe are new to this event, but no matter what, there's a lot of similar speed happening on the course. Right now it is Sarasota, closely followed by Row America Rye. Very tight, almost neck and neck, almost balball to balball, I would say, with Marin and St. Joe's Prep, and then followed by them it is NorCal. So those are the 5 crews from the farthest to the nearest shores that are out in front right now of the men's U17 8s A final happening. These are your top 8 U17 guys, 8s in the country. It is Sarasota with the lead right now with just about 500 meters to go. These boats are going to cover this ground, certainly less than 2 minutes left to row, even though there are more than 500 meters left in this race. Sarasota, Row America Rye. It looks like St. Joe's maybe just a nose ahead of Marin right now, with Marin just a hair ahead of NorCal. And depending on what line you are looking at, Row America Rye is vying for that #1 spot. Are they looking to overtake the lead from Sarasota? And you know who else is hunting it quite solidly? St. Joe's Prep.
And Marin also trying to throw their hat in this game. They are moving as well. You can see a good bump in rate here across all crews, but it is Sarasota and Row America Rye stroke for stroke with each other. But that race is not set yet. You've got St. Joe's Prep. They are looking to eat their way through this field. They are taking some really great strokes here. And so, but it is still Row America Rye, Sarasota, and then St. Joe's Prep, Marin. Marin trying to move into this race. Great push here by NorCal, but it is stroke for stroke. Look at that. St. Joe's Prep is edging into these top crews. Sarasota, Row America Rye, they are charging into these red buoys.
Sarasota and St. Joe's Prep with notorious sprints. Both of those crews, you're going to see them elevated. Is Marin, Sarasota and Row America Rye out in front. Marin is in there. St. Joe's Prep is charging hard, putting the pressure on Sarasota with the earliest sprint perhaps, and Row America Rye staying tidy right next to them, just a couple of seats beyond the bow deck behind Sarasota. Sarasota is sprinting hard, and they still have the advantage over Row America Rye. St. Joe's Prep with the advantage over Marin right now as the line approaches. Top 4 across, just barely a second or less for Sarasota over Row America Rye, with St. Joe's Prep in third over Marin, with NorCal on the near shore, followed by Row America Rye B over there on the far shore, along with White Rock and Central Catholic Pitt rounding out this field as they approach the line as well. So Row America Rye with 2 crews here in this event in the top 6 in the country right now. So that's top 8 in the country in the men's U17 8s. Sarasota across the line first, from third here last year, taking home the trophy.
What a story. And now we are here up at the start for the women's U17 8A final, making some final adjustments here.
And we are underway here in this next event. You heard the attention, the dramatic pause that they allow for. It is not something that you can predict. You are up there waiting silently. Take that breath. They say attention, and then the tone goes, and you have to have that reaction time as a 9 to make it happen, to be as accurate as you can be right from the get-go. The 8 crews on the water right now in the women's U17 8A final are Dallas United, Row America Rye, Marin, Greenwich, Row America Rye again, Cincinnati Juniors, Oakland Strokes, and Chicago. Those are the 8 crews vying for the top 8 spots in the country right now in 2023 at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Rowing Championships. The crew right now that is setting the fastest start speed off of the line is Row America Rye. Rye having won their semifinal. That's why they are toward the center. That's them in lane 4 right now. Next to them is Greenwich. Greenwich, another semifinal winner. That's why they are also in one of those lanes. Greenwich is one of these crews that the race develops as the strokes get taken, so they haven't necessarily been the fastest starter, but they have shown speed throughout the full 2,000 meters that has put them in the race from start to finish. So Row America Rye out in front, but very, very tight between Greenwich and Marin to the sides of them, and then very, very tight as well between Oakland Strokes and the Cincinnati Juniors closer to the near shore. Chicago right there along with them as well. So very tight racing with Row America Rye out front in lane 4. Next to them, between Cincinnati Juniors, Greenwich, Marin, Oakland Strokes, Chicago, and even the other Row America Rye entry, I have to say, those are the top 7 crews. We have one clear front runner right now, and then another 6 crews that are all very well overlapped, just a few seats separating the crews out on the course right now. Last year it was Row America Rye that took home the win in this particular event, so seeing them out there again, this is on trend with what they did last year. Cincinnati Juniors, of course, currently sitting in second, third, or fourth place among those top 4 crews right now. Cincinnati Juniors placed second in this event last year, so having shown historic speed, showing some speed here again, present day, right now, here in Nathan Benderson Park. We are certainly into the second 500 of the race. All crews are well within their base rhythms right now. You are finding kind of that metronomic, do some work, exhale, then let the boat glide out as much as you can, because even though you are just about to cross into the 1,000, you still have quite a few strokes left to be rowed. You want to make sure that you are being proficient and not, there is this kind of knowing just what it is to be just under that red line. You know what max is, you're going max, but it's also just right up to the edge of what that max means, because you know that you still have to find more every stroke down the course to make sure that you can negative split, which means that you just want to be a snowball. You want to just maintain momentum and carry that trajectory all the way down the course. Rye with an open water lead over the rest of the field as we cross that 1,000-meter mark. That in lane 5, that's those Cincinnati Juniors, those trademark blades that we know them to have. On the opposite side of Rye, it is Greenwich. So Rye out front, Greenwich and Cincinnati Juniors. It looks like Greenwich may have a small edge over Cincinnati Juniors right now.
And it does look like Marin is making a little bit of a move next to Greenwich. So by having that boat right next to them, they are looking across thinking, I think we can edge into 3rd place here. So again, still our leaders, Row America, Rye, then next Greenwich, on the other side of them, Cincinnati Juniors. But they need to look across because Marin is making a fantastic move here, and then a race occurring between those other crews out, the other Row America Rye boat, the Oakland Strokes boat over in lanes 1 and 6. They are likely neck and neck, and then there is contact between the Oakland Strokes boat and the Chicago crew, and then out there Dallas United still in this race. So the leaders, Row America Rye, Greenwich, Marin, though hot on the tails of Cincinnati Juniors, so it will be a race to this 500-meter mark. I wonder who has started to pull out their sprint cards early to try to test their speed.
Gosh, these 8-boat finals, I wonder what that feels like. I've never raced an 8-boat final. Never more than 7, and that's only in given circumstances. So the intensity of the effort, the intensity of the experience is truly unique. You know, and maybe having those extra boats out there getting a little extra layer of incentive for a lot of these crews, so potentially goading them on to some of the fastest races that they have ever experienced in their lives so far. First to the first boat through that last 500-meter buoy is Row America Rye. They've been out front since the beginning and have not relinquished it since. They have open water over the next crews in the field, and it is Cincinnati Juniors who has turned it up the dial another notch. They were a little off of Greenwich's pace for a moment there, but they are charging hard. Look at the sprint that they are already pouring on. They started to sprint 400 meters to go. That is a gutsy move on their part. They are about to get into 250, and the sprint that they are pouring on is working. Greenwich is going along with them as well. It is very tight between Cincinnati Juniors and Greenwich. Marin sprinting hard. Marin on the advance as well. Those are your 4 lead crews. Row America Rye with open water over the next 3 crews, but those 4 out in front are really pouring it on. Look over on the far side as well to the other Row America Rye boat. They are sprinting hard. You can see the effort of all 8 of these crews really coming on as they are looking to hunt that line as fast as they possibly can. Rye out in front looking to extend that lead. Love to see that sprint happen, even from the vantage point that they are excited. You can see the stoke coming off of every push that they give. Cincinnati Juniors is pushing hard, and their sprint is paying off because they are just ahead of Greenwich and Marin. Fantastic sprints by all teams so far. Those are your first 4 across the line. Rye B is now charging hard as well. Oakland Strokes right there with them. And then on the near shore, we have Chicago. And on the far shore, we have Dallas United. What a sprint by Cincinnati Juniors. That was an early sprint by that crew, and they were able to they were able to capitalize on that.
Yes, they carried it through. They were able to throw out their cards early and hold onto it. That gamble paid off.
I imagine it was something they practiced.
Imagine
that up to this point.
Something they practiced. I mean, the sprint, especially in 8s, it's such a fun thing to be able to be neck and neck with each other all the way down the line and kind of have that change of position.
I gotta say, you know, with Rye out in front in that 8 that did have that open water lead, it almost just, you could just see the fun of the coxswain and the stroke seat really just elevating and goading that whole group of 9 all the way across through the line. Just so wonderful to see. That was the women's U17 8s final. Row America Rye across in first.
Next up, we have the men's and women's youth PR2 single A final, but we also have Maurice down there on the stage with another athlete interview that we are excited to have on screen. So Maurice, who do you got with you down there?
Here at the recovery docks at the 2023 USRowing Youth National Championships. And as you all know, I am interviewing all the national champions that have been crowned today. The season has been long, and it has all led up to this moment where each of these athletes that I have been interviewing are all now at the top of the country. And so I am interviewing the national champions of the open gender youth double. And this event is so special because it is the first of its kind, and you all are the trailblazers. You are all the history makers, the history writers, and you are the first national champions of this event. I want tell me what it means to the both of you.
I'm super excited to have a open gender double race at all because I'm non-binary and I have to row in a lot of gendered races, and it's just super tiring. I'm really excited to have the open gender double because it's finally like a race that I feel like I can fit into. It's just kind of exhausting to row in races that I just feel like I don't belong and that it doesn't feel right to be in.
I'm just really happy to be helping Tesla be themselves. Like, it's kind of been hard with going from events with like a lot more competitors, but racing this event, having something where it feels like not just are you racing for yourself, but like having something you're working towards, trying to have an event where people can be themselves. And even if there's not many people right now, keeping the door open so more people can come in the future, it's been nice.
Right, and I just want you guys to know, like, you're now the faces of this event. I mean, you are at the top of the country for this event, and it's only going to grow. But the door needed to be kicked down, and that's what you guys did today. And so I mean, there's so much going through my mind right now because I just understand the importance of being inclusive for any and everybody. Like, it doesn't matter, what your sex is. It doesn't matter what your race is. It doesn't matter social economic background. None of that matters. What matters is the love for the sport that all of us share. Like, we all come here for one thing, to row that 2K down the course. And so I got to know, like, as you guys are, getting tired, like, what's something that motivates the both of you to keep it going?
I just really know that I was worried that if no one registers for this race, then it's not going to be able to continue in the future. I really want to make sure that we can keep this door open for more non-binary athletes in the future, and not just in rowing. I'm hoping that if USRowing is making this step forward, can help show other sports that it's possible to make gender inclusive, mixed or non-binary categories in events for athletes that are not just male or female.
I really can't say it better. Tesla does perfect.
Love it, love it. You love to see it. And so, is there anybody? I mean, this is again a community sport. Is there anybody that you both have in your back corners? Coaches, parents, guardians, best friends, like anybody that you want to give a special shout out to for getting you guys through this season, getting you guys here at the national championships, and ultimately getting you guys to be national champions.
Yeah, I'm super grateful for, obviously our whole team has been super, super supportive. They're all here for us. They're all cheering for us. I'm grateful for our coach and our coaches for registering us in this race and helping us practice it and really be the best that we can. Even though there's not a lot of competition, he's still there for us just as much as he's there for all of his athletes. And for our parents, helping us get here, supporting us, flying us out, taking care of us, feeding us is very important. We couldn't do it without any of them.
Of course, like Tesla said, parents, coaches, but for being particular, one of my really good friends, Gunnar, he's been with me every single day. We go to practice together, we leave practice together. Just being able to talk and share any troubles I'm having or any good days I have, being able to talk with him about it, have someone there as kind of like a rock. It's been super nice. Thanks, Gunnar. It means a lot.
Love it, love it. And so again, you guys are now door kickers. You guys are now that driving force for opening the doors of USRowing, and you're only in high school. That's great. You are leading the way, and I want you guys to know that. I want you guys keep your heads up and keep charging, because it starts with somebody. It always starts with that little snowflake, but as it continues to go down the hill, it starts to pick up. So don't ever get discouraged or anything like that. All right, and keep driving. And so proud. And again, this is not just for USRowing. This is a global thing, and you guys are leading the way. Thanks for talking with me. And again, this is your open gender USRowing Youth National Champions, Oregon Unlimited.
Yeah, so fantastic interviews with the national champions of the open gender double, the first of its kind. Congratulations to those two. And again, if you've got a medal here this weekend, head over to the USRowing Marketplace tent and get that hardware engraved. So currently on the course, we have the men's, women's, youth PR2 single A final. 2 entries here. In lane 3, we've got Robert Duncan of Hawkeye Community, and lane 4, Lillian Rodriguez of Gem City. So across all of the para events. So again, a new addition, similar to the open gender double, we have new para categories here at the USRowing Youth National Championships starting in 2023. Now these are qualified, these athletes have qualified through their regional qualifiers to compete here today. So again, we are watching Lillian Rodriguez of Gem City and Robert Duncan of Hawkeye Community. So this being a PR2 single event. These athletes are in singles. They have functional use of the arms and trunk with a sliding seat. So they have some limited weakened leg function for the seat to slide. Again, always a common misconception in rowing in general that we are using all parts of our bodies here. So in this PR2 single A final, men's, women's PR2 single A final, Robert Duncan and Lillian Rodriguez. Beautiful to see youth athletes in para events. Personally, as a national team member, every time we went to go and travel to a World Cup and World Championships, on our team we would have our Paralympic team. So we would have our para athletes in the PR1, 2, and 3 boats, depending on their boat class or their classification, to be fellow teammates who get to go to a Paralympic Games. Our next one coming up in 2024. Beautiful to be able to see the development here within these two athletes with potential eyes on the 2028 Games in LA.
You can see a couple of different things that were on the screen just a moment ago. That was the start of the next race, which was the mixed youth PR3 double. That's different than what we were talking about right now. I had a moment of no, this is PR. This is the singles out here on the course right now. We have Robert Duncan out of Iowa City, Iowa, is 17 years old, racing this PR2 single. And Lillian Rodriguez out of Gem City, that's Miamisburg, Ohio. I love that. Miamisburg, Ohio. Just 15 years old.
Wow.
So having access to an event like this at 15 years old is just a great experience. You get to have all of the elements that we love so much about rowing here, in that you get to be on the water. You do all of that. You get to be outside. You get to be with your friends on the water.
And it does look like we've got Robert Duncan crossing the line first from Hawkeye Community, and then Lillian Rodriguez charging towards the line here, representing Gem City loud and proud.
That quintessential Gem City with the green there, that nice neon green that they have as they come all the way across the line, getting up and over that buoy to bring it through to hear that second horn in the men's, women's, youth, a PR2, a single A final.
Next up here, we have the mixed youth PR3 double A final. The athletes we have in this boat, Trammell and Wood, representing North Cal. You will see them racing down this course in lane 3. So again, this is the mixed youth PR3 double A final. So PR3 being a para classification where the athletes are able to slide their seat, but they may be having a visual impairment or some sort of impairment there. But this is a wonderful opportunity, a new addition, brand new, first time ever showing here at the US Rowing Youth National Championships here in 2023.
As part of the expansion of the para events that we were talking about earlier, just to broaden the categories that are available, because more and more people want these categories to be to be able to have access to the categories, because we are rowing these events. And you were talking about Paris being 2024 with the Paralympics. That is the trajectory, right? There are opportunities that have continued to grow at all the way out to the international level, to be able to race from the youth level to the collegiate level to above the collegiate level internationally, because of the draw of what you can do in these boats. You can see the timing there, nice and in a time, the beautiful symmetry that you're looking for. You'll notice on this particular boat there are 2 pontoons over there which help stabilize the hull, which creates a layer of safety as well for these 2 crews. If you've never rowed with pontoons, they're also great learning tools. It really helps you understand kind of the balance of the boat. It allows you to kind of like take away certain variables that let you really get a feel for how the boat moves, so that you can just then continue to improve your skill set and make the boat go faster and faster with every opportunity that you have to be out on the water.
And what a beautiful day here at Nathan Benderson. You can see the water as these athletes row on by. The only wake being thrown down is the one that they are pushing through. So they are creating the speed here on the water, this beautiful dark shell, dark blades, perfectly in time together. Again, a bit of a sneaky dark shell, hard to spot. These athletes are one with the water, I say, harder to see. They do not catch the sun as much as the light-colored shells, so they are sneak attack down this course. It's great to see what kind of time they're going to lay down and compare year on year, because again, this is the first time that the PR3 double is got a category here at the US Rowing Youth National Championships, and it will be wonderful to crown these 2 out of NorCal as the first champions of this event.
NorCal being out of Redwood City, California. And, you know, that aside, I love what I'm seeing here in terms of the patience toward the send portion. There's the push, the relaxation of the hands and arms out in front. You can really see how they're letting the boat do the work too. That's what it's all about. Push, lean, let go, repeat. So there's some good exhalation. You can see that they are letting the boat breathe too.
And on our split screen here, if you have earned a medal today, or like you see on the screen here, you are a champion in your given event, head down to the awards stage where you can have your moment of fame with you and your teammates, your coaches, and supporters who are here with you today in sunny South Florida. And you can also head over to the USRowing Marketplace tent to get those medals engraved. Next up, we have the men's, women's, mixed youth inclusive double A final. So we've got 4 entries into this race, looking over from lane 2 to lane 5. So reading this from right to left, we have the crew from Triangle. And then we have Atlanta Juniors, lane 4, Conestoga, and lane 5, South Jersey.
Out on the course in these doubles, we do have parts of the crews that placed in this event last year. So looking in lane 3, the crew from Atlanta Juniors, they won this event last year, and Allmeyer was in this event last year as well. So that's half of the crew for Atlanta Juniors who did win this event. And then you have Wang out of Conestoga as well, who is half of the 3rd place crew in this event from last year. So some repeat experience here at the Youth Rowing National Championships for those athletes in these doubles.
And it was interesting. I popped up on my Instagram a little feature on Allmeyer, actually. At the beginning of this regatta, this athlete has doubled up into one of the 8s for Atlanta Juniors in this event. So this athlete is doubling up, and in the double, so double-double, love to see it. This visually impaired athlete is very excited to have gotten into this sport. He expressed how much he loves to be able to share this moment, to be outside with his teammates and be able to pick up this sport. A great, funny interview. I definitely recommend you watch it. He's definitely caught the rowing bug, is interested to try to advance within the system. Understanding probably a little bit young to have a spot for the Paris 2024 games, but does have high hopes for the LA 2028 games of the Paralympic Games to include his spot in the Paralympic.
And you said
events.
double and 8.
The double and 8.
Double and 8, so sculling and sweeping. So going after
a double-doubles, doubling up in a double and double threat.
Double threat, right? Double threat. If you can both scull and sweep, and if you sweep and you row both sides, then that just gives you opportunities in more seats in more boats. It just opens up the opportunities for you to be to make fast boats fast.
Yes, and as we see here, so we have got a great shot here of that crew, of that Atlanta Juniors crew. They're in stroke seat, I believe is Allmeyer, and these two charging down the course. Either side of them, they're going to have a Triangle, lane 2, Conestoga, in lane 4, and lane 5, South Jersey. But it does look like that experience of having been in this class before, the Atlanta Junior crew out ahead in this men's women's mixed youth inclusive double A final.
And being out ahead in this event, this is a place that they've been at least once before, having been there last year. The Atlanta Juniors with half of this crew, the same from last year. So being out in front again on the same waterway, because 6 of the last 8 youth national championships have been held here over, of course, the last 9 years, with the exception of 2020. So in 9 years, 8 been held, 6 here on this waterway.
Yes, a wealth of experience. It definitely pays off to have had that extra run down the course, and run they have. Great send out of this crew. You can kind of see as the blades are released out of the water, the boat just floating past them. So honestly, you're moving yourself past a point in the water instead of running up to the catch. So a great execution of that technical aspect in this double.
I was about to say, right at that release, it's a very distinct release, allowing the boat to do some work in between, so that exactly as you were saying, as I was looking at it, I'm thinking it, and then you start to say it. Love it.
I can feel myself being in this boat. The double, a very hard boat class for me to execute well, but these two doing a fantastic job. They are just they're killing it out there. Currently, as we can see from, although it's out of your picture, as we can see from the tower, this beautiful vantage point that we have, it is the crew out of Conestoga, who placed in 3rd last year, who is currently sitting in 2nd place. Behind them is on the far side the crew out of Triangle with the orange colors. You can kind of see that glinting on the sun if you were on the beach. That's Triangle in 3rd, with the crew from South Jersey in lane 5, currently sitting in 4th place. Right now, Allemeyer and Link out in front for Atlanta Juniors, followed by Wang and Carvalho out of Conestoga. And then again, you have Triangle over on the far side, followed by South Jersey. About to get into the last 250 meters is the crew from Atlanta Juniors. That is the double from Atlanta Juniors. You can still see how their boat just runs out between strokes, distinct push, and then it runs out, and then off again, they go to do it again. So you expect them to find their sprint here as those red buoys arise, and sure enough, here they go. They are elevating and lifting the boat speed through their efforts, maybe dialing in the technique, making sure they're staying nice and tidy so that that effort truly pays off as the finish line approaches, and they close in on it stroke per stroke. Just the last 200 meters or so to go for that crew from Atlanta Juniors. And as they charge down the line again, you've said they've been in this position before. They are in a winning position to take home the trophy for the men's women's mixed youth inclusive AA final. They are out ahead. Look at them go. They're in the last 10 strokes of this race. They are pushing and charging all the way down to the line. Squeezing it out, I imagine that this is, they're going to compare their times from last year, see what kind of improvement they've made. And again, that is the national champion out of Atlanta Juniors for the men's women's mixed youth inclusive AA final, Allemeyer and Link. Next, then, we've got the crew out of Conestoga. Now, they are there in their striped unis here. They are now coming into the last 10 strokes of this race to take the 2nd place position. Again, the 2nd national champions here in the men's women's mixed youth inclusive double. Look at them come towards the line, and they are now in that silver medal spot. Next up in the orange, taking a little peek around for the finish line, we saw that we've got the Triangle crew handling the last 4 or 5 strokes, and they will cross the line ahead of South Jersey. And we've already got our next race underway. So the next race we have is the men's youth single B final. Now, from what we had earlier today with the seeding of all of these races being from the middle out, these have now changed. So now what we are seeing is a seeding more from the top of the screen or from lane 0 all the way down. So again, instead of the fastest crews being from the middle out, they are now placed from 0 to 7. So again, as this current race unfolds, so in the men's youth single B final, over in lane 0 we have Jackson Phillips representing Gem City. Lane 1 we have Nate Harris of Ridgewood, both of those crews finishing 5th. Then we've got the lane 2 Owen Benencosa from Lake Oswego Community. We have lane 3 Jonathan Wang of Cambridge. We have lane 4 David Pearson representing Vancouver Lake. Lane 5 Carter Pollock, Huntsville, Madison County. Lane 6 Winston Stoll, Cambridge. And then we've got lane 7 Brady Shanley representing Tempe Juniors. Good close-up here shows us that the first 2 crews in the lead, it does look like Nate Harris of Ridgewood is ahead of the competitor off to the right-hand side. Took a little look over there. He is ahead, Ridgewood is ahead of Jackson Phillips Phillips is looking to charge, though. He can feel and hear his competitor next to him. So it is currently Ridgewood ahead of Gem City as they cross that meter mark. You see that bow one. That is Nate Harris out of Ridgewood with the fastest time right now to the 1,000-meter mark by just a nose over Jackson. And Phillips are just a bit, maybe the better part of a length over Jackson. Phillips out of Gem City. They were fifth. They were basically, those two athletes placed fifth in their respective semifinals, which is what landed them here in this B final. That's why they're over there in lanes 0 and 1. And then as we fan out and come closer to shore, the speeds, it was basically if you placed 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th in your respective semifinal, you were in the top 16 in the country. Now we are looking for spots 9th and beyond in this B final. Right now it is Nate Harris from Ridgewood out ahead with the lead, followed by Jackson Phillips and Brady Shanley out of Tempe Juniors, having quite the row of it so far on the near shore. Shanley, I know, has been selected for the U19 camp and doesn't have a ton of experience in the single, has rode the double before, but now looking to find some more speed. Every time, if you are new in the single, every time you have a chance to get out there on the water, you can improve your speed. You really have a stark trajectory, a solid learning curve. So making advances, especially if you are new to these types of boat classes, it can be pretty quick from one practice to the next as you just get out there and play with it and be willing to be a little more courageous, because these boats are so small, they are quite tippy, and so being hesitant is something that can really slow you down. But with nice conditions like we're seeing out here today, that's to their benefit. It's going to give you the opportunity to be a little more risky, a little more confident in what you're doing out there on the water. Right now it's still Nate Harris and Jackson Phillips out in front. Nate Harris with just an edge. Nate Harris coming out of Ridgewood, Jackson Phillips out of Gem City. Gem City with that green color. It's easy to spot from very far away, looking at Owen Benacosta from Lake Oswego as well. So Owen Benacosta over there in lane 2 from Lake Oswego, as well as a couple of lanes over. So we have Brady Shanley in the mix for 3rd, 4th, 5th right now, along with 2 lanes over from him, Carter Pollock out of Huntsville, Madison County. Again, fantastic to see these athletes, these youth athletes, competing here in the single. So again, it is still those 2 early leaders. Nate Harris did have a good lead initially. Jackson Phillips pushing into that lead. So both of those 2 crews, those 2 singles out in lane 0 and 1 leading the field. Closely followed by Owen Benacosta of Lake Oswego out there in lane 7. Brady Shanley of Tempe Juniors, and then you've also got Carter Pollock from Huntsville, Madison County. Those are kind of tying for 3rd place. So it is interesting when we've watched these singles, they come into the red buoys. A lot can change. Lindsay, what do we got? As we see the red buoys unfolding, it is Nate Harris looking to extend the lead right now in the sprint with Jackson Phillips. You can see those 2 athletes are sprinting certainly hard. Nate Harris just sitting a little taller in the boat, a little stronger in the boat with the blades going very direct, not using his body a ton, really focusing on the legs to allow the blades to go in and push it along, really carry it very consistently toward the finish line as they are well within the 250-meter buoys. And then it is a close, tight race with Owen Benacosta out of Lake Oswego for 3rd, along with Carter Pollock out of Huntsville, Madison County, and as well as Brady Shanley hunting that finish line. Those 3 athletes, those are your 5 top crews right now in this B final hunting that finish line. But it is Nate Harris who has extended the lead to open water over Jackson Phillips, followed by Owen Benacosta. But you know what? I might have to take that back. It was very tight between Owen and Carter out of Huntsville, Madison County. And then you have Brady Shanley as well out here in lane 7. Then we have our athlete out of Cambridge coming across the line, followed by Winston Stoll, also out of Cambridge. Great tight race there up until the end. So again, these athletes have gained now their 9th through 16th best men's youth singles in the country. Congratulations to all of those athletes who are currently out on the water, who have just wrapped up that men's youth single B final. Next race that we will watch will be the women's youth single B final. beautiful day out here on the race course in Sarasota, and beautiful water here that we're seeing here on this Jumbotron shot. We're starting to see some of those singles come into view. Again, this is the Women's Youth Single B final. Out in lane 0, we have Newport Seabase, lane 1, Putney, lane 2, Seattle Scullers, lane 3, Albany, lane 4, actually, Sarasota may or may not have scratched, but we will see as they come down the race course. We have lane 5, Annapolis Junior, lane 6, Narragansett, and lane 7, Miami Beach.
So at this point, here we are. It is midday. These athletes are not quite halfway through the racing, but by virtue of being midday, it is quite warm out there already because we are in South Florida. And so you want to make sure that you are taking care of yourselves just as these athletes have done all weekend. They have raced. This is their 3rd race of the weekend. And so they have made sure from a maturity standpoint, they have made sure that they have taken care of themselves to go from a time trial to semifinal to now their B final here this afternoon. This is hour 5 of racing, day 4 of racing here at the 2023 USRowing Youth National Championships. These B finals will tell us who come in 9th through 16th in the country. Top 16 have been distinguished today in the country in these events, and to come away 9th through 16th in the country in the single is a massive, phenomenal feat. I didn't have the courage to row the single until I was, 21 years old, so to see this is just very humbling and very encouraging for me at the same time. On the inside lane, nearest shore is Stella Toro out of Miami Beach, showing some early speed. Now, the way that these lanes have been reshuffled for these B finals is that instead of that chevron pattern, they're meant to be, or they're at an angle based on the finishes from earlier this weekend through the semifinals. So those who placed 5th are closest to the far shore, and then it just adds up from there. So 2 5th placers on the far side, then 2 6th, then 2 7th, and then 2 8th. But the reason why I bring that up is because Stella Toro out of Miami Beach, who is in your picture right now, is in lane 7, having placed 8th in her semifinal, but she is first to the first 1,000 meters of this race. So having a very nice race right now. If Maurice were up here, he'd say, I'd love these wild cards that are just throwing a wrench in the works. So Stella Toro over there having a very nice row, a couple of lanes over from her. It does look like It does look like a Shannon Bremer out of Albany, because we do have a scratch in this race. So there are 7 crews out on the course right now. So we'll do our best to make sure that we keep that clear for you as we make these calls. That's why we don't sit up here alone. We have all kinds of eyes, especially with more than 6 boats out in these races right now. So Stella Toro, Shannon Bremer out there, as well as Alexandra Pearson from Newport Seabase. Those are your 3 fastest movers on the course right now.
It is very interesting to see that push from the outside. So that we got the Alexandra Pearson from Newport Seabase over in now what is lane 1. She is making a very challenging push into the early lead out of the Albany single sculler over in lane 4. So those two, it's definitely a early lead by the Albany single sculler, Shannon Bremer, and then it will be Newport Seabase's Alexandra Pearson, closely followed by the 2 darker shells of Putney and Seattle Scullers. Seeing a great move over here by the Narragansett crew in that blue shell against the yellow shell next to her. Look at her go. She is taking a push past that sculler next to her from Annapolis Junior, but it's still Shannon out from Albany ahead. And again, look over the action there in lanes 2 and 3. The Lily Finch from Seattle Scullers and Sadie Bell from Putney, they are going neck and neck. And that race that is unfolding is pushing the Alexandra Pearson from Newport Seabase, and those 3 are now pushing into the lead that Shannon Bremer has. So a very tight race here in the Women's Youth Single B final.
So that move that you mentioned a few moments ago by the sculler out of Narragansett, that's Maeve Keohane over there, did make a push and was able to get up ahead of Ella Ahern out of Annapolis Juniors, but it has not impacted the lead that the Albany single Shannon Breimer has created for herself out there in front. Gosh, those two dark hulls, those Seattle Scullers and Putney neck and neck, but both of them are just shy of Alexandra Pearson out of Newport Seabase, who is over on that far shore. Alexandra Pearson came in 5th in her respective semifinal the other day, so one of the faster qualifiers in that here on the race course right now. So one of the fastest qualifiers of this cluster of athletes out on the race course right now. So look for her to have a solid sprint. And as I am speaking, it looks as though Lily Finch out of Seattle Scullers has turned up the heat to look to sprint a little bit earlier because she can smell the closeness of that Albany athlete right next to her in the lane. Just over 250 meters to go in this race. This is the women's youth single B final, 9th through 15th in the country, 16th in the country, being distinguished, just accounting for that scratch that we did have in this particular event. Here we are, red buoys at hand. I love that concept of in rowing, red means go. So off we go for the sprint. Still Albany out in front, but being hunted very closely by Alexandra Pearson, pouring on the heat right now. And I see even more heat and more determination happening out of Seattle Scullers. Lily Finch, look at that aggression happening, the technical dexterity, the mental acuity, the pure guts, head, heart, guts is what the single is all about. The pure trifecta right there. Albany single sculler out in front. Charge coming from Seattle Scullers, Lily Finch, and on the outside lane far shore is Alexandra Pearson out of Newport Seabase. Now Sadie Bell out of Putney, feeling the pressure of being pulled along by the athletes that are just up above her and adjacent to her in those lanes. On this near shore, it is Maeve Keohane out of Narragansett, still ahead of Ella Ahern out of Annapolis Juniors, and to the line, it was that lead that Shannon Breimer out of Albany was able to create in the middle of the race that gave her a margin. But look at this, a sprint that just happened in the lane adjacent to the Albany single was Lily Finch out of Seattle Scullers. Holy smokes.
That was a fast one there in a single.
As always, make sure that you head over to herenow.com for the results. We are working on our eyeballs with sight from here, and sometimes when we have scratches and things like that, lanes get jumbled, and then we look at bow cards and that sort of thing to give you the best information that we can. Make sure that you go over there and check, because I'm looking at some of the colors and thinking to myself, maybe those bow cards don't match the boats that I'm staring at.
But either way, really fast racing, whoever
Yes.
you are out there. I mean, that was a fantastic race down to the line in singles. In these women's youth single B final, to have it come all the way down to the line from that lane 2 and 3 crew. Fantastic race all the way down the race course.
Just wonderful. Again, head, heart, guts.
Commonalities.
I haven't gotten to use that one yet this weekend.
Well,
Just
there you
popped
go.
into my brain.
Just
Yeah.
throw it out there.
It's because I truly mean it. Everything that we say, we truly mean.
We truly mean.
Yeah.
And what did Dick Vitale tell you?
Well, he said, I may not always be right, but you can't accuse me of not being passionate, which is exactly what we are. You can tell. We love it up here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for giving us more than one microphone this weekend as we await the start of some pairs.
Yeah, so right now we've got up in the starting blocks getting aligned the men's youth pair B final. So starting 8 boats across lane 0, the farthest lane from what we can see on screen at the moment, we have Pacific. Next to them we have Pine Crest, we have Row America Rye, Charlotte Youth, Oak Neck Academy, Row New Jersey, Oregon Unlimited, and Brookline. They're closest to our view here. So they are in the starting blocks to begin the men's youth pair B final. And here we are with the start underway in the men's youth pair B final. Places 9 through 16 on the course right now. I love that image of all of these eight boats out on the water, and then those referee crews with just, you can see the white water trail behind them, almost like fire down there on the water, because these crews are lighting it up today. This is fantastic. Day 4 to round out this weekend of racing, this 4-day weekend of racing. The 8 crews on the water right now are Pacific, Pinecrest, Row America Rye, Charlotte Youth, Oak Neck Academy, Row New Jersey, Oregon Unlimited, and Brookline out there right now. And you know what? I see some early speed out on the far side of the course. Looks like 3 crews charging, with one of the near crews charging as well. Pacific, Pinecrest, Row America Rye, and who done it? Oregon Unlimited. Oregon Unlimited out there in those far lanes. A repeat thing we've seen unfold here from Oregon United.
A repeat wild card.
A repeat wild card from the outside lane. They've put together very strong sprints. I would say not the last 500, the last 750 meters. So do look out for what Oregon Unlimited may throw down from lane 6 in this race.
Right now it is Pacific on the advance. They look to have, they are still well within their start sequence here, those high strokes. Either that or they have practiced rowing down the course at a slightly higher rate than everyone else, because they are just doop, 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 clipping it along right now. Sometimes if you are in a rhythm and it's light and quick and feels, quote, relatively easy. Don't get me wrong. Nothing is ever easy out there. You just get to go faster, right? It never gets easier. You just go faster. If that quickness and lightness is working, which currently it is for these 2 young folks in that Pacific pair right now, you just want to go with the rhythm and let it be. Just stay in it, because that's working for you. It's efficient, it's quick, it's light. It's keeping this pair up to speed, which has given them about a length on the next couple of boats behind them.
Definitely, and a technical boat as well. The smallest boat that we have in the sweep category, the pair, you have to be very technically proficient. You have to be perfectly matched with your partner. And here we have a little bit of a tailwind across the course, which demands a little bit more precision than rowing in a headwind. So again, that wind is pushing them down the course. I like to say, set the sails. So they're able to have clear water. They're tapping down and around, and they're able to square up early, catch that wind. And so we've got the Pacific crew out in front, and then I dare say Pinecrest may have a bow ball ahead of Row America Rye in that lane 2. But again, Oregon Unlimited out there in that then 4th place boat, but Row New Jersey next to them, chasing them down.
Yeah, chasing them down. Oregon Unlimited is asking the early questions of those outsiders. The way that this has been reshuffled, technically those are the crews that placed 7th and 8th in their respective semifinals, but they're throwing out speed that is saying, hey, we're not going to play 7th or 8th right here. We're going to make everyone out here work for everything they have. Pinecrest was just a little behind Row America Rye in the first 500, but not by much, and now they were able to pull up and maybe pull through Row America Rye over the last several strokes. Pacific still
still out in front as we cross the 1,000 meters. They are out by open water over second place Pinecrest, who does nearly have a length, but not quite, over Row America Rye. You know, that point about this tailwind is that it does become a speedier condition as long as you stay technical and you're able to keep the boat relatively stable, because with them being small boats, if you catch a little wave or something like that, or you get a little bit off, you're going to feel it a whole lot more. It's going to create a lot more bobbling than it would, say, in an 8. That quickness is really important. Rather than overreaching, you really need to rely on the legs, because that's the part that's really going to give you that agility to stay springy. Agility is a comment that often gets overlooked in rowing. What is rowing? It's not a long, heavy slog. It's agility. It's change of a direction. It's quickness. It is overall athleticism and gumption and being intrepid, because you're in a boat doing these things. You're in a boat, you're with your friend, you're with your pair partner, and these crews are going down there. Look at Charlotte Youth is now in the mix. So you do see the nice diagonal line that matches the seating into this B final. So Pacific is leading, Pinecrest is next, Row America Rye just a little bit open water. Then we've got Charlotte Youth have thrown themselves into the mix. Their bow ball is now on the stern deck of Row America Rye. We now have Oregon Unlimited having pushed Row New Jersey. Row New Jersey now a half a boat ahead of Oregon Unlimited, but the Oregon Unlimited, don't count them out. They're in the last 600 meters, so let's see what they can throw down here, because it's been a perennial good sprinting crew. It'll be interesting to see what they do. Perennial all weekend long. It's just when you find yourself saying something over, you go, wait, was that last year or was that the other day? And then you go back and you take a look, and you're sure enough, that is exactly what happened. So Pacific set the tone early. They've maintained that tone. That quickness that they had is helping them, A, in the tailwind, and B, it's what they've practiced. They have a little bit of open water over Pinecrest, just as Grace mentioned. And now Charlotte Youth is putting the pressure on Row America Rye over there. Charlotte Youth turning it on right now. They are sitting just ahead, a few lanes over from Row New Jersey. Row New Jersey now has a little edge on Oregon Unlimited, and then Oregon Unlimited is ahead of Brookline. Right now it is Oak Neck Academy, who looks to be currently in the 8th place position at this present moment, but very close to Brookline. So looking for those sprints, looking for the springiness, that agility, that poppiness, that perkiness. And you know what? The first crew that I'm seeing be poppy and perky is Charlotte Youth, capitalizing on the momentum that they picked up just about 200 or 300 meters. I was going to say 200 or 300 moments ago. 200 or 300 meters ago, as it is a very tight race between those two crews right now of Charlotte Youth and Row America Rye. Charlotte Youth creating an evasive maneuver very wisely to get around Row America Rye. That is probably the most mature reaction I've seen out of any boat at any level in any high caliber race, period, across the board. Row New Jersey then taking advantage of what they see across the race course. So Row New Jersey is taking a sprint here, but still Pacific and Pinecrest out in front. So Pinecrest going, and they are trying to close that gap that the Pacific has had from the beginning, but they will not have enough for that. Pacific, if they keep it clean and keep it perky, they will cross the finish line first, but they are taking it all the way down to the line. Pinecrest still holding on to that second place position, but look at this sprint coming out of Row New Jersey over here in lane 5. Look at them go. Great speed then out of Brookline here last minute, challenging Charlotte Youth. And then we've got Oregon Youth Unlimited there. They're coming across the line. Then we've got the Oak Neck Academy crews and Row New Jersey. You know, I love seeing the high fives among teammates happening here. That Brookline crew, they saw where they were when they came across the line. The bow person there just took a glance over, and they looked back and gave each other a high five in that near shore lane. Here we are. We're top 16 in the country, but not only that, we placed in this particular race. You know, you're in the top 13, 14 crews in the country in this event. What an amazing thing to see. The sportsmanship too. The sportsmanship, the experience, the composure, a great job across all crews the entire way down the race course. Next race up, we've got the women's youth pair B final. So over in lane 0, we have Williamsburg, lane 1, Dallas United, lane 2, Triangle, lane 3, Indianapolis, lane 4, Saugatuck, lane 5, WJ, Walter Johnson, and then lane 6, Wayland Weston, lane 7, Hawkeye Community.
early on in this race. Early on, we're about 700 meters into this race. You can still see those coaches, those people out there on those bikes. Hopefully they're wearing their sunscreen, but they want to see what happens here in this women's youth pair B final for places 9 through 16 in the country. Right now, that diagonal setup here is playing out nearly perfectly from right to left of your screen. Williamsburg out in front by about a length with 800 meters down in this race. Williamsburg ahead of Dallas United. Dallas United just about a bow deck over Triangle. Triangle open water over Indianapolis, who is just maybe a couple of feet over Saugatuck right now. Saugatuck a similar number of couple of feet over WJ. And then those three crews have a little bit of open water over Wayland Weston, who is neck and neck just a few, maybe about a half of a length over Hawkeye Community in those near shore lanes.
This is the in the Williamsburg crew out in lane 0. This is the second year rowing together in this event at YouthNat. So that partnership, that experience, that connection paying off here. They are in the early lead position in this B final of the women's youth pair. Mary is going to row for the University of Miami in the fall. Tegan's going to row for West Virginia University this fall. And I think the experience of having rowed and raced in a pair will definitely pay off for them in their collegiate careers.
Go Virginia programs. But still out in front, that is Williamsburg, the pair that is going to go row in college. They're going to separate. I'm sure they'll stay in contact with one another and probably get to throw some banter, across schools, where they end up next year. Williamsburg is still ahead of Dallas United. Triangle is still right there as well. I believe that's Triangle there in that blue hull. They've had the trademark kind of almost iridescent blue, that aquamarine. It's almost neon against the color of the water. Beautiful, beautiful hull there.
Beautiful shot here with the side-by-side. Again, no coxswain here, so you really are hearing the maybe grunts and calls of the crews either side. I love to have this tight competition, knowing that you were in the middle, in the thick of this race. So again, this is Triangle looking either side of them to Dallas United off to their right side and Indianapolis off to their left side. Very interesting to be so close together. They know that their crew is out there, but they don't want to look outside. You got to keep the boat state level. You don't want to look too much outside of the boat. You want to take a little peek. It's hard to keep it balanced here in a women's pair, but look at them go.
That's actually, I have to correct myself here. That is Dallas United in that blue hull. And then as soon as I saw the orange blades, I was like, oh no,
shift
the orange
that
blades.
over. Yeah,
orange
look
blades
at that.
is Triangle. I do apologize for that. Own it, right? So here we are. It's Williamsburg and Triangle, or Williamsburg and Dallas United, but it is Triangle on the move right now. Triangle was in third place a few moments ago. It doesn't take much, just maybe 20-25 strokes, and we went from Williamsburg, Dallas United, and Triangle in those positions, and now it's inverted to Triangle, Dallas United, Williamsburg. So here we are, that our new leaders are Triangle, is Triangle as we cross into 500 meters to go. That buoy has passed, so just about 2 minutes or less for these athletes, depending on the speed of the hull. So right now, Triangle just a nose ahead of Dallas United, and as soon as I say that, now Dallas United is on the move. So Dallas United nearly neck and neck. It does look as though they are looking for that lead. The bow person there in the Dallas United boat peeked just to the left to be aware of what was going on with Triangle. And you know what? As soon as I say that, Williamsburg did the same. Took a left right at the release of that stroke. The bow person did to go, hey, where are they? We're going to go with them right now. Dallas United now in control of the lead. They moved through both Triangle and Williamsburg in the closing quarter, in the closing eighth of this race, just about to get into that last 250 meters of this race. The three boats out in front are Dallas United, Triangle, and Williamsburg. They are open water over the next three crews on the field, and those are Indianapolis, Saugatuck, and WJ. I would say WJ and Indianapolis are now vying for similar leads of one another. It might even be WJ that has the edge. Both of those crews have an edge on Saugatuck, and then the next two crews that are still vying for those two places, jockeying for position relative to one another are Wayland Weston and Hawkeye Community, very close between those two crews as well. Dallas United turning up the heat, bringing the Texas fire here. They are in that blue hull. Triangle doing the same thing. You can see the speed coming off of all of these crews as they are sprinting toward the line. Triangle and Dallas United are really putting on a good show here out in front. Williamsburg is going right along with them. Those three crews are separating themselves out from the field with every stroke they take. Then we have Indianapolis and WJ very tightly sprinting as well, with Saugatuck sandwiched in between them in the black unis and black blades, with Wayland Weston and Hawkeye Community very, very tight between those two crews as they too are hunting that finish line. Less than 200 meters to go for everyone at this point. Last few strokes for Indianapolis, last few strokes for WJ, followed by Saugatuck here. Wayland Weston and Hawkeye Community making it happen in their sprint, searching for the line with every push of those legs, every exhalation and release. And we are about to the line. Hawkeye Community just ahead, under a length over Wayland Weston all the way down the course. What great racing by all 8 crews out on the field right now. Some lead changes until the sprint to the end. Places 9th through 16th in the country right there.
And racing for 9th through 16th in the country in the men's youth double B final will be Concord over in lane 0. And then looking right to left, we've got Concord, Potomac, White Marsh, Golden State, Miami Beach, Narragansett, Oak Neck Academy, and the Episcopal School of Dallas. Interesting lead here. We would assume, based on the rearrangement of these lanes, that we would see an early lead over in the lanes 0 and 1, and we do see that out of Potomac, the Sibley-Moy-Jacobs combination, but we are also seeing a very strong performance there over in lane 4, that is Miami Beach, and the Episcopal School of Dallas, or excuse me, Oak Neck Academy. They are then fighting for that second place position. Good and hot on their tails, the Episcopal School of Dallas right next to Oak Neck Academy. They are all chasing down the line as they cross close to the 750 mark. Beautiful spread here across this event. Interesting to see. Yes, we see Potomac out in front. They are leading this race, but very difficult to tell. So it looks like Oak Neck Academy just a hair, a couple feet ahead of the next 2 crews, which would be White Marsh and Golden State. Golden State and White Marsh neck and neck, very closely followed by Miami Beach. They are trying to press into this field. Episcopal School of Dallas over in lane 7 onto the far left, trying to push themselves into this mix, but it is still being led by Potomac in the red blades and the red unis. They are out in front. The next 3 being White Marsh, Golden State, Oak Neck Academy. That is in those first 4 spots.
Potomac, of course, rowing on the Potomac River there by the Key Bridge in the Washington, D.C. area, having shown some strong sculling here in other events in the single and in the double, of course, over the course of the weekend. They are out in front showing their mettle here in this B final with their sculling prowess coming out of our nation's capitals area. They are out there in front, and it looks as though White Marsh in the lane right next to them is capitalizing on the fact that that crew that is the leader is in the lane adjacent to them, so they are looking to keep themselves on par with the fastest speed that they can possibly produce, which is allowing them to step just ever so slightly ahead of Golden State, which is allowing them to also step ever so slightly over Oak Neck Academy, who was in second place just a few moments ago. So very tight between White Marsh, Golden State, and Oak Neck Academy as Potomac looks to and needs to continue to extend its lead over the rest of the field. They are almost at a length over current second place White Marsh, who is just barely maybe a half of a length now at this point, or even less than that, over Oak Neck Academy out on the outside. We've seen great sculling from Oak Neck Academy all weekend as well, so expect them to have solid sprints. All crews are approaching 300 meters or less to go in this race. That edge of the beach is right about 300, 350 meters to go. The red buoys are 250 meters to go. So in these sprints, these doubles are going to create some speed, especially because we have a little puff of a tailwind maybe helping them down the course as long as they stay clean and quick and light. And that is exactly what Potomac is doing. You can see the energy popping off of that yellow hull with the red unis and red blades out of that crew from our nation's capital area. You've got them right there. White Marsh doing the same. Golden State sprinting. Miami Beach also pouring on one heck of a sprint right there. And those pink unis looking to overtake Golden State. They may be able to if they stay just as clean as they are. Look at all of the speed that is unraveling. Oak Neck Academy sprinting. All crews sprinting, and some margins are increasing, some margins are decreasing. Potomac still out in front. Oak Neck Academy, Miami Beach has slipped past a couple of crews here with that incredible sprint that we are seeing. Miami Beach, wow. Potomac across, I'm not even going to call 6, 7, 8, but Potomac across in first. Right next to them as well, we had White Marsh, we had Concord over on the other side. Miami Beach, I believe, was able to make it through 3 or 4 crews to come in top 4. Did they come across in top 4 in this event? I believe that was the case.
Hard to see with the naked eye from our position here, but do check herenow.com for those official results.
Oh my.
Next on the docket is the Women's Youth Double B final. So they are already past the first 250 meters, but who we have out on the course? So we have in lane 0, Narragansett, lane 1, Albemarle High School, in lane 2, Founders, then River City, lane 4, Redwood Scullers, lane 5, Harpeth Hall, lane 6, Rockland, and in lane 7, Row House. So again, they are all charging towards the first 500 meters of this race. Early lead looks to be in the Harpeth Hall out of lane 5 and Redwood Scullers out of lane 4. But lane 2, Albemarle High School, neighbors there of Lindsay Shoup, are doing a good speedy push over in lane 1. But the Founders and River City crew are right in there. So it does look like now the first place spot, it may be the Harpeth Hall, but it's hard to tell because Redwood Scullers is right next to them, and then the red shell all the way over in lane 1, Albemarle High School, is trying to vie for that first place spot.
And those are a little bit easier to spot for you right now because you have a Harpeth Hall there with that kind of orangish tint to their hull. Maybe it's yellow depending on how the sun hits it. Of course, when it gets closer, we'll get a better eye on that color. But it's a colored hull nonetheless, and they do have a bit of an edge over Redwood Scullers right now. Redwood Scullers, another name that we've said repeatedly over the weekend, has full 4 quarters in them, so certainly clean rowing to be seen down the course by all crews. Redwood Scullers, imagine them to have some speed developed through the center of this race as well. So Harpeth Hall out in front, Albemarle High School potentially in 3rd place right now by just a bare nose in that red hull over Founders and River City, who are very close at hand for that crew out of Virginia. We are approaching 1,000 meters down in the race right now, and as if everything lies as we have seen it so far, Harpeth Hall maybe the first 2,000 meters, but Redwood Scullers isn't giving much to them, and they are goading them along with every stroke that they take. Here we are. It may look as though we've had some lead change already, or at least something close to it. There it is. As we cross the 1,000, just a few feet separating Harpeth Hall and Redwood Scullers, along with River City Founders and Albemarle High School having a very close race over on the far shore. Those were some of the faster speeds through the semifinals of this cluster of athletes. So remember, we've inverted our seedings here in these races. So those on the far shore were the ones that placed higher through their semifinals, and on the near shore, the ones that placed a little bit lower on their semifinals. But you never know what you're learning from day to day, piece to piece, race to race. Right now, it's Harpeth Hall still out in front in that orangish colored hull with Redwood Scullers right next to them. Redwood Scullers just still part of a bow deck down off of the bow of Harpeth Hall, looking to cut that down, shave down that margin just by 1 millimeter at a time per stroke. Right now, it looks like 3rd place I'm going to give to Founders.
Yes, it does look like Founders has walked their way into a 3rd place position, but River City and Albemarle High School to either side of them, about neck and neck with them. Their bow balls are on the bow seat of that Founders crew, but again, as we cross into this buoy line, we can see straight across with these buoys that the field is getting very, very tight. Harpeth Hall still leading the charge in this women's youth double B final. But then now look at this, Redwood Scullers very level across with Founders, and then very, very tight between River City and Albemarle High School. Then Narragansett holding on to this group of speed here. So yes, Harpeth Hall, they're out there in front. That stroke seat of Harpeth Hall is sitting on the bow ball of the boat next to them, the Redwood Scullers crew.
Whoever's flying that drone must be a rower. They know how to align those buoys. They are
Yes.
giving everyone some help over here to be able to have the clearest line possible on what is truly happening without distortion. So Harpeth Hall, thank you, drone pilots. Harpeth Hall is out there with just a part of a deck still over Redwood Scullers. And Redwood Scullers, I believe, is the first team to sniff that finish line, because it looks like they just made a little push right as they crossed into 500 meters to go. And look how this is leveling across. Nearly 4 boats across, not quite dead level, but very close to it as we are into 500 meters to go. Harpeth Hall, Redwood Scullers, River City Founders. Those are the 4 crews that are nearly dead level as we speak, with just about 350 meters to go in this race. Those are the 4 crews in these center lanes who are hunting this line, and it looks like River City may be the boat that has nudged out in front just ahead of Redwood Scullers, who has finally made it just ahead of Harpeth Hall. So it looks as though River City has taken the edge on both Founders and Redwood Scullers as they look to sprint right now. A little bit of puff of wind as we get into our sprints. You'll see those buoys change color. They will go from yellow to red, and the speed will elevate, whether it's done through a little more cleanliness or a stroke rate or both of those things has yet to be determined, as all crews are certainly, if they aren't already sprinting, they are thinking about it right now.
Absolutely. It does look like River City is able to capitalize on that puff of wind. They are rowing cleanly all the way towards the line, but it is not an easy lead. Redwood Scullers and Founders, either side of them, pushing them all the way to the finish line. That Harpeth Hall crew with the early lead knows that they've got more juice in the tank, but it does look like the River City crew is out in front at the moment. But look at that sprint that is unfolding between Founders and Redwood Scullers, either side of that lead shell. Look at them go race for race, stroke for stroke. Harpeth Hall throwing their hat into the mix here. Good race happening over in the lanes 1 and 2. Yes, between Narragansett and Albemarle High School. Great rowing there by River City. And then Redwood Scullers, Founders, Harpeth Hall. Those 2 crews over on the far lanes in Narragansett, Albemarle. To round out the field, we've got Rockland and Row House.
Gosh, what a mature race there by River City to be wait in the wings and be patient as they came through into the end. They were not in the top couple, and then they just sat there, trusted their plan, trusted their position, trusted their capacity that they had practiced, and it was what brought them across 9th in the country in that particular event. Narragansett's late surge nearly got them ahead of Harpeth Hall, who was a longtime leader in this particular race. So lots of lead changes and things occurring every stroke down to the course. Believe, trust and believe until you hear the horn and see it stamped official in the books. Next race up at the top already have alignment. We are just about to get underway. We are now underway. Switching boat classes, switching back to sweep, switching back to 4 people and a coxswain. More people on board, but not any more oars on board in this next race. The men's youth coxed 4 B final. And let's set the field far to near, right to left right to left of your screen. Brumfield, Acton, Boxborough, Row America Rye, Brooks School, Cincinnati Juniors, Row New Jersey, Miami, Vancouver Lake, and Montclair. I got to throw a shout out there. I believe in that Miami boat. I recognize that name was the speaker at the graduation ceremony the other day. So I just want to give a little shout out there again to all the seniors who are out there having a blast with some of the fastest racing that they've laid down in their high school careers. Or in their high school careers, period.
Yes, period. And congratulations, all those student athletes. And again, if you are a graduating senior and you have not yet picked up your certificate, you can head down to the coaches tent and the USRowing Marketplace to pick up that certification. So it does look like we've got an early lead coming out of lane 0, the Brumfield, Acton, Boxborough crew, but really great moves being put down over there in the Miami shell. Next to them, the Vancouver Lake boat. That is a great lead. We've got, so first off, it is Broomfield, Acton, Boxborough. Next across this 500-meter mark will be Row America Rye. That dark shell Miami, that is what it looks to be at the moment, but they are very close to Brooks. And as I say that and we come across the 500-meter mark, it looks like the field tightens up as I say it. So things change every moment. Great job on the part of the Coxons relaying that tight race information to their athletes to motivate them as they charge towards the middle 1,000.
There is a lot on the line in these races, and when you see these bigger boats, they do cover ground a little bit more quickly. Of course, having the coxswain in there, a coxed 4 wouldn't cover ground as much as a coxed less 4 would, simply because you have an extra person in there, even though it's a similarly sized boat. But to come out here, we are in these B finals, to have these tight races like this, the tight racing, the jockeying for position, the lead changes across 8 crews, not just 6 crews, across 8 crews, just shows again the elevation of the caliber of rowing in the country. We're growing, it becomes more competitive, more people are seeing what each other is doing, it's pushing people, we're making technical tweaks, we have availability of high caliber rowing, so all of these young people can also watch elite level Olympic caliber rowing and then use that to model what they're doing to bring all of that technique, all that finesse, all that prowess to the youth level as well. And with every stroke that we're seeing, that kind of left to right line stack of seedings is just creating all kinds of mixing of speed right now, as there is speed in all 8 lanes right now.
Yes, all 8 lanes have contact with each other. It's still Broomfield, Acton, and Boxborough out in front in lane 0, but it looked to me from our overhead shot, and we'll get clarification here as they cross the 1,000-meter mark, that it was almost level across with the crews in the closest 4 lanes, that Row, New Jersey, Miami, Vancouver Lake, and Montclair crews. But look at this. Look at this race. So tight. Hard to tell through this line.
The only thing we can tell clearly at this point is Broomfield, Acton, Boxborough still out in front, Row America Rye next behind them. But these races within races, when you have these pushes, people dig a little bit deeper. You get those asks where maybe you didn't start pushing at 500 to go before, but you have done it at 499 before. Well, you're going to see people start sprinting, start digging deeper for more gumption, a little more grit. All of these crews had yesterday off, so they've been able to rest the legs, rehydrate, and take care of themselves to replenish so that they can have the best race of their career thus far. Broomfield, Acton, Boxborough, their lead is being cut down by Row America Rye right now because Brooks School is on the hunt of Rye, but out in those center lanes 2 over is Row, New Jersey, who's on the move there with a bit of orange in their unisuits. You can see them in that lightly colored hull that is out in front of that. It's kind of like 2 arrow patterns, almost 2 perfect waves right now, where we have kind of in this, Broomfield, Acton, Boxborough, Row America Rye, Brooks School, and Cincinnati Juniors in one line, and then you have Row, New Jersey, Miami, Vancouver Lake, and Montclair in another line, but perfect overlap, almost like it's 2 4-boat races here.
Absolutely.
Where it's like first and first, second and second, third and third, fourth and fourth.
Absolutely. Definitely a great image that they just copy and pasted across the screen. So yeah, it does look like Broomfield Acton is ahead, but they are being challenged by Row, New Jersey over in lane 4, but that crew from Row America Rye in the thick of it, they are probably only about a half a boat through Broomfield, Acton, Boxborough, who have the lead, but it is first place so far, Broomfield, Acton, then Row, New Jersey, Row America Rye, then very hard to tell between the Brooks School in the lighter color shell out of lane 2 and Miami in the dark color shell. Again, hard to spot the action and the sneakiness in that dark shell of Miami, but then a very good push on them by Vancouver Lake out in lane 6 and lane 7 next to them, Montclair.
I'm going to have to say 350 meters to go. I'm expecting teams to start sprinting early. Row, New Jersey, I'm going to give them the edge. They were on the hunt. I'm going to say they're out in front now in that center lane with the orange. Row, New Jersey and Rye are certainly 2 teams that know each other well. They are from not far from one another. And so being now, it is Row, New Jersey, the momentum was with them through the last 500 meters of the race, through that third 500, and that allowed them to sneak out in front. Still, Broomfield, Acton, Boxborough ahead of Row America Rye. But with Row, New Jersey out in front and sprinting at first, sprinting hard, sprinting early, that will drag up the crews flanking them, being Miami on one side and then 2 lanes over Brooks School. So those are the crews that are on the hunt. Row, New Jersey out in front with those orange jerseys right next to them. Miami in that dark hall. They are going right along with Row, New Jersey, and that's going to help pull them, catapult them up into what is happening on the opposite side of the course with Brooks School, Rye, and Brumfield, Acton, Boxborough. Brumfield, Acton, Boxborough has come back, and they are looking through their sprint to see if they can regain the lead from Row, New Jersey that Row, New Jersey took. And it does look like Brumfield, Acton, Boxborough had one heck of a sprint to retake the lead from Row, New Jersey. Very tight. Looked like Rye over Brooks School by a very small margin over Miami, followed by lane 6, Vancouver Lake. Then in the middle you have Cincinnati Juniors coming across the line with lane 7 of Montclair. Brumfield, Acton, Boxborough had the lead. Row, New Jersey took it from them because of that move that they took from about 7:50 to about 2:50 to go. And then Brumfield, Acton, Boxborough was able to answer that call with an amazing sprint that allowed them to regain the lead that they kept for most of the race. So they knew they had it for a long time. They gave it up, and then they said, no, 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 we must regain this lead. And sure enough, they did.
Now on screen, we have the Women's Youth Coxed 4B final. Starting from right to left, we've got the Brooks School, Row, New Jersey, Brookline, Broomfield, Acton, Boxborough, Pittsford, Marion Mercy Academy B, PNRA Mercer, and Culver. Again, we've had some great sprints in the last 600 meters of every single race, but especially of this Brookfield, Acton, Boxborough crew. Traditionally doing a very good job in that last 600 meters of just pressing the pedal all the way to the floor, all the way to the line. So it does look like, then see, we're only probably about just 750 meters into this race. It's already very close, all the way across the line. Hard to tell, but maybe this Brooks School over in lane 0 is just got their bow ball ahead.
Slightly, and we will have Mercer on that other side that will be contesting that spot as well.
But every boat contact 8 lanes across. That is a tough race.
Rough.
It is rough. Thank goodness there's a coxswain in there trying to take a peek either side. What is going on out here? It is hard to tell for us up here in the finish tower watching this live stream, trying to figure out who has got the clear lead. It's very difficult to tell, but I think you're right that PNRA, Mercer, and the Brooks School currently have their bow balls out in front, but from there on out, it is just feet.
But barely.
Barely. Maybe Row, New Jersey is in a 3rd place spot, but it is very difficult to tell with the dark crew, the dark shelled crews of Brookline and Marion Mercy Academy B. We've seen a lot of upsets. We like to see it, right, Maurice?
We love to see it. It's a year of the underdog, and I'm not going to say no names, but there have been some rankings that have been busted here at the U.S. Youth National Championships, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we switched up how the lanes were seated previously. Now we are looking at those who came out of the 5th and higher placements out of their semifinals. They are now placed closer to lane 0. So the 5th and 5th place crews out of their semis would have been the Brooks School and Row, New Jersey. 6 and 6 would be Brookline and Broomfield, Acton, Boxborough, and then next after that would be Pittsford and Marion Mercy B, PNRA, and Culver. But it is not following that diagonal, the nice clean diagonal. There's a lot of action happening out there in the far lanes, and you called it right. The PNRA Mercer is, I think, now 2nd across that 1,000-meter mark.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we're now at that 3rd 500, and again, we've been emphasizing time and time again that 3rd 500 will be a telling tale on the fitness of each of these athletes.
Yes, and also how much the coxswains can pull their crews together, both mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, through the 3rd 500. It is a tough one, but it does still look like Brooks School maybe has that edge. PNRA Mercer was in 2nd as they crossed the 1,000-meter, but look at this. I think PNRA had a little bit of a slingshot move.
Yeah.
A little boost.
Yeah, it looks like they have picked it up just a little bit here to edge out the rest of the field. And they may have their stern deck connected to the bow balls of both. That'll be Brooks School, Row, New Jersey. Well, just the rest of the field.
I
'Cause,
know.
mean, it's so close.
Everything is so close. Here in the women's youth coxed 4B final, there's contact across all crews. Honestly, all the way from lane 0 to 7, there is not more than a boat length between all of these crews.
And we are now approaching that 500-meter mark. We'll probably have about 100 meters to go here until we're in that final sprint. And I think we're going to be on the edge of our seats for this one.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely looks like PNRA is pushed out ahead. They have got their bow ball probably about, I would say, they've got a boat ahead of the field. But everybody else, it can be anybody's game at this point.
Absolutely. And yeah, Mercer is they may be in a little safe zone right now.
They might feel safe.
Yeah, but again, they have 7 other crews hawking them down right now. And as you said before, I just love it. The crosshairs has been written, and they are on target right now. And we are going through that last 500 meters of the race here. And so I think this is going to be like one of those races where if your team is out here right now in this women's youth 4B final, I think you might want to get to the beach here because they're going to need some motivation because right now every single last crew is pretty much neck and neck here, and this can be any boat's game.
Yeah, it does look like PNRA Mercer has the lead at the current moment, but Brooks School over in lane 0 has got the second place at the moment, but the blue shell next to them, Rowe, New Jersey, very, very close. Their bow ball is only sitting on the stroke seat of that Brooks School crew. In the middle there, we've got the Bedford crew and the Boxborough crew charging there through the middle, but PNRA Mercer looks to be charging this wave of very tight competitive coxed 4s in this B final all the way to the line.
And yeah, I see Rowe, New Jersey on that side. They are absolutely trying to make a push here on the Brooks School, as the Brooks School is just leading them just slightly. But the Brooks School is responding and keeping up in a way from Rowe, New Jersey. But again, they are still coming down. And yeah, we will have a crazy finish here.
We've got
we will have. Oh, go ahead, Lindsay. What do you see?
Oh, great. No, great push there by the Brooks School. We've got all of the fans down on the beach. They heard your call, Maurice. They know that they've got to pour everything into this water here because it looks like the Brooks School.
Brooks School has poured up in
all
front.
the way out there in lane 0 are charging the line. And then it is a 3-boat race for second place between Rowe, New Jersey,
Acton. And we will have Mercer trying to charge up, and it looked like they will overtake and solidify that second place spot here. And followed by Rowe, New Jersey, I would say. And then in lane 3, we will have Broomfield Action.
Then very closely followed there by after Marion Mercy Academy B, Pittsford, and then rounding out the field, Culver and Brookline. Brookline was up in there. It's so hard to keep track of 8 boats across, especially when the entire race, as they came down the field, everybody had contact the entire time. So great racing on the part of all of these crews.
Sweet. And next up, we will have the men's youth quad B final here in lane 0. We will have Haddon Township, lane 1, Miami, lane 2, White Marsh, lane 3, Conestoga, lane 4, Long Beach Juniors, lane 5, Vero Beach, lane 6, Oregon Unlimited, and lane 7, Camp Randall.
So we were back to these quads. These are coxless quads, so everything that they are doing, they are their own onboard everything. I mentioned head, heart, guts earlier because they have to use their heads to be able to steer, to do the race plan, to maintain the wherewithal, and then they just got to pour everything out there in the heat of the moment of the race and also under the heat of the Florida sun. You know, we had this stagger of 5th through 8th where we inverted. We're no longer using this chevron pattern of seating, and so what we're seeing, though, across the board is that there is speed in every single lane today. Right now, Camp Randall on the near shore is producing speed, even though they were 8th in their semifinal. They are producing speed on par with Haddon Township and Miami over on there on the opposite side of the course with 8 boats like this. Again, never experienced an 8-boat race like this to be able to maintain awareness of what's going on around in the course to know kind of where you are, you know, but that even makes your intentionality of your bubble of staying insular in your lane. This is not Spy Hunter. You can't drop oil slicks. You are literally in your lane. You can do nothing to anyone out there except lay down the best 4 quarters of racing and then open your eyes at the other end when the dust settles and see how you're doing. Right now, two opposite of this most speed is outside lanes is Haddon Township, Miami, and those 2 dark holes on the far side shore, as well as Camp Randall. Miami with an edge over Haddon Township right now. And Miami, in my eye, as I stand back from the screen, looks to be moving with some heat.
Absolutely. It definitely looks like they are moving with heat. So Miami out ahead of the boats next to them, Haddon Township. But look out there. That Camp Randall boat is making a fantastic move from lane 7. But look at that yellow shell over in the 4th boat in Conestoga. They look to be taking the 3rd place now. So we've got Miami, Haddon Township, Conestoga, and Camp Randall vying for those places 1 through 4 within this B final, all trying to figure out where they lie within the 9th to 16th best in the country.
We get distracted because these boats, they just keep picking up speed, and all of a sudden we get distracted with the screen and everywhere where everyone is, and then, oh my goodness, they're right here, 300 meters to go, so we just look outside, but they are there quicker than we realize. These quads cover so much ground so quickly. The hands move so fast. It is still Camp Randall out there. It is Miami out there. Conestoga in the yellow hull also sprinting. That move was happening, and that has encouraged Long Beach juniors to also start sprinting. All of this is going to be within a matter of seconds, folks, from 1 through 8 in this race right now. Miami on the hunt, Long Beach juniors, Conestoga, Camp Randall. Those are the crews that are really going for it. White Marsh is also sprinting. Haddon Township is also in there. So for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, it's Haddon Township, White Marsh, Conestoga. All of those crews are in there in the mix right now. It's Miami hunting the line the fastest, followed by Haddon Township very closely. The sprint is on in the center lanes, those yellow hulls. Long Beach, Conestoga, and then in the near lane, Camp Randall as well. It looked like Long Beach juniors put the pressure on to Conestoga, but Conestoga was able to edge them out for just a moment on the inside. Camp Randall, lots of speed again. Go to herenow.com. It's amazing how different it is to try to track 8 boats instead of 8, but it was Miami that about 700 meters to go, you could see them flip that switch and turn up the heat. Those athletes that row just off of Key Biscayne at Miami Rowing Club, rowing in the dark. Imagine rowing if they row before sunrise or after sunset. The lights of the Miami City line are in the background every single day. So talk about turning up the heat there on the outside from lane 1.
And next up, we will have the Women's Youth Quad B final coming down the lane shortly. In lane 0, we will have Seattle Preparatory School. In lane 1, we will have Woodlands. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Artemis. Lane 4, Atomic. Lane 5, South Jersey. Lane 6, Connecticut. And lane 7, Oak Neck Academy B.
Again, a change up in how the lanes were seated from this morning. So those who placed in the higher placements of their semifinals, so placements 5 through 8, are now positioned more from the lane 0 to lane 7 instead of from the middle out. So we are seeing Seattle Preparatory School out there with Woodlands, Oakland Strokes, Artemis, Atomic, South Jersey, Connecticut, and Oak Neck Academy. But it does look like an early lead from Oakland Strokes, and then a couple lanes over, the Atomic crew for first place as they cross into the first 750 meters of this race.
I'd also say Oak Neck Academy B is out there as well. That's, again, one of those kind of like sleeper crews out on the outside, but certainly Oakland Strokes, Atomic producing some speed. Also interesting to note that in that Artemis boat, the double that raced the U17 double earlier on, they are in this race as well. All of those athletes are 9th and 10th graders racing this event right now in the youth double. This isn't even the U17. This is the youth double, and they are all 9th and 10th graders in that Artemis crew that is currently in one of the top 4 positions and looking to be on the move.
Yes, and it does look like early on we've got the Oakland Strokes crew out ahead, but very, very hotly followed by Atomic. Artemis there sandwiched in the middle. Woodlands and Seattle Prep out there in this field, all trying to find where is that 1,000-meter mark. I want to make my move, but it's all about patience. We talked about the quad being a coxless boat, so there is a decision and race plan lined out ahead of time, but sometimes when the field is this tight, you may have to change the plan. So it will be interesting to see how all of that unfolds over the course of this next and second 1,000 meters.
Looks like those 2 lanes over. Atomic is on the move as they approach the 1,000. You can see Oakland Strokes with those trademark Strokes hats, those orange hats that they have on are the first. It is Oakland Strokes is the first to the first 1,000 meters by just about maybe a half of a length over Atomic right now. But between them, Artemis on the move. You've got Woodlands over on the other side also as well. Tight racing happening on the near shore now. Neck and neck among those crews within Oak Neck Academy B, Connecticut, and South Jersey. That's the good shot, good overhead shot there of Oakland Strokes, who has been the early leaders, but now being still hunted down by the crews that have been flanking them. So that's Oakland Strokes next to them. Artemis and Atomic looks as though they may be vying for that lead.
Yes, nice to see that arrow shape happen, even though that wasn't intentional, but it does look like Oakland Strokes, then it will be Artemis, then Atomic, then out there in lane 0, you've got, or I would say Woodlands actually, and then Seattle Preparatory School for that 1 through 5th place so far in this B final of the Women's Youth Quad.
And we're definitely having some movement here. In between, especially those middle lanes. I mean, we have Artemis, Oakland Strokes, and Atomic going stroke for stroke with each other, followed by Seattle Preparatory School and South Jersey just slightly behind. And so this is going to be very, very interesting, especially coming into the last 500 meters of the race. And I am seeing some of these athletes getting tired, and so I'm hoping and praying that they can hold it tight, hold it together to get to the line, and hopefully get to the line first.
Yes, keep it clean, keep the hands released in front, and it does look like we've actually got Artemis. Artemis has done a big push here across into this last 500 meters. Next, Atomic then. They have got their bow ball out in front. We've got great fight happening in the far lanes of, we've got Oakland Strokes being pushed by Woodlands. They are trading bow balls back and forth, back and forth. Then you've got Seattle Prep all the way over in lane 0. The darker shell over here, I believe that is Connecticut. They are doing a great job of throwing their hat in this race as well. But again, it is now Artemis, the leader of this race.
Artemis being very patient through the middle of the race. Again, 9th and 10th graders in that crew, but showing tons of maturity for what this race has been. And 2 of those athletes have already raced today in an A final earlier this morning. So showing fitness, showing skill, showing dexterity, showing promise by being so young with just less than 300 meters to go for just about every single crew out there. That is now Artemis in the lead of this race. Out on the outside, Connecticut in that black hole. Keep an eye on that. Woodlands and Oakland Strokes, and Woodlands, Oakland Strokes, and Seattle Preparatory School now all looking like they are level across with one another. Everyone is on the move at this point. The one thing that is sure is that Artemis is out in front by about a length, looking to lengthen their lead over the rest of the field. They were very patient, and then all of a sudden they have slingshot out into the front of the field, sprinting the most, I would say, nearly dead level with Seattle Preparatory School, Woodlands, Oakland Strokes. Then we have Atomic, and we also have Connecticut in here ahead of Oak Neck Academy and South Jersey. Now the speed is developing on the far side of the course. Fantastic sprints happening out of Seattle, Woodlands, Oakland Strokes, and Atomic. Artemis out in front. It is going to be a photo finish to the end where these 4 crews that are behind Artemis are going to be beeps. Maurice, what do you see?
And I'm saying Seattle coming up, and then I'm saying lane 3, which will be Artemis. I mean, it's so close. I have 2 eyeballs, 8 boats. I mean, there's no way.
It's impossible. Good thing there's 3 of us here. But it did look like Connecticut and then South Jersey and Oak Neck Academy B. We need 8 eyeballs. We got
Yeah.
6. It's hard to
Yeah.
keep track of all
USRowing,
these.
please invest in
They,
giving us
by
our
all-
eyeballs.
but they don't operate independent of one another. That was amazing. Such maturity on the part of all athletes on the water right now. My gosh, Artemis took their move for 190 stroke move that they had, and then it was 4 boats flanking them all the way across that were basically dead level behind them. So second, third, fourth, and fifth place, you are going to have to go to herenow.com for the official results.
And we are now underway with the men's youth straight 4B final here in Sarasota. In lane 0, we will have Northville. Lane 1, Miami. Lane 2, St. Joe's Prep. Lane 3, Pacific. Lane 4, CRIB. Lane 5, OKC Riversport. Lane 6, Maritime. Lane 7, Montclair. And it'll look like we'll have a slight separation between the front pack and the back pack here. And that front pack, we will have Northville, Miami, and St. Joe's, followed by OKC Riversport, Maritime, and Montclair. And slightly behind that first group will be Pacific and CRIB.
But everyone having contact with each other as we cross the 500-meter mark. Everyone has contact and overlap with the boats either side of them and across all 8 boats in this B final of the youth men's straight 4.
You know, when I'm up here in the tower and I'm trying to keep track of what's going on, I use my fingers to go, okay, who's moving, who's in first, that sort of thing. That way I can look and then look back. And with these races being so close, I'm running out of fingers. Who am I tracking? I'm tracking with all 10 fingers, all of these crews that are out here right now. I was going to say Northville and Montclair were on par with one another, but Maritime and OKC Riversport have now moved through Montclair. Montclair maybe goaded them on for a slightly faster starting 500, which kept them in the mix with what was going on. So Maritime and OKC Riversport are now 2 of the fastest crews out there, along with Northville. Northville's been fast since the start, but I would put OKC Riversport and Maritime along with them. Everyone else in between, it's nearly dead level between St. Joe's, Pacific, and between Miami, St. Joe's, and Pacific. Otherwise, approaching the 1,000, I'm sure these crews are going to hit reset. And then it's just going to be a takeoff from there because these are coxless 4s. We've mentioned it before, but these 4s without the cox, and you have to do all of the conversation and steering on your own. There isn't much conversation happening. It's basically grunts, but because you don't have the coxswain in there, the boat itself is lighter because there's no cockpit for the coxswain, and because of the body weight itself, it travels faster. It is like a fast pair, just as tippy and responsive as a pair, but a whole heap of a lot faster.
And it did look as we crossed that 1,000-meter mark that it was Northville almost dead level with OKC Riversport. Hard to tell the rest of the pack, though. Again, the field is very tight. All 8 boats across, all 8 lanes across. Very difficult to discern from our view here, but look at this overhead shot. Beautiful shot. I think that it is now OKC Riversport in the lead, and then Maritime off to their left-hand side there, off to their starboard side, and then in third we've got Northville, and then dead level 3 boats across in the between Miami, St. Joe's Prep, and Pacific, and then we've got CRIB and Montclair right there hanging with each other.
Yeah, CRIB and Montclair are definitely 2 crews that are moving about at a similar speed right now. I'd give the edge between the 2 of them as Montclair, who had a very quick start, but just OKC Riversport saying, hey, we're going to have a great middle 1,000 to put us out there in the front of this pack right now. OKC Riversport just ahead of Maritime. Maritime, we've seen them have good sculling this weekend. We've had seen them obviously here in this event having solid sweeping this weekend. So to see them out in front here with OKC Riversport by about just under a half of a boat length here. So not less than a second separates these 2 crews at this point in the race, where all crews are approaching, not quite, but are approaching 500 meters to go. OKC Riversport, Maritime, and then Montclair. Montclair's been up there the whole time. They've maintained their pace, but now among the Miami St. Joe's Pacific crews, it's Pacific who is starting to separate out in one of those middle lanes, Pacific with those white hats, red blades. That's the color combination that we've seen seen from that team all weekend long. So now your 4 lead crews are OKC Riversport and Northville. Northville may have regained the edge from OKC Riversport as they are looking to sprint and pick up some speed. So Northville and OKC Riversport battling it out for first place right now, with Pacific and Maritime battling it out for third and fourth with less than 35 strokes to go in this race. We are 350 meters to go for the leaders in this race, and there is a tailwind picking up. It is going to be a barn burner from here on out.
Absolutely. It does look like the OKC Riversport crew has got a little bit of an edge, but look at what's happening between the Northville crew all the way over in lane 0. They are fighting against OKC Riversport, the Pacific crew in that light blue shell, then making a charge. They are pushing off of what is happening next to them. It is a fantastic from here on out.
And again, if you have a team in this race right now, you should get to the beach right now and show your support, because this is where it happens. They hear you, they feel the vibration from your voices, so cheer them on.
You've got that blue hole out of Miami. We saw them have smoking sprints before. Will they have another smoking sprint right now? They're sitting in top 4. It is OKC Riversport over that one Pacific crew who had a great last 500 meters to put them in the hunt for this lead. OKC Riversport with a slight edge over Pacific. Pacific charging hard. Northville is still right in there. Miami has put themselves in there as well. OKC Riversport sprinting hard. Half a deck for OKC Riversport over a fantastic, phenomenal last 500 meters out of Pacific. Too close between Pacific and Northville for me to see with my eye. Miami certainly with that blue hull top 4 on the outside. We also have Maritime there with the yellow and the pink, followed by St. Joe's Prep over there. We have CRI in the middle, overtaking Amont Eclair at the end. What a sprint. I shouldn't even say what a sprint. What a decisive last 750 for Pacific. What a sprint for Miami to get into the top 4. But it was OKC Riversport who patiently overtook the lead for first, but it was barely by a nose, stayed mature, and were able to come across unofficially in first.
So again, that was the 9th through 16th place crews in the country for the men's youth straight 4 final, B final. Now we have lining up the women's youth straight 4 B final. So over there in the far lanes, we have Nobles. Next to them, PNRA Mercer, Wayland Weston, Dayton, OKC Riversport, Charlotte Youth, First Coast, and San Diego. Again, if you've medaled here this weekend, and only just to celebrate the race that you've been able to put together with your team, your coach, and your program, head over to the awards stage and have your moment. Celebrate that time. Whether you've got a medal or not, and if you have a medal, take it on over to the USRowing Marketplace to get it engraved.
Beautiful moment there where we watch those crews all take off very cleanly in this women's youth straight 4B final, looking at places 9 through 16 in the country. No matter how it is determined at the finish line, when all these crews cross that finish line, you are looking at 9 through 16 in the country. Again, just to give you from left to right as you are seeing right and now, or from right to left as you are seeing right now, it is Nobles, PNRA Mercer, Wayland Weston, Dayton, OKC Riversport, Charlotte Youth, First Coast, and San Diego. San Diego, of course, in that trademark red San Diego hull, 2 lanes over. Charlotte Youth in that yellowish hull right there. But right now it looks like First Coast is one of our faster movers off of the start right now, sandwiched in between those 2 colorful hulls that I just mentioned, along with Dayton. Dayton appears to be one of the other fastest moving crews right now, as we are just 250 meters into this race. So 250 meters in is that point where now you are looking to lengthen off of your start sequence and really find that rhythm. Find your rhythm, find your stability, find the best line toward the finish line that you possibly can.
And it looks like Dayton is going to be leading this charge here, leading this pack slightly. I mean, we still have some connection. Followed by, I'd probably say by Charlotte Youth. Charlotte Youth may be contesting Dayton right now on the outside line. It would be the second boat to your right from the wave. How do you put it? The wave
attenuator.
The wave attenuator. Yes.
Yeah, big word. But then we also on the outside lane here, Nobles. That is now actually charging into the front place position, and so
beautiful lead change there.
Yeah, exactly.
Great.
So we've seen a move there.
Yes, great move over that first 500-meter mark. They took the charge. They made a move. And so Nobles is now out in front. And then next is First Coast and then San Diego. And then that crew in the middle, is that OKC Riversport? Is that Dayton? There is some fast crews out there. But looking at the the First Coast crew, this crew has 3 lightweights, 2 of whom are sophomores. So a fairly young crew in this youth event. 2 of the seniors in the boat. One will be rowing at Stetson next year, and the other will be attending one of the Ivy Leagues out there. So fantastic last race for some of those graduating seniors, but also passing the baton to the younger athletes within their program.
Here, speaking about that group over there at First Coast, they are starting to separate themselves up just a little bit by about a quarter of a length over San Diego and Charlotte Youth. They're on the near shore right now as we change the image. They are going to be one of your lead crews right now as we are just getting into nearing the second half of this race. So we've got a nice panned out a shot there. I'm going to get dizzy here circling around all of these crews, not just because we're staring at all of them, but we're moving positions here. First Coast out there as one of our leaders, and then over on the far side is Nobles. Dayton was one of the early pack. They are still part of that upper echelon, but First Coast and Nobles are the 2 faster moving crews out there right now. San Diego and Charlotte Youth, by virtue of being there with First Coast, that is keeping them on pace with what is happening up toward the front of the pack. So much connection, though, across all of these crews still, that no matter what we say at this point in the race, that this is your reset point. This is just a barometer of how effective you've been. That third 500 is like, okay, how effective were we? Not necessarily how trained are we, but how effective and efficient were we in the first half of the race. So it is Nobles across in first right now, with First Coast crossing that 1,000-meter mark in a second, but just by about half of a length over San Diego.
Yes, we will be again approaching that in that third 500, and we're seeing time and time again, especially in these B finals where we're seeing a lot of changes. Right now, we don't see that that clear chevron or that clear. The way these seedings are working, we're not seeing that here.
It's not predictable.
It's being shaken up right now. As a zigzag, it's like a little heartbeat.
Yeah, absolutely. But it does look like the lead is being passed back and forth between Nobles and First Coast. San Diego holding on to all of that action. It's pretty fun to watch. We talk about there being a conversation happening like they have breath in the third 500. But again, it's just short little spurts of volume and maybe just a pickup of the legs and the catches.
I'm going to say that there is momentum with that San Diego crew, though, against the First Coast crew, just in terms of the trajectory of the spacing that First Coast had. First Coast started to walk away a little bit. Both of those crews have started to leave Charlotte Youth a little bit behind them. Nobles still out in front by a little bit, maybe inching out to almost a length at this point with this angle. As you can see it, Nobles has a history of performance in the 4s. So here in this Cox List 4, we are in the B final, so we're looking at 9th through 16th in the country. That is Nobles out in front with those blue, kind of the arrow pointed in the middle, blue and white tipped blades out there, doing a very nice job and making a nice show of it here in this B final as the last 500 meters does approach, and Nobles will be the first crew to that 500 meters. As soon as I said something about San Diego there with First Coast has said, you know what, we kind of see what's happening over there with Nobles, and we're going to answer that, and we want to make sure that we are where we want to be when this race comes to a close. First Coast now about a length over San Diego, and look at PNRA Mercer now as they are bringing Waylon Weston along with them for the ride as we are 400 meters to go. Nobles still out in front, Nobles still out in front, First Coast next, but it's going to be very tight with PNRA Mercer and Waylon Weston and San Diego toward the line.
And look at Charlotte Youth. Charlotte Youth is in that fight too with PNRA Mercer and Waylon Weston. As we saw as they come into the beach, give them a shout. This is without a coxswain. These 4 athletes are putting everything together they can to see what they can do before it gets to the red buoys. But yes, it does look like Nobles and then First Coast. San Diego, though, has a tough time with both Dayton and Waylon Weston, PNRA and Waylon Weston. It is very difficult to tell who is going to be able to pick up the boat out of this water. Again, a very light and quick boat class, but it is Nobles. They have just broken open water over the First Coast crew all the way over in lane 6, lane 7, those closest to shore. They can hear your hollers. They are in San Diego is doing a great job of trying to keep up that speed with Waylon Weston and PNRA Mercer.
Yeah, and they're definitely going stroke for stroke. I mean, Mercer, Wayland Weston, First Coast, and I'm curious to know if they can see that First Coast boats creeping up Mercer and Wayland Weston as they're duking out with each other. There's another boat that is contesting their spot as well, and so as we approach that last bit of this race here, it will look like we will have Nobles holding on to that first place spot, but we will have First Coast leading the charge, and I think they will maybe walk through Wayland Weston right here. They're picking it up. Will Weston respond? No, they will not. And we will have First Coast walking through to get that second place spot, followed by Wayland Weston and then Mercer.
And then we've got crossing the line, we've got San Diego, then Charlotte Youth, Dayton, and OKC Riversport. Very tight there between Dayton and Charlotte Youth. That's definitely going to be something you need to double check at herenow.com. Looks like First Coast, because they were all the way over here, those angles may have been a little bit wonky, but they were in there that whole time, and I think that they provided a little bit of a sneak attack on those two that were out on the far shore of PNRA and Wayland Weston. Great racing by all crews, and that was the women's Youth 4B final places, 9 through 16 in the country in this event. What incredible racing by all crews. Next up, we have the Men's Youth 2v8B final. They have charged past the first 250 meters of this race. They're all the way into trying to find that 500-meter mark. Who we have in this race? We have Marin B, Greenwich B, Sarasota, New Trier, Saugatuck, St. Louis, Saratoga, and PNR A. Mercer. Too tight to call so far with who is where in this race, but everyone has contact, everyone has overlap. It does look initially that Marin B and perhaps New Trier are vying for that first place position as they cross the big orange buoys of the 500-meter mark. But again, anything can change through the middle thousand. The name of the game with the eights here is who can keep momentum. So not necessarily who can get the boat up to speed, but who can keep that rhythm together all the way through the middle thousand and then take it up a gear and up a notch as they enter the last 500 meters. We're seeing these trends where these outside lanes have speed, so it just goes to show how tight these packs are from, all the way down. We saw these athletes all race in the time trial on Thursday. They raced again on Friday in their respective semifinals, and here they are. It's Sunday. They're in this B final right now of their event, but it's just that tightness across the field that we are seeing. All of these crews showing up on this one waterway, having come from all over the country, and really they're all the same speed right now. A little bit of an edge maybe for PNRA Mercer, and then maybe on the far outside as well with Marin B right now in this event, flanking the field and sandwiching. And it's almost like bookends, just saying, sweeping everybody forward with their arms all the way down the race course. As we approach 1,000 meters, just a couple of seats separating every single crew out on the course right now.
And yes, this is, just going through that 1,000 again, another B final where we will have connection between all of the crews. There is no dominant boat here as we see on your screen. There's a lot of movement going on, and we have a pretty crazy angle here and not able to see who's up in the front right now. Oh, well, perfect. Whew, wow.
Sarasota looks to be. Sarasota had a little bit of an edge over the other field, the rest of the field as they crossed that line. But the dark shell, the Greenwich B boat gaining speed. Again, sneaky in the dark shell. You don't even know what's coming. So we've got Sarasota, Greenwich B neck and neck, and then you've got Marin over there in lane 0. They are your front runners so far as they've crossed the 1,000-meter mark on the way to the 750-meter mark. It is a race, people.
It really is, and again, this is a beautiful shot, and it's pretty easy to see who is leading. Again, right now we will have
that Greenwich B boat.
Yep.
They are definitely the leaders so far in this race. They saw the 1,000-meter mark. They saw Sarasota with the early lead, and they said, "Nuh-uh, I want to have some of that." So they've definitely taken some of that lead, and then Sarasota, then Marin B, then very soon thereafter by Saugatuck. But then either side of them, New Trier and St. Louis hanging with them.
It does. Sarasota came to that 1,000 first, but then as soon as the 1,000-meter mark switched, we've seen Greenwich Crows turn on. It's like they flick on the light at that 1,000 meters and start to develop their race even further from there. So this is exactly what they're doing. Greenwich B, that's that darker hull, second from the top of your picture. They made their move just after 1,000 meters to go. Sarasota in the yellow hull right next to them. We know Sarasota to have some solid sprints. And then 2 lanes over, looks like Marin B and Marin B and Saugatuck are moving at similar speeds right now. So those are your 4 crews that are out in front. Marin, by virtue of being out against the fastest crew on the water right now, being Greenwich B, that's going to help them out. And it looks as though Marin might have some momentum that could carry them past Sarasota. Momentum also with New Trier. So Sarasota should stay aware of what's going on if they want to make sure that they stay in one of those top couple of positions. These are 8s. These are men's youth 2V8s. These boats are going to cover a lot of ground. They will sprint early. They will sprint fast. So get out on the shoreline and give them everything that you have, because that they might not hear your voice, but they will hear the vibrations of your vocalization. Greenwich B is out in front.
And we will have Saugatuck coming up, and they will be making their move now, and they are hunting down Sarasota right now. And again, we are at the last 150 of this race, and this is about to be a crazy finish. So everybody on the beach, I'm going to need y'all to lift y'all voices up for these crews as they come through the final line, the final stretch.
Yes, you've got Greenwich B in the lead, and then you've got Sarasota either side of them with Marin B. They are crossing the line. They are trying to get to that line first. But look at it's all the way down to the line. Greenwich B pouring on the sauce. They are about a half a boat ahead. I then believe that Marin B has taken the lead over Sarasota. Oh my goodness. And then hard to keep track of all of them. But then I believe it is Saugatuck. And then look at St. Louis. Look at that good move there from New Trier just ahead with Saratoga. It may be dead level, hard to tell. And then PNRA Mercer just there to round out the field of this men's youth 2v8. What a crazy finish. That last 500 meters, it's a crazy race from start to finish, but look at the speed that all these athletes are able to put together. I mean, those gear changes just really changed up the leaderboard there as we came to the line.
Exactly. And again, I mean, when you have a crew pushing, another crew pushing you, I mean, that only makes you faster. And so, again, that's the beauty of US rowing, is the fact that we have these crews pushing each other, and that will naturally make them faster.
Great racing here in the 2V men's 8. Now we are on to the women's 2V8B final. We can see as they start to get aligned, you can read the bow markers across. We've got over in lane 0 Newport, lane 1 White Marsh, lane 2 St. Louis, lane 3 Sarasota, lane 4 Cincinnati Juniors. And as they all take off, try to keep an eye out there on Greenwich, Capital, and Mount St. Joseph.
And just like nearly every race that we have seen so far, even though we have seated left to right in a diagonal line, you would take one slash across the course is what you might expect to see. That is not the case. Speed in every lane. All of these holes as we fly up toward the start to meet them where they are, just 1/8 of the way into this race. There is speed on the near shore out of Mount St. Joseph's. They are notoriously speedy off of the start line, so they are one of your early leaders right now, along with Capital crew right there, right next to them on the near shore. That's closest to the wave attenuator, closest to the spectator side of the race course. And then over on the other far side, you have White Marsh and St. Louis. I would say it's just like that. You have Capital and Mount St. Joe's. Then you have White Marsh and St. Louis are the 4 crews that are just a couple of seats over the rest of the field. Those are the 4 lead crews. The next crews from there that are also quite level, just a matter of seats really separating everyone. The most margin that anyone has on anyone else right now might be a half of a length. It's still very early in the race. You would have Newport as well now that more strokes are being taken, looking to inch back up on White Marsh, which seems to be what they are doing. The other 3 crews that are kind of moving together right now are Sarasota, Cincinnati Juniors, and Greenwich in the center. I would say maybe Greenwich is a crew that's looking to inch back up on Capital.
Yes, they have crossed the 500-meter mark. We can see that with the orange buoys. They are being followed by these referee launches. Beautiful shot all the way across lanes 0 through 7. It's anyone's race. Everyone has overlap, but it does look like we've got good leads by Whitemarsh and St. Louis out in lanes 1 and 2 now. But then Mount St. Joseph there on the outside. They have a little bit ahead of Capital, but Capital is holding with them. Greenwich holding with Capital, and then Cincinnati holding with Greenwich. Everyone in the field is connected as they make their moves into the first 750-meter mark.
And right there we have Whitemarsh and St. Louis. Those two crews are balbal to balbal here as we prepare to enter the 1,250 meters to go of this race. We are past that first 500-meter mark. That's left in their dust. That's left in their wake. They are well on their way toward the halfway portion of this race, and it is just very, very tight between Whitemarsh and St. Louis on the far shore, and Mount St. Joseph's does appear to also be one of those trend setters, early leaders. We will find a better view of exactly who is going to make it, get their bow ball nudged across that 1,000-meter mark first, and what that margin is a little bit more truly apparent. It'll make that margin a little bit more truly apparent for those of us watching here in the tower, and for those of you watching the Jumbotron from the shore. Very tight indeed between Whitemarsh and St. Louis. It looks to be Whitemarsh ahead, just ahead of St. Louis. The speed that Mount St. Joseph produced early on still has them up there in those top 3, but they have relinquished the lead to Whitemarsh, who is just ahead of current second place St. Louis. It's time for that third 500 though, so there will be a lot to be determined. It does look like Newport is walking back in, and so then you have over on the far shore Whitemarsh, St. Louis, and Newport may be your top 3 crews at this present moment. Right now, Mount St. Joe's and Newport really vying for that third place position.
Absolutely, but then Sarasota very, very close to Mount St. Joseph. We know that they've got a very good last 750 meters, so they are making a little bit of a boost before they take off there. So Sarasota looks like they have pulled level with Mount St. Joseph, but it is still Whitemarsh, St. Louis, Newport, but then a tie, I believe now Mount St. Joseph has taken it back from Sarasota. And then look at this dark-shelled crew through the middle. Greenwich starting to turn it on. Their bow ball is now sitting on the 2 seat of the Sarasota crew. Sarasota's bow ball now on the 2 seat of the Mount St. Joseph crew, but it is still that pack fighting for 4th place here is pushing the crews all the way over in lanes 0 through 2. You've got Whitemarsh, St. Louis, Newport, and then you've got now it is Mount St. Joseph. They have now pulled level, I believe, with Newport all the way over. So 0 and 7. Maurice loves that good wild card there, and that is what is happening. Mount St. Joseph is doing just that.
And you love to see it, especially when these crews are this close. I mean, as they're approaching that 500-meter mark, pressure turns coal into diamonds. And this is what we're about to see, because we are going to see the pressure on each of these crews. I mean, everybody is in connection right now, and the question remains, and that's for that coxswain to relate to that to their teams, is that, hey, are we going to crack under pressure, or are we going to be one of the precious rocks of the world?
Whitemarsh still out in the lead just over St. Louis. So in terms of being precious, I'm sure they're looking for the most precious race they've had so far this season out there over on the far side, being in lanes 0, 1, and 2. They're the ones that placed 5th and 6th respectively in their semifinals. So typically the faster speed would be expected over on that side of the course, which is starting to develop with the more strokes that do get taken. So Whitemarsh, St. Louis, Newport, Sarasota also putting themselves in there, and Greenwich is that sleeper crew developing in the second 1,000 who's also looking to be up there in the top 6 crews. Mount St. Joseph's, though, not giving it up to Greenwich easily. They are all going to be into the sprint. Red buoys have happened, and we are all going to take off and see some miraculous sprints occur. Keep an eye on Mount St. Joseph's. Keep an eye on Greenwich there, but keep an eye also on Sarasota. All of these crews still Whitemarsh out in front. You've got St. Louis down below. You've got Newport sprinting hard now, and we've seen Newport move quite well so far. Sarasota wants to be in there too, but right now, Whitemarsh, St. Louis, and Newport.
Yes, right now, again, we see that they have that outside lane there in lane 0 Newport. They have picked up the pace here, picked up their rate, and trying to charge down White Marsh. Will White Marsh be able to respond to that and hold on to that first place? But then we have St. Louis and Sarasota also putting pressure on White Marsh. But it looks like White Marsh is going to respond very well. But it looks like St. Louis may be trying to charge on Newport, and I don't know. That was close. And then we will have Sarasota coming in that 4th spot.
And then Greenwich, and then it's a Mount St. Joseph, and the great round out of Capital and Cincinnati juniors in this race. Way to end that last 500.
I mean, it might have been a matter of inches, but as my eye might say, it might have been a few inches to Newport on that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I could call that one.
But you know who can?
HereNow.com. Oh, HereNow.com. They are the real officials of this race.
Last 2 races, not just of today, but last 2 races of this 4-day event. 835 entries, and we are down to our last 2 events of the morning. Let's set the field as these 8s take off in a fluster. These are going to be the fastest of the day of the B finals because it's the men's youth 8s. Left to right as the referee reads, far to near shores, PNRA, Mercer, Greenwich, Central Catholic, Pitt, St. Joe's Prep, DC National, Gonzaga, St. Louis, and San Diego in that red hull.
Very difficult to tell off of this high strokes who is in the lead here, but perhaps it is that St. Joe's Prep crew there in the middle, followed there closely thereafter in the dark shelled crew of Greenwich, but don't count out St. Louis over in lane 6. Gonzaga there, right there with them. Very difficult to tell what happens in the first 250 meters of the race, but as they find their rhythm and they start to stride out into their base pace, you'll start to see a little bit more separation. But again, these are the fastest boats of the day, so the larger the boat, the smaller the margin, and I'm sure it will come down to the line with who is crossing those buoys first.
You make mention of that. The larger the boat, the smaller the margin. Each of these boats is at least 60 feet long or so, but they move so fast, and when you don't have as much time to go fast, you just can't you don't have enough time to create distance between you and the rest of the field, no matter how fast you really are.
So it does look like we are looking at St. Joe's Prep out in front, but very close to Greenwich. Greenwich is out in lane 1, one boat between them. Central Catholic Pitt doing a great job staying with that speed. Over to St. Joe's Prep's left was DC National. They are holding on. They're probably dead level with Gonzaga to the side of them. But again, that crew, the crew out to the just outside our vision, St. Louis, I can tell by their puddles, may be level just ahead of that Gonzaga crew, but it is St. Joe's Prep leading the charge into towards the first 1,000-meter mark.
And look at that, San Diego has also put themselves in this mix, having just overtaken St. Louis, perhaps, or at least dead level with St. Louis. It is St. Joe's Prep, again, still out in the lead with 2 lanes over to Greenwich in that darker hull. We'll get to see a much better margin here in just a few moments as we get ready to cross into that second 1,000-meter mark. If I'm on board, I want to be a fly on that wall and listen to what the coxswain calls are as they get ready to make these shifts. As it sounds like we hear some ducks quacking out there, too.
I think they're enjoying these races as much as we are.
I mean, they're cheering. That's a duck cheer, I guess.
Mighty Ducks. I mean, it's an outdoor sport, right?
It is, it is.
And so we do have a puff of tailwind. It's gotten, the wind has died down a little bit, so definitely a challenge here for these 8s. These 8s get up to speed very quickly. So it's not a headwind, but it's a little bit of a tail, but we do see St. Joe's Prep taking advantage of that. And Greenwich crew rowing very cleanly in that tailwind. Look at San Diego and St. Louis come on screen here, just making it difficult for everyone in the lead.
I got to say, it looks like Greenwich may have been the first to that 1,000 meters. They were able to overtake St. Joe's Prep here just a few moments ago. St. Joe's is right there, though, and we know that they have a heck of a sprint in them. But, again, so does Greenwich at this point. All of these crews, by virtue of being these large boats, they're going to cover a lot of ground quite quickly. And this is the last race, potentially, of some of their high school careers. So they're going to really lay it all out on the line to create the most speed that they possibly can. That's the blue hull, white blades that you see of Greenwich crew out of Greenwich, Connecticut. And it did look like they overtook right across that 1,000-meter mark, which is great psychological momentum to have, let alone the physiological portion of it, getting into the third of 500 meters of the race. Looks like we are less than 7:50 to go in our penultimate race of the regatta, and Greenwich Crew in the blue hull is now leading the way.
The men's Youth 8B final definitely being led by Greenwich. Now it looks to be that St. Joseph is now just overlapped with that Greenwich Crew. Greenwich Crew has then pushed out ahead. They're probably sitting just about 3/4 of a length over St. Joe's Prep. Central Catholic Pitt sandwiched between those two. They are holding on. So Central Catholic Pitt has their bow ball on the coxswain of the crew. Next to them, St. Joe's Prep. But look out for PNRA Mercer. That bow ball, I watch it crawl up the line. That bow ball is edging from halfway through the boat. They're now on 3-seat. They're trying to go for 2-seat. I know being in an 8, I love hearing the coxswain call for give me more, and more it is. Everyone's charging down the line here for this B final of the Youth Men's 8.
That's all the speed out on the far side of the course right now. That is kind of how it played out during those semifinals. But here comes St. Joe's Prep with their sprint. Greenwich was able to take the better part of 3/4 of a length in the last 500 meters, but St. Joe's Prep wants to take it right back, which is what they are attempting to do, because Central Catholic Pitt is in there making sure that they nudge them along, because if St. Joe's Prep does not, then Central Catholic Pitt is right there waiting in the wings. Mercer is on the move. The other 4 crews on the water are also on the move. DC National certainly on the move right there as well. Gonzaga, St. Louis, San Diego on the near shores are nearly dead level. It is DC National by just a little bit over those 3 near shore crews, but still Greenwich out in front. Second is St. Joe's Prep charging hard. You have Central Catholic Pitt in there just managing to stay ahead of DC National, but DC National pushing, and as I say that, Gonzaga is pushing onto DC National with St. Louis just ahead of San Diego. Greenwich will take by nearly almost broken to clear water over St. Joe's Prep with Central Catholic Pitt in between. It's going to be DC National was able to make it through PNRA Mercer over on the far side, who I believe was able to stay ahead of Gonzaga, and then a stair step from there to St. Louis and then San Diego. What a closing 400 meters for DC National.
That was a fantastic push. Great sprint on their part to just kind of walk right in there and find themselves in that 9th through 16th spots in the men's youth or 8B final. Great race on the part of all of those athletes here at the 2023 Youth National Championships.
And we will have the final race of this 4-day extravaganza. This will be the Women's Youth 8B Final in Lane 0, Holy Names. Lane 1, Chicago. Lane 2, CRI. Lane 3, Morristown. Lane 4, Saratoga. Lane 5, Saugatuck. Lane 6, Milwaukee. And Lane 7, White Marsh.
And it is so early and so few strokes have been taken. There is clearly very little to be determined. Maybe the fastest start sequence right now is in Saratoga, Milwaukee right now as well, and perhaps out of Chicago being quick off of the line. What we are looking for in that separation is, I want to know who has the most solid bang and stride out from there. Once you get to about 250 meters or so in, you'll start to maybe see some separation, but then again, maybe not, just as we have seen, because when you make those shifts, the special teams get the boat up to speed, but the true special team is the base pace. That's really the secret weapon. The secret sauce is the reflection of all of the technical hours that you have put in, not just to make a big base, but really that technical that you learned through all of those paces.
Very difficult to call here who is in the lead, but I would think that Saratoga is right in there. The crews next to them, Saugatuck, Milwaukee, and White Marsh, all level across. But then look at the fight happening in lanes 0 through 2. We are looking at Chicago and CRI right next to each other. They are trading bow balls across, but I think it may be just now Holy Names has put their bow ball across as they've crossed the first 500 meters of this race. But yet again, that darker shell of Chicago right next to them, right there with them, the red shell of CRI, and look across at Saratoga and Saugatuck. Yep. They are the ones now with their bow balls in the lead in this race, followed closely thereafter by Holy Names and White Marsh throwing their hat in this game. Look at this tight racing as they come into the 750 meter mark of this race.
Gosh, Saugatuck, they certainly did did some good work here in the last 300 meters or so, as they have lengthened out off of their start sequence to really start to create some distance. They have about just under a half of a length over that blue hull of Milwaukee. Milwaukee was one of the kind of the quickest starters out there, but Saugatuck, it's like, you know what, we know what our start is. Let's get up to speed, and then let's really get into the meet that's going to make the biggest difference. So one stroke at a time is what makes that big difference, and Saugatuck is showing that very early on right now as we get ready to approach 1,000 meters down in this race. I would say next close contestant is over there, CRI, that red hull, very identifiable in CRI. If it's not Marin, if it's not San Diego, it's got to be a CRI if it's a red hull. So between Saugatuck out in front, possibly CRI along with Chicago over on the opposite side of the course, those are your early leaders. We will get this beautiful view of just what that lead looks like at this point in the race, that you have to then take that and turn it into another gear and use it as a springboard into your third 500.
As we cross the 1,000-meter mark here, it does look to be that we've got that Saugatuck boat out in front, and then CRI, then very in the thick of it, Chicago and Holy Names. Very, very tight race into this third 500. It will be interesting to see what happens coming out of lane 0 through 2. Again, seated a little bit higher from out of their semifinals into this race. What speed will they bring? But it is Saugatuck out in front, and then CRI. Then you've got Holy Names and Chicago duking it out there in lane 0 and 1. But look at this sprint.
Yeah, I'm looking at Milwaukee right now. I mean, they've been chipping away quite a bit in that lane. Oh, sorry, Chicago has been chipping away quite a bit at CRI's lead in front of them right now, and they've been taking a seat every stroke here, and it looks like they'll be walking up and now going to be overtaking Holy Names as well. And they are just pressing. All three of those boats will be pressing
the Saugatuck crew.
So the Saugatuck crew on the other side, and so this is going to be really, really interesting into the 500.
So White Marsh and Milwaukee, because of the race that they have going on between them, White Marsh walking up on Milwaukee just a little bit. That is something for the Saugatuck coxswain to be aware of, but just to keep calm. She's going to internalize that and not communicate any sort of urgency. Just be aware, but maintain that internal focus. Just, you know what's going on, but you only communicate positive energy toward the crew. Chicago, CRI, that's nearly neck and neck. I want to give a slight edge to Holy Names over Chicago at this point, which might give them a slight lead over CRI. CRI responded to the move that both Holy Names and Chicago started to lay down. So those three crews, it is 5 crews across for second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth place right now, as we are about to get into 500 meters to go in this race. We have a slight tailwind happening for this last race of this entire regatta. You said extravaganza. I think that's the first time we dropped it. I love that you pulled that one out of your back pocket. It was the perfect way to explain what this is. It's a mecca. It's an extravaganza. 2 words of yours this morning there, Maurice. Fantastic.
Exactly. And we are going into the beach now. And again, Holy Names is trying to hold off. Everybody is now pushing through that last 400 meters to go. And I wonder if Holy Names are going to take names.
Holy Names is going to take names. I like that. Yeah, it definitely looks like Saugatuck out in front. And Holy Names, you know, they're taking names, but CRI is trying to make a name for themselves here. Look at them push. It does look like CRI, their bow ball maybe a foot off of Holy Names. What will they do? Chicago, their bow ball sitting halfway through those 2 boats, but then look over across. We've got Milwaukee. We've got White Marsh. That boat race is happening, but Saugatuck is still out in front. Holy Names ahead of CRI and then Chicago. But look at Milwaukee. They are just charging through. They may pull even to Chicago, but Holy Names, they are making a move over CRI. CRI does not want to let them walk.
And Saugatuck is picking it up. They are unfazed by what's happening. Look at the sprint that Saugatuck is laying down, because they know you can never be far enough ahead at these Youth National Rowing Championships. They are charging hard. Whitehall, black plates, black and white unis, all the way to the line. It is going to be Saugatuck is charging first. Holy Names is
making a last-minute push here.
And they have gotten ahead of both CRI and Chicago, with Milwaukee staying in there. They are dead level with Chicago now. We have Saugatuck across ahead, Holy Names, then CRI, and I cannot call it between Chicago and Milwaukee. What I do know is that both of those crews came in ahead of White Marsh, who did a fantastic job to stay with Milwaukee, followed by Saratoga and Morristown High School. I think, I got to say that drone pilot, I think, is a rowing enthusiast.
Maybe so.
Definitely being able to translate the in deep pressure cooker of a sprint well, to be able to align just dead across with what's happening, be able to have this perspective here at Nathan Benderson Park.
And the visual information, translate that visual.
Absolutely, getting a great shot here of just the vendor area, all of the boats in the boatyard, the fans here out here on the beach for that last race to wrap up the 2023 Youth National Championships. You will see us down there in a moment for a little bit of a recap of all of this weekend's racing, all of the wonderful races that all 4,010 athletes have put together. This is us in the finish tower, but we will meet you downstairs in a moment.
Won the varsity women's A. We won the women's Masters F trophy.
We got the men's Masters A, and we brought the men's Alumni Cup back to Brown University.
We started round number 4, ended up winning.
Hello, and welcome to the 2023 USRowing Youth National Championships. My name is Keir Gums, and I am the Chief Legal Officer of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a proud partner of USRowing. On behalf of my colleagues at Broadridge, we want to congratulate all of the athletes on their accomplishments in getting to this regatta. The discipline and consistency it takes to get here is incredible, and I want to acknowledge all of you for getting to this point. We hope that you and your families enjoy the day, and best of luck to all of the athletes.
And welcome one last time to the couches down below at the tower. I am Lindsay Shoup. I'm here with
Maurice Scott
and Grace Latz.
And we have very happily had a wonderful time getting to bring all of the racing to you from the 4th floor of the Finish Tower here at Nathan Benderson Park in beautiful sunny South Florida for the 2023 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I'm here. I can barely hear with all of the hustle and bustle that's going on behind us, just all the people that have been here to support the athletes out on the water. 4,010 athletes, 835 entries, 225 clubs, 4 days of action here. Everybody raced at least twice, if not 3 times. Anyone that made it to today's A finals here raced 3 times. The 4 days of action kicked off on Thursday with time trials, Friday with AB semifinals. Yesterday we saw B, C, and D finals. Today A finals and remaining B finals, an expansion of everything that is happening. I was just commenting to my 2 wonderful co-workers, co-workers, are we co-workers? Co-funners, co-funners in the tower, co-worders in the tower, that just the caliber and the closeness of racing that has started to happen over the last 4 years since I was able to start doing calling some of these races here at the U.S. Rowing Youth Nationals. It's just gotten tighter and tighter and more exciting from year after year after year, which is just so cool to see. Apart from the racing that's been on the water, we've had all sorts of events this weekend to bring in really the spectator experience, the coach experience, really take care of the athletes and coaches, but also provide information to draw in the community and really bring people into this sport that I know at least the 3 of us love to do and talk about. So I know that since this is y'all's first time at the Youth National Championships, did you have any surprises? What was most fun? What were some things, what's some feedback that you all have about this weekend? What did you see?
I just love the fact, I mean, again, the energy of just regattas. I mean, a regatta of this size, a regatta of this stature, a regatta that crowns national champions like that you can feel the want, the hunger of each of these teams. You can feel that they want to make their support system proud, their coaches, their families, mom, dad, uncles, aunts, cousins, whomever. Like you can see it in their face, and you can also see that they also want to make themselves proud.
Yeah.
They want to showcase what they've worked so hard from that winter season. And Oregon, I mean, Florida might not have to deal with that. I'm a little
no,
jealous,
you do.
But,
it's a different kind of winter, but
yeah, exactly. But you know, I mean, from the schools and programs across the country having to work up to this point to even punch your ticket here, because again, there's a process. You don't just get to sign up for the silver and bronze. Every boat was put forward here today. And also I love the interviews as well. It brings out the stories of each of these athletes. They come from all parts of the country, and they are the best of the best in the areas of the country, but they all come from different backgrounds, and it was really cool and nice to see the different aspects they have in terms of how they race, the strategies that they have, and the energy was just so vibrant. I mean, I got to know different favorite ice creams and different sprint calls. Like it was just so much fun, and the energy was so high, and it was so nice and a special moment to see the smiles on these national champions' faces.
Right on.
Yeah, definitely. I would say the connection between the entire rowing community, being able to learn a little bit behind the scenes with what's happening with the athletes out on the race course, what they're doing to prepare for themselves, and just the joy and elation after they've finished up their respective finals, and how they get to share it with their family and friends, the connection with all of the referees and the volunteers, all the staff who go into making this event what it is, just everyone coming together to build this rowing community, the expansion of that community with the new open gender double events, the para events. Like, our community is growing, and it's wonderful to be able to share the sport that we're all nerding about up in the 4th floor of the Finish Line Tower, and you're all keeping us on our toes with all these close races. But having more people to be able to access that excitement and that storytelling is just the next level that I think we're pushing our sport to through these different mediums, to be able to have this sort of live stream to watch at home, to be able to have this sort of storytelling live in real time for those on site. It's just a wonderful addition to our sport.
It just every time you get to tell a story, every time you get to learn a story with every interview, right? You know, we're telling stories through words that we learn and observe over time, but for you to be there too, hearing the stories from their own mouths is just really, really special, and that starts to elevate the whole sport. Every time I get to tell a story, every time I get to learn it, it makes me love this sport even more. It changed my life, absolutely changed my life, and just continues to change my life. You know, we kind of laugh a little bit, joke a little bit about the notes. People always think, oh, we don't read, you know, who reads this out? We do, we read it. And the thing is, I learned through commentary is that sometimes you might have gobs of information, and if you use 10% of what you get, that's actually a lot of information that you're able to fit, because we also have to bring you who's where in what lane and who's moving and all of that action too. So we learn it, which then you get to carry over from year to year, and it just helps you appreciate what this sport does and how transformative it is in lives. And if we're able to do better and better from a behind the scenes standpoint, that just makes it more inviting for everyone. You know, I remember my first day, what made me want to stay? Someone came over to me, and it doesn't have to be complicated. Being inclusive, being inviting, having access doesn't have to be more complicated than, hey, I'm so-and-so. I shouldn't say so-and-so. I'm Lindsay. What's your name?
I'm Maurice.
Glad to meet you, Maurice.
Nice to meet you, Lindsay.
You know, that's how it starts, and then it just grows from there. That is, I know it did that for me. I am sure the only reason I can say I is because I have a microphone in front of my face. I imagine that I am not the only one that feels that way. How about y'all?
No. Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, it's a community. It's a again, I mean, that's what makes it so special. And again, when you and I know there's some scientific backing behind this, but when you're going through something so strenuous with other people, it is proven that you make a bond with those people. I know when I went to the U.S. Naval Academy and going through that first couple weeks of the indoctrination training, we had to wake up early, go to bed late. We were working out together, doing team building exercises. You know, half of us was falling asleep and trying to keep each other up, and it was extremely rough. And on top of the academic part, but that brought us all together because of the struggle. Like, everybody wouldn't understand, and so it brought us closer together so we can lean on each other. And I think that's very similar with sports in general. Is the fact that you're going through something, you have one main goal, one main mission, and that's to win. But you have to come together. It forces you to take that one stroke. And you know, we have, you know, in 8 you have 9 individuals to include the coxswain, but you only can have one stroke.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're sharing blisters. Literally skin in the game.
Like you said a little bit earlier. You know, it really is from a sport standpoint. There's that competitive edge of the win and the life lessons along the way. Sport done right is winning in life lessons, that competition, but never sacrificing the life lesson for that win. That's the sport done right piece for it. And rowing is the sport that taught me the most lessons throughout my entire life. So I'm sure there have been so many lessons learned over the course of this weekend. We're all going to internalize what we've just taken in. I hope that everyone that has come has enjoyed this experience. I hope all the athletes have just enjoyed what they've been able to do with their teammates, and that they go and have some fun, because really, friends, fitness, and fun, that's really what it's all about, right? The more and that I'll leave it at that. You know, here we are. I am Lindsay Shoup.
I am Maurice Scott.
And I'm Grace Latz.
And that is going to do it for our coverage of the 2023 U.S. Rowing National Championships, live from Nathan Benderson Park here in beautiful sunny Sarasota, Bradenton County, Florida. Hope to see you all next year or somewhere in between.